भी क्या है और अब आके तो बचाने की पर उनको भी यहाँ पे करना चाहते हैं टीम के वो जो शॉप का एरिया रहता है उसके पीछे की तरफ वहाँ पर एलिमिनेट कर इनिशिएटिव एकेडमी की बात करी जाए पहले तो बच गए थे बट इस बार नहीं बचने वाले। लोकी को यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इसी के साथ उनका जो खात्मा है वो हमें देखने को मिलेगा। बट ब्लेजी वहां से एक ग्रेनेड कुक करते हुए स्प्रेकआउट को आप देखें ऑलरेडी एक ग्रेनेड कुक कर रहे हैं। क्या आयुष की पोजीशनिंग उनको पता है? जी नहीं, वहां पे अंदाजा भी नहीं था कि खिलाड़ी कहाँ पे मौजूद रहेगा। लोकी अभी भी डाउन है और ब्लेजी इतना ज्यादा टाइम से वो ग्रेनेड कुक कर रहे बट अभी तक उन्होंने थ्रो नहीं करा था। बट सामने से जो स्प्रे गॉड का ग्रेनेड जाएगा इसी के साथ ब्लेजी डाउन किए गए। डीजी को हमने बहुत ज्यादा ऊपर जाते हुए देखा था पर आयुष को शायद अब तो देख चुके होंगे। चलिए उन्होंने अपनी पोजीशनिंग भी यहाँ पे रिवील कर दिया। स्प्रे गॉड इस वक्त मूड में है और जितने भी फिनिशेस चाह रहे हैं वो निकालना मोस्ट प्रोबेबली आपको निकालते हुए दिखाई देंगे। 1v3 जरूर यहाँ पे स्प्रे गॉड ने किया है और अब आखिरी खिलाड़ी डीजी बची है अपनी टीम से। देखना ये निकल पाएंगे या फिर नहीं। डैमेज तो काफी ज्यादा दिया गया। अभी भी व्हीकल ब्लास्ट नहीं हुई बट वहां पे टायर बर्स्ट हो गई और वो जो गाड़ी थी वो ड्रिफ्ट कर गई है। देखना ये कि अब वो बचे रहेंगे या अभी भी उनका बचना बाकी है।
और 10 टीम में 34 लोग यहाँ पर जीविदार स्पोर्ट्स के जादू को देखिए। ग्रेनेड कुक जरूर कर रहे हैं बट क्या ये कुकिंग सही जगह पर जाएगी? इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल है। ग्रेनेड अंदर की तरफ गया एंड मिस्टर स्पेस डाउन। व्हाट जस्ट हैपेंड? एक बहुत बेहतरीन ग्रेनेड कैनेरी की तरफ से एक मोलोटोव आया था। अबरार भी डाउन हो चुके हैं, मतलब वॉकआउट्स के 2 ही प्लेयर्स बचे इस जगह पर और उसी चीज को यहाँ पर बदलने के लिए उन 2 की भी पेटी बनाने के लिए आर स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स के आगे पुश करना चाहेंगे। इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल, जंप कर रहे हैं, मूव कर रहे हैं, कुछ ना कुछ तो कर ही रहे हैं। हालांकि एक प्लेयर देखिए वो जो शॉप का एरिया रहता है उसके पीछे की तरफ को है, अंदर की तरफ को एक और थ्रोएबल यहाँ पर जाता जरूर है बट आगे जाकर के फाइट लेने की कोशिश। एक ही प्लेयर यहाँ पर बचता जरूर है। क्या वो यहाँ पर फाइट निकाल पाएंगे? जादू के एचपी काफी करीब, काफी कम, लेकिन काफी बेहतरीन तरीके से लाजवाब खेल करके पार का रास्ता दिखाया गया वॉकआउट्स को।
अभी भी ओशन होनी बाकी है क्योंकि जिस तरीके से हमने टीम सोल को पहले खेलते हुए देखा है आसान हो सकता है उनके लिए। टीम काइनेटिक कल की गलतियों से उन्होंने सीखा होगा और इस वक्त उनके पास पूरा सर्कल आपको देखने को मिलेगा। बीयू की बात की जाए, एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड वहां पे कुक करे बट गॉब्लिन उन्होंने केयू को स्पॉट किया बट वो ग्रेनेड गॉब्लिन को दिखाई नहीं दिया। गॉब्लिन डाउन, एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम। इसी के साथ स्क्रीम ने वो जो फिनिश था बड़े आसानी से ही चुरा लिया।
काइनेटिक के 2 प्लेयर्स लगा। अब देखिए सोल के प्लेयर्स आगे जा रही है, शायद एक खराब डिसीजन हो सकता है। हालांकि बीओ को पीछे से भी गोलियां पड़ रही है। इस पूरी सिचुएशन में, इस पूरी स्थिति में काइनेटिक आज शायद सही चीजें, सही डिसीजंस लेती नजर आ रही है।
हैदराबाद हाइड्रास वर्सेस हाइड्रा ऑफिशियल की जो फाइट है वो भी आपको देखने को मिलने वाली। जीओजी लीडरों पे खत्म हो गए मोस्ट प्रोबेबली। जीओजी का हमें एलिमिनेशन देखने को मिलेगा। जी हां, 2 फिनिशर्स निकाले ऑटोबॉट्स, उनका भी एक खिलाड़ी डाउन इस ब्लैक खत्म हो गए। कैरी उनको भी यहां पे पर्व के द्वारा डाउन किया गया। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास उनका भी एलिमिनेशन हमें यहां पे देखने को मिलेगा। एक बार के लिए हम बात कर रहे थे कि हैदराबाद हाइड्रास बहुत ज्यादा आगे जा सके बट सेंसी को आप देखें एक बार फिर से उन्होंने स्प्रे दिए, डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा बट नॉक्स अभी तक उन्होंने निकाले नहीं है। एक्सो की स्क्वाड सर्कल के अंदर 2 खिलाड़ी, एक खिलाड़ी अभी भी सर्कल के बाहर आपको देखने को मिलने वाला है। 2 फिनिशर्स निकाले बट हाइड्रा क्या वो यहाँ पे रश करने को तैयार है? आप देखें 2 उनके जो खिलाड़ी आपको बचे दिखाई देंगे। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली एक खिलाड़ी थे जो व्हीकल लेके यहाँ पे आए, जैक्सन। जैसे ही व्हीकल से गिरेंगे मोस्ट प्रोबेबली ये वाला ग्रेनेड कनेक्शन बनाएगा। जी हाँ, डैमेज पड़ा जरूर है बट डायनामाइट डाउन किए गए सेंसे के द्वारा। ऑफियर्स का ये वाला ग्रेनेड जी नहीं, थोड़ा दूर निकल गया बट पंख का ग्रेनेड जरूर ठिकाने पे गिरने वाला। जैक्सन डाउन किए गए।
टीम हाइड्रा पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर, क्योंकि ये जो ऑफ गार्ड एंगल क्रिएट करा है सेंसे ने पूरी हाइड्रा की स्क्वाड को एलिमिनेट करने के लिए। काफी रहने वाले वहां पर 2 प्लेयर्स मात्र बचेंगे। स्मोक का कवर उनके पास जरूर से रहने वाले, लेकिन पंख ओपन में जाएंगे, स्पॉट के जाएंगे। एक और प्लेयर डाउन। टीम हाइड्रा नाउ दे लेफ्ट विद ओनली 1 पर्सन। पर्व वो रहने वाले व्हीकल के अंदर वो बैठ चुके बट क्या उनको देखा क्या व्हीकल लेकर के जा रहे थे, स्पॉट करके डाउन करेंगे। बट टीम एक्सो ये कमबैक जिसकी हम बात कर रहे थे वो आ चुका है। 6 फिनिशेस, टॉप 9 में स्थान बनाएंगे।
एनिग्मा अभी प्ले जोन के बाहर यहाँ पे डाउन हो गए। जी की बात करें 14 टोटल फिनिशर्स आपको देखने को मिलने वाले। देखना ये है कि जी कितना ज्यादा और बेहतर कर सकते हैं। अभी वो खिलाड़ी वहाँ पे डाउन किए गए। वो जो फिनिश था वो भी एक्सो के लिए स्क्वाड जो है वो लेके जाने वाली। गॉब्लिन एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड किया बट हीरो की बात करें या नकुल वहाँ पे डाउन किए गए। गॉब्लिन एक और ग्रेनेड करते हुए मान्या क्या वो कनेक्शन बनाएगा। एक और वहाँ पे ग्रेनेड किया या व्हीकल रॉकस्टार का वो ग्रेनेड था। एजे डाउन किए गए। एक और बढ़िया बॉली जाती हुई चोकर चलते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। एक और ग्रेनेड, एक और गाड़ी ब्लास्ट। जी देखते ही देखते बिखरते हुए आपको दिखाई देगी। मोस्ट पब्लिक ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी वहां पे सरवाइव करेगा बट क्या गॉब्लिन वो फिनिश निकाल सकते हैं या फिर नहीं, देखना पड़ेगा। मान्य अपनी टीम का आईजीएल वहां पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। किनारे का एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड, मान्य जस्ट वहां पे आए थे और आते ही आते उनका जो सफाया है वो हमें देखने को मिलने वाला है। आर ई स्पोर्ट्स इस वक्त 6 फिनिशेस के साथ एलिमिनेट करेगी ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स को।
बात करें, देखिए दे हैव द जोन एज वेल, पर यहाँ पर तो बैटल लड़ना पड़ेगा मल्टीपल टीमों के साथ। आर्कोस गेमिंग तो लुकिंग टू गेट अ विनर एज वेल। उन्होंने एक को रखा हुआ है जो आपकी स्क्रीन को देखने को मिलता है ऑलरेडी आपको बता देंगे, बट दो तरफा बैटल में मल्टी गेमिंग के जो बाकी प्लेयर्स हैं वो फंसने नजर आ रहे हैं।
बट वहीं अगर हम बात करें अभी भी वो जो एक प्लेयर बचे हुए हैं वो मौजूद रहने वाले, स्क्रीन की बात करें वहां पर जो फिनिशर है वो जरूर से सिक्योर करते हुए नजर आएंगे। बट ऑटोबॉट्स के वो एक खिलाड़ी अभी भी वहां पर बचे हुए और जो जोन है वो पूरी तरीके से उनको फेवर करते हुए टीम एनिग्मा की मीनवाइल बात करें अपने प्लेयर्स वो गवाते हुए नजर आएंगे। मात्र एक खिलाड़ी उनका बचता है जो ऑलरेडी हील बैटल एग्जीक्यूट कर चुका है। बट टीम बिग ब्रदर्स का बढ़िया गेम से डॉन वो भी डाउन देखते ही देखते पूरी तरीके से मार्कोस गेमिंग जो है वो मुश्किलों में आएंगे। गोस्ट इज द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, थोड़ा ओपन में गए स्क्रीन, वहां पर उनको पनिश किया जाएगा और इन सारी फाइट्स के बीच में जो एडवांटेज है वो जाता है वो आर स्पोर्ट्स के पास। जो आखिरी प्लेयर बचे थे वहां पर फिनिश सिक्योर करेंगे और अब जो रिवाइवल है वो एग्जीक्यूट किया जाएगा। बट आप अभी भी देखिए ऑटोबॉट्स का वो एक खिलाड़ी अभी भी जोन के अंदर अपनी टीम को टॉप 4 में लेके आता हुआ है।
गैलेक्सी की प्लेयर्स ऑन द अदर साइड ब्लाइंड के प्लेयर्स के ऊपर आते हुए हावी होते नजर आ रहे हैं। ब्लाइंड के प्लेयर्स आप देखिए, एक प्लेयर नीचे, एक प्लेयर ऊपर, एक प्लेयर थोड़ा सा सेंटर सीढ़ियों के आसपास नजर जरूर आ रहा है। एंड ज़्यादा बाहर की तरफ को आ चुके हैं, शायद ये थोड़ी सी दिक्कत वाली चीज है। विलियम्स के द्वारा एक मोलोटॉव किया गया है, एक और थ्रोएबल वो करना चाहते हैं, कुक कर जरूर रहे, बट क्या ये ग्रेनेड अपनी मुकाम पर जा पाएगा? इनफैक्ट एक बाउंस आउट ग्रेनेड है बट वो एक्जैक्टली किसी को टच नहीं करेगा। हालांकि विलियम्स को समझना पड़ेगा कि बाकी प्लेयर्स भी आ चुके हैं। निग्मा गैलेक्सी थोड़ा सा हावी हो सकती है तो ब्लाइंड का बैकअप आना जरूरी है। एक प्लेयर डाउन हो गया, एक को स्पॉट किया जरूर था, बट देन अगेन ये उतरना खराब हो सकता है। नीचे उतरे जरूर है, एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया, वेपन स्विच किया, दूसरे को भी अच्छे से रीड किया। विलियम्स जस्ट गोइंग क्रेजी एंड बॉन्कर्स राइट नाउ। शैडो उनका साथ देंगे। निग्मा गैलेक्सी, oh my god, शायद इस समय डिलीट हो जाए। Yes, they have been deleted from the entire lobby. HP देखिए, उनका हेलमेट देखिए, उनका वेस्ट देखिए, सब कुछ यहाँ पर लाल दिखाई दे रहे थे। बट खैर दिक्कतें इनके लिए नहीं है, दिक्कतें बाकी लोगों के लिए, क्योंकि ओआर ही उन पे हावी हो रही है। आतंकी एक और प्लेयर को लेकर के जाएंगे। आईई के यहाँ पर एक झटका देते हुए नजर जरूर आएंगे। आई के पास 3 प्लेयर पर सर्वाइव कर जरूर है। लोकी थोड़ा साइड लाइन जा रहे हैं, बट क्या ये सही डिसीजन है? क्योंकि उनके साइड लाइन में एक और टीम है, वॉकआउट्स के प्लेयर्स वहां पर नजर जरूर आ रहे हैं। 4 टीमें, 11 लोग जीवित और इस सब के बीच में 7वां सर्कल क्लोजिंग करता है। कोई जोन में है तो कोई 24-25 मीटर की यहाँ पर चुनौतियां लांघना जरूर चाहता है, लेकिन लांघेगा तो कैसे?
और कहीं ना कहीं WSF का एक प्लेयर भी आपको देखने को मिल जाता है। उनके लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट यहाँ पे गेम था और वो भी एक सरप्राइज एलिमेंट लेके आ सकते हैं। बट उनको पहले स्पॉट करा जाएगा। मिस्टर स्प्रे खत्म करेंगे WSF के लास्ट प्लेयर को। एक्चुअली इट वाज युवा जो खत्म करते आपको नजर आएंगे WSF के लास्ट प्लेयर को।
सरप्राइज एलिमेंट तो नहीं, बट आप फिनिश एलिमेंट जरूर उनके लिए बन गया। एक्स्ट्रा फिनिश पॉइंट उनके लिए आ चुका है। लेकिन अब पोडियम पर हम लोग आ चुके हैं। 3 टीमें, 10 लोग जीवित। आईई के प्लेयर्स को देखिए, फैल चुके हैं पूरे एरिया में। हालांकि ये फैलना शायद इनके लिए खराब हो सकता है। लोकी के ऊपर एक ग्रेनेड आया था, स्प्लैश डैमेज उनको पड़ा जरूर। ओआर के प्लेयर्स वो भी फैल रहे हैं, बट वॉकआउट्स इकट्ठे रह करके खेलने की यहाँ पर कोशिश कर रही है। पता नहीं किस तरीके से कारगर रहेगा ये। आयुष को शायद स्पॉट कर सकते थे। एक साइड पर यहाँ पर मिस्टर स्प्रे के लिए आयुष जैसी चुनौती, दूसरी साइड पर ओआर के आदित्य जैसी चुनौती है। हालांकि 38 गोले उनके पास। उनका लेवल 1 जो हेलमेट है, जो वेस्ट है इनफैक्ट, वो इस समय काफी अच्छे तरीके से इंटैक्ट है। एंड आरू गाड़ी में बैठ के यहाँ पर ग्रेनेड डालना चाहते जरूर थे, बट उनके ऊपर एक ग्रेनेड है। बट क्या इनका वाला इनको सही से जवाब दे पाएगा? यस इट इज। लोकी डाउन किए जाएंगे। अगले प्लेयर ब्लेसी की बारी हो सकती है।
बस मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं ये वॉकआउट्स के पास ज्यादा अच्छा एडवांटेज है। उनके पास एक हल्का सा रिज है जिसके पीछे यहाँ पे प्लेयर्स छुपे हुए आपको नजर आ जाते हैं। उनके पास एक बगी भी है जिसका वो कवर बना सकते हैं। बट लोकी अभी के लिए ब्लीड आउट होते हैं आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। भाई अगर बात की जाए इनिशिएटिव अकेडमी के ब्लेजी 2K की, थोड़ा सा आगे जाने की कोशिश वो जरूर करते हैं। आयुष भी वहां पे होल्ड करते हैं आपको नजर आ जाएगा। बियर बाबा स्पॉट उनको करा गया, कवर में बाबा वापस जा चुके हैं। देखते हैं क्या वॉकआउट्स लेके जा सकता है विनर चिकन है। बट अभी के लिए इनिशिएटिव अकेडमी दे आर जस्ट होल्डिंग ऑन। जोन उनके पास है, बस इंतजार है कि स्पॉट करके खत्म करा जाए अपने ओपोनेंट को।
आदित्य की तरफ से आप देखिए यहाँ पर मोलोटॉव्स अभी भी किए जा रहे हैं। आरू की बात करें, उन्होंने प्लेयर स्पॉट करने हैं, इनफैक्ट स्पॉट कर भी रहे हैं। आयुष स्टिल सर्वाइव, बट कितनी देर तक वो सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे? क्योंकि आखिरी प्लेयर इनफैक्ट उनको भी स्पॉट किया गया। इनिशिएटिव अकेडमी, वेल यहीं तक का इनिशिएटिव वो लोग ले पाए थे। अब फाइनल फाइट बनती है वॉकआउट्स और ओआर के बीच में। धीरे धीरे ये प्लेयर्स रेंग रहे हैं, बट इनका ये रेंगना 15 पॉइंट्स के लिए हो जरूर सकता है। वॉकआउट्स की बात करी जाए, वो भी प्लेयर्स धीरे धीरे आगे आ रहे हैं, बट विल दे वॉक आउट एज द विनर्स ऑफ दिस एरंगल? इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल। आदित्य 6 फिनिशेस ले चुका है ये प्लेयर, जंप करके आए। गेस शायद मिस्टर स्प्रे को देखा है इन्होंने, हल्की सी हलचल वो जो है इनको शायद भांपी गई थी, और वहीं पर इनको वहां पर फिनिशेस निकालने की कोशिश करनी पड़ेगी। एक प्लेयर डाउन हुआ है जेली की बदौलत। जेली फिनिश अपना निकालना चाहेंगे, दबदबा बनाने की कोशिश है उनकी तरफ से। मिस्टर स्प्रे बियर्ड बाबा उनको भी डाउन किया जाएगा। मिस्टर स्प्रे विल से नो मोर। Walkouts walks out as the second one, but OR, what a brilliant winner chicken dinner. OR के प्लेस आप देखिए काफी करीब, लेकिन उतरे तो उतरे क्यों? ऐसा क्यों किया इन लोगों ने? जानने के लिए देखिए थोड़ी ही देर बाद ये आएगा जरूर, लेकिन ये जो सवाल है, इस सवाल का जवाब एक एक करके ताश के पत्तों की तरह बिखरते हुई OR की टीम। Exo, they just whipped out the Rolls Royce of all motherly clutches. रोका वहीं पर और सारी पेटियां लूटेंगे।
बिल्कुल यहाँ पर अनबेलिएबल जो गेम प्ले में देखने को मिलता है, स्पॉट जरूर से करा गया। एक और प्लेयर को वहां पर डाउन कर जाएगा। ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स इस टीम को रोक पाना अभी के लिए असंभव साबित होता हुआ। 15 फिनिशेस ये जो प्लेयर्स है वो निकाल चुके हैं जोन। एक बार फिर से ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स के खाते में टीम आईएनएस अब आ चुके हैं हत्थे पे, और उनको भी वहां पर डाउन किया जाएगा। एक जो कंपाउंड है वो उनके पास रहने वाले टीम एनिग्मा, उनकी मुश्किलें भी बढ़ाई जाएंगी। जोकर यहाँ पर मौजूद सर्कल के अंदर वो मौजूद हैं, और जितने भी प्लेयर जितनी भी टीम्स उनको दिख रही हैं, एक एक करके सबको वो धराशायी करते जा रहे हैं। मात्र 13 सेकेंड, उसके बाद वो जो कवर्स है उससे बाहर आना ही पड़ेगा, और ये जो अजय रथ है टीम ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स का, ये चल चुका है।
आप देखें किसके साथ हमने वार को देखा था, और शायद यहाँ पे बहुत एक्स्ट्रा जो फिनिशेस है वो जी स्क्वाड निकाल के जाती है, बट रॉकस्टार को आप देखें इतना ज्यादा वक्त हो चुका है अपनी टीम से, वो सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। अकेले खिलाड़ी बचे हुए थे एनिग्मा से, उनको भिड़ना पड़ेगा। रेक्स एक बार फिर से स्पॉट किए गए, नकुल के तरफ डाउन किए गए। एनिग्मा 2 खिलाड़ियों के साथ यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करते हुए देखना पड़ेगा कि जोन के बाहर एलिमिनेट हो गया, फिर अंदर आने की कोशिश करेंगे। अभी यहाँ पे मौजूद है वो एक और खिलाड़ी वहां पे, शायद जो रॉकस्टार मौजूद है वो कुछ खास कर सकते हैं, बट नकुल ने वहां पे व्हीकल ब्लास्ट करी। प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड देखने को मिलता है, बट अभी प्लेयर के बाहर खत्म हो गए, बट वहां पे रॉकस्टार अकेले बचे थे, ईवो के द्वारा खत्म किए गए। अभी को वहां पे रिवाइव करने की कोशिश होगी या फिर क्या, वो तो पता नहीं, बट चलिए उन्होंने फर्स्ट रेड उठाया। आज फर्स्ट रेड उनके पास है, बट मुझे नहीं लगता लगाने का उनको मौका भी यहाँ पे मिलने वाला है। इसी के साथ प्लेस उनके बाहर खत्म। 16 फिनिशेस और अब 4v4 की प्रॉपर फाइट।
बिल्कुल 4v4 की फाइनल फाइट, टीम आईएनएस वर्सेस टीम ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स, जहां पर ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स के पास हाइट का एडवांटेज है, जोन का एडवांटेज है, वहीं टीम आईएनएस पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर। जोकर जो पोजीशन उन पूरी तरीके से रिवील्ड है, और वहां पर की तरफ भी एक जोकर है। आप देखिए पॉइंट दिया, हालांकि बाउंस करके वो बर्स्ट होता हुआ नजर आया। एजे यहाँ पर शायद ग्रेनेड्स के रास्ते पूरी तरीके से जो आईएनएस की स्क्वाड है उसको धराशायी करते हुए नजर आएंगे। 16 फिनिशेस ऑलरेडी निकाल चुके हैं टीम ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स, और शायद अब वो जो 20 फिनिशेस की स्टार्ट हो चुकी है। एक बेहतरीन ग्रेड आएगा, बिलियन इज डाउन। क्रेजी सोल यहाँ पर नॉकआउट होते हुए ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स, वो अब यहाँ पर पुश करेंगे, लेकिन नकुल उनको डाउन किया जाएगा। जोकर और शेन ये 2 प्लेयर्स बचते हैं, वो जो स्लिट रहता है वहां से स्पॉट करे जाएंगे। डैमेज दिया, बट ओपन में एजे वहां पर ग्रेनेड कुक करे, स्पॉट करेंगे। एक और प्लेयर डाउन, इट्स अ 1v3 नाउ। जोकर इज डाउन, ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स 20 फिनिशेस के साथ ये जो विनर चिकन डिनर।
Hello and welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. My name is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by XP or The Experiment, and with me I have Daddy Wannabe. Of course, I'm talking about Fixus, who is looking fine in pink today. Fixus.
I got you at Daddy, right? I did not want to hear what you said after. Of course, I mean, I was taken aback there only. But of course, it's such an amazing day. Day number 3. Today is the day where I'm sort of anticipating teams from Group A finally staging a comeback.
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out if Fix's predictions are going to be on point, because yesterday wasn't really a good day as far as that goes. We're not going to bring that up right now, especially as far as zone predictions go. But anyway, welcome back once again. Hope you guys are having a good evening, because, well, your evening is just going to keep on getting better.
Yeah.
Fixes, day 3, buddy. I mean, we've seen some ups, we've seen some downs, but, you know, none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crofton for basically giving us an amazing game to play, and of course our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And speaking of sponsors, let's just remind all our lovely viewers what this bad boy has inside, because let me tell you one thing, it's packed.
It's packed and loaded with all those features. As you can take a look, you know, Snapdragon 875G to power up the entire smartphone over there. You also have the 80-watt flash charge also there. So this is one of those, USPs about the phone that we've been talking about, especially when you can get your phone back to 50 minutes in just 50% in just 12 minutes. Well, that's really, really fast.
That is fast. And again, you know, the time it takes for you to complete one game of BGMI, the thing is, even if you have it plugged in, right, what happens is it's got that cascade cooling system. It's going to be nice and cool. And if you want to get your hands on the iQOO Neo 6, well, we have a few steps for you. All you have to do is head over to Amazon, search for the iQOO Neo 6, participate in a little quiz that comes up, and trust me, it's an easy one. And well, like you said, you know, Fixes can do it, you all can do it, but, you know, I mean,
we
again,
haven't gotten to you yet. You
well,
haven't really tried.
I mean, let's not talk about that right now. Let's just bash you at this moment. But again, 3 of you lucky winners can win this every single day.
Or they certainly can. And all you've got to do is, like XP said, follow all those instructions. Pretty straightforward. And, we've got a few more things about yesterday's nights. Little topics are going to be raised on. We're going to, of course, talk about that. This phone certainly has all those features. But yeah, I think let's talk about the teams right now. Yes, the day number 1 was all about Team Seoul and the domination. Yesterday's day, however, was about the rise of Team EXO, Global Esports, 7C, Enigma Gaming on few of those games. And if you talk about the new teams, Initiative Academy also did make a mark, and Hyderabad Hydras, they've been pretty much consistent from day 1 and day 2.
And they finally got that chicken dinner, which was a little elusive for them earlier on, but again, they overcame all the pressure and all the obstacles in the way, and well, they walked away with that delicious chicken. Now, here's the thing. We've seen a few, big dogs finally wake up. A couple are yet to make a little bit of a stir, but maybe day 3 might just be their day.
Maybe. But, two things can really happen. Either the lead gets really big for teams like Seoul, EXO, OR, and GE, or else it could be the teams that are somewhere on the middle order finally also entering into the mix of things, right? Especially when you have top 3 to top 8. The difference is barely just 20 points XP, right? One good game, one good chicken dinner, and you are contesting for the top 3.
Absolutely. Of course, that is all about our bragging rights, because the name of the game right now is to make sure all these teams are going to be in the top 16 by the end of week 3 before we move on to the grand finals. And, well, that is what BMPS, the Pro Series, is all about, because let me tell you one thing. All these teams, I'm sure we all agree over here, they are pros in their own rights. Of course, they've made it to this stage. Some teams have been invited because, well, they've been dishing out quite a lot of damage in the past, and some have come through the grind. I mean, all the way through BMOC Stage 1. I'm sure you would be able to tell our viewers a lot more about that.
Oh, of course. I mean, it was, again, round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4. I've been considering or calling it the trial by fire, because it's just a one-day event. You've got barely 5 or 6 games to play, and that is where you've got to prove your mettle. Now, a lot of the other teams, a lot of the big names also did crash out in these early initial phases. You talk about names like UDOG India, one of those finalists in the past. They did this time around. They did acquire the roster of Old Hood, right? The Sultan's roster, and they could not really make it over here. But of course, in BMPS, I really feel they earned their slot into the Pro Series, and they are the new pros over here, along with the old guards. We've got to see what they have to offer.
I like what you said right now, because they have earned a spot, and things are that they can actually earn some money along the way as well, because have a look at that, boys and girls. 2 crores is the total prize pool, and of course 7 zeros. That is not a typo. You are reading it correctly on your screens. Now, of course, the big chunk is going to go to the first place, 75 lakhs over there. Second walks away with 35 lakhs. And of course, as you keep going down, the prize pool is going to decrease. But the thing is, we have some additional prizes as well.
Oh, additional prizes, and it's a surprise, and it is a surprise, I think, which eventually is going to unfold within the next course of a few weeks that we do have. But how do they earn all these prize money?
I wonder, how do we decide, who walks away with what? Well, of course, that is where the point distribution comes on, and I'm sure all of you are, pretty much used to this little graphic on your screen right now. I love the fact that, it basically makes the game a bit more interesting because each finish equals 1 point, and the fact that we've decreased placement points means that, buddy, you got to go in for those fights right from the get-go.
I think Global Esports and the other teams like 7C had realized that that's the way to go about. If you're not succeeding getting those position points, might as well get enough of those finishes and get yourself into the mix, because these were the two teams that started yesterday from the very bottom. Now what you can really see is you from 8 to 16 you barely get any point, right? It's just 1 till 8 to 12, and from 13 to 16 nada. And there've been zones XP yesterday, like it was almost 24 minutes inside the game, and we still had 12 teams alive in Miramar.
Oh, we did, and of course we were pointing that out.
Minutes.
And the thing is, let me just give you an example, because Initiative Academy, let's take them as under the microscope right now. They didn't have any placement points up until one game, and boom, suddenly it feels like they are back in their groove, and well, this is the point distributions. But now, let's have a look and see where you are going to be marking your calendars, because today is Saturday, it is the 21st of May, and it is the third day of League Stage Week 1.
Oh yeah, and after this, of course, we will have week 2, and then we're gonna have week 3, after which we're gonna have our top 16 teams who head over to the grand finals. Again, it's gonna be a clean slate. That is where you have to grind it back again. You've just got 4 days of action. That is where this 2 crore prize pool worth is gonna come into place. And I'm really wondering, this extra 9.6 that we were talking about, I think it's gonna be distributed maybe to the teams performing well in the league stages. That could be a possibility. It's not been announced though, but the big question is,
or perhaps
where do
you
they
know
perform?
something I don't, because you do have a smirk on your face. But again, before we get back to that, let's have a look and see what all maps are going to be played today, because the schedule is now going to be popping up on our screens. And well, there you have it. We are going to kick things off, as is proper fashion, in Erangel, followed by Miramar, Sanhok. Then we're going to come back to Erangel once again, Miramar once again, and not a Sanhok at the end. It's going to be Erangel again. I guess, 3 Erangels, it makes it a level playing field for all our teams.
Oh yeah, I mean, whenever you're talking about Erangel, one of the most comfortable map for all these teams. The majority of the games every team has played has to be in Erangel, and they've worked out the rotations, of course. But today's first day, we of course have ANC battling it out in the first match.
Yeah.
This is where we've got to see if Global Esports, after what they did in the final game yesterday in Erangel, do they have the same firepower, or have the teams done their research? So this is one thing I really love about the BMPS this time, right? You've got the map feed live for everybody to access. So all those, crunching is being done after the show gets over, and that is when, teams are getting so excited, watching everything, where we can stop a team's rotation, what we can do, and that's how, teams like Seoul really fell yesterday, and other teams took a rise.
Like we say, it's all about doing your homework. But now let's have a look at the pre-match segment powered by Loco, because, well, you're going to see if your favorite teams are going to be playing the first couple of games. As Fixes did mention, it is going to be Group A going up against Group C, and, well, Seoul fans and Team EXO fans, all the big names are going to be in there. Oh boy, I want to see them lock horns early on. Global Esports go up against 7C, go up against EXO, go up against, Hydra officials as well.
I think I would love to see a Global Esports and Team Seoul fight, right from the very good, proper 4v4 fights. It's all about the bragging rights, like we've been saying, XP. 2 of the teams that have been very aggressive have never really shied away from a fight. Just 2 bulls in the lobby, try to settle scores over there. We are yet to see those fights happen. Could be today, but there you have other teams like Hyderabad, Hydras. You've got teams like Team EXO. Those teams kind of rely heavily on their positioning, on their rotations, on the kind of their strategies. But apart from them, we've got few more names, right? Teams like Team Enigma, GOG, Retribution, RTR, who've somewhere been still in the mix of things.
Well, again, we're going to find out and see what's going to happen in the games to come. We're not going to speculate right now, but what we can tell you is, this would not have been possible without iQOO and Loco. So before anything else, let's have a word from our sponsors. I love this video.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win.
Fixers, we seldom look at ourselves on the screen, and I just noticed something. I might have a little bit of a bad hair day going on, which I am going to fix up later on. But again, for all you lovely viewers out there, my man has another message for you.
Well, I mean, we've been telling this again and again, and it is available for you guys, right? All you've got to do is head over to its Amazon. On the search option, you've got to type iQOO Neo 6, and that is where you're going to have that please notify me button. Click on that. You got a little bit of a quiz that you can participate in, and 3 lucky winners by the end of this evening will have this beauty in your pockets.
Well, once you do have it in your pocket, the thing is you can actually head over to Loco as well, of course, India's largest gaming platform, and maybe we might just be costing you guys in the not so distant future. But also, we have some more special things for you. If you want to grab some goodies, some BGMI goodies, maybe a nice little tea, maybe a nice little bottle to take to the gym or whatever, it is going to be a little hot summer this time around. All you have to do is follow the steps that Fixes is now going to elaborate on.
So yesterday, of course, we did see Team EXO. The fans from Team EXO did have their fair share of laughter. 10
you have to
lucky
do your homework.
winners.
Keep an eye out.
And today, again, it's going to be day 3. So whichever team is going to top the chart just on today's results. And you are going to spam hashtag XYZ, your favorite team's name. And if they win, you've got a chance to win all these merchandise. But you've got to do a few extra things, right? Of course, head over to the BGMI official esports channel. On the description, we have a link of a form that you have to fill up. Because if you're going to win and we do not know where you stay at, well, the zippers and
we're
the
gonna
t-shirts,
keep him.
we're going to keep
It's as simple as that. And he already has a couple in his collection.
have to
I'm trying
say
to
that.
add a few to mine.
I mean, we've got to get a special order for you, right? Big man, 4XL, 5XL, whatever it is.
Anyway, forget about the XLs. I'm not that big, but anyway, what is going to be big is going to be the first game because the action is going to be aplenty. I like that all. Thank you so much, Fixes. But before all the death and destruction visits the beautiful map of Erangel, let's just have a look and see how peaceful and serene it can be.
Just before the carnage, right? It's like the calm before the storm. A bridge, sort of. I'm open. You can come. I've got little wings. I've got those little platforms to play around. And there've been matches in the past where we did see players, taking the fights over here, especially in the iQOO BMPS round 4. However, ever since iQOO BMPS has started, we're yet to see a Southern Circle XP. I mean, could today be the day?
The furthest south that we've been is, just
Around the
north of
Milta area,
Milta. That's about it. I want to see something even further down south. I want to see something on the Sanhok military base, maybe on the southern coastline, because, I like one thing. Now, the majority of us who do play, even casually, we have an idea about the map, right? Because we're creatures of habit. We're going to do the same thing again and again. But what if the circle ends up at Zarki? What if it ends up, north of Stolberg? What do teams do then? Because do they know the terrain as well as the others? See, that's the question, and that's what makes it interesting.
Now, considering how notorious the circle has been these days, I'm pretty sure we're going to see one of those circles. Maybe one of them, just heading towards the water. The entire circle submerged inside. We've got so many fishes. Then you have that little tiny, piece of land in between. Whoever gets there gets to be the one having the chicken. Anything is possible, but for now we're just going to be dreamers, hoping about getting a certain military circle. It's been ages since we've had that, but I believe XP, now it's time to roll.
Well, it is time to roll. There you have it. Erangel beauty shots are done with. Beautiful map, but now the big bird is going to be up in the sky once again. And have a look at that, Fixes. pretty much the exact same plane path we saw yesterday in Game 1. We are going to have a little northeastern trajectory, and looks like we will be flying over the military base. We will be flying over Milta, and things are going to end at Lipovka. Now, I do have a little disclaimer for all our viewers. Consider it a public service announcement. I might be calling Fixes giggles in due time because, again, you know, we like messing around with our zone predictions, and sometimes he just cannot contain it.
I mean, yesterday's circle, the final one.
Oh boy.
Oh, that was something out of the world, right? It's been what, 3 years of casting previous title before, you know, previous titles. Now you're casting BGMI. Yesterday's final game had to be something out of the Pandora's box because I was really caught off guard.
It was mischievous.
It was very mischievous yesterday. But for now, again, I think ideally before the update, I would have said it's going to be a plain old Gatka circle. But now I'm not going to call any shots. Could be a northern one as well, like yesterday.
Let's
Could be
go.
going towards shooting range. We've had seen them, a few of them lately. But you're going to call it for George Paul Zaki? I don't think that's
Or the
gonna
military
happen.
base. Either
Or
or.
the military base.
I want something extreme Fixes.
Right from the very start, you don't want
Yes,
to
sir.
don't want the players to settle down, and there you go, an Eastern circle again, something quite similar to what we witnessed yesterday in the first game.
We did indeed. The question is, are we going to see some early action? Because we did see a couple of teams, drop down near some vehicles and, fight for them, almost getting knocked over. I wonder if that is going to be the case today. But for now, looks like most of the teams are going to be dropping down. I do see a couple of teams nearby one another, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. I do see GOG dangerously close to Team XO, but again, they've just dropped down. They have to pick up the weapons, and you don't want to give your location away right at the beginning, but it looks like the Autobotz definitely spotted something. We have a VSS in action, silent but deadly, as hell has spotted carry in the distance. Ooh, that could be a precarious situation because now Mr. IGL is coming. He's seen you, buddy. He's seen you. He jumps out of the way, but there you have it. An M4 is going to be on hand. I love Gary was still swinging with that right hook. I love the fact that he went out fighting.
Yeah, I mean, at least he went down, not crippled like a man right beside me. From a right hook.
I'm getting old, bud. I'm getting old.
Yeah, you sure are. But again, this is one of those fights, XP, that should not have happened. But indeed has. One of the primary reasons, if you talk about Hyderabad Hydras, they tend to drop around the Giorgio area. It all came down to how the flight path trajectory was, right? From the southern side towards the northern.
I agree with you, but the thing is, if you noticed, again, if you look at, if you do our homework, if you look at history, right? Yeah. Both teams normally jump off over Primosk, and then Hyderabad Hydras, they usually take the scenic route on the western aspect of Erangel, right? And then go up. This time, however, they decided to land near the ferry pair, and looks like, well, they were caught off guard, and they have paid a heavy price. However, let's see if that's going to be something that comes to bite them in the backsides later on, because for now, as you see, the circle is going to be up on our screens. AB, they're going to be going back to Primosk. They've done their job for now. I mean, anything you see happening early on?
For now, again, taking a look at the circle, it's pretty much in Team EXO circle, right? Yesterday, even in this particular circle, they managed to get a chicken dinner. But what I am assuming is the variables here in the form of Team GOG. Now, I had a little bit of a chat with their players. They were seeking advice as to what to do and what not to. And it was a clear cut out.
Are you sure they asked the right person? I'm just kidding with you, of course.
Oh,
we have one of the best analysts with us on the desk here.
What I suggested them was to try and take early fights, right? Something where you can control the situation. Somewhere where you really do not have to worry about the other teams joining in. Now the first and the second circle is exactly what they can possibly do, and I think the nearby neighbors to them has to be Team EXO. So maybe a GOG versus an EXO fight is on the table.
I agree with you, because at this stage, they're going to be just taking the fight to one team. Possibly, a couple of other loose cannons here and there, but if it's an even 4v4, they can assess the situation and basically come up with a little bit of a game plan, because like we always say, they know exactly where all the teams have dropped. Of course, we did catch a little bit of your analysis last night as well, making sure, you help out all the teams as to what they should probably do and, how to avoid certain things in the future. But for now, Global Esports, buddy, finally getting a chicken dinner, and they did it in style with 20 finishes.
And at this point, I will not really be surprised if they go after FS Esports, right? Especially the sort of momentum they have been carrying forward.
This early on?
And yeah, of course. I mean, this is the best time, right? This is the least moment where you're going to expect someone to strike at you. And all you can do is have two players stationed at the Rozok Hills, two taking that eastern compounds over there, and then just just provide a blockade for FS to not pass by.
After all, yesterday the final action did take place in and around the Rozok Hill as well, where Global Esports did eventually wipe out FS. So, you know, I guess you're onto something here.
No, I mean, not really, because again, Global Esports, this is one of those teams that tends to thrive under pressure, right? They love to take those early fights. They've got that confidence. You've got that young talent in them. And they're just waiting for FSS to try and move around. And if they can capitalize on that, that could really work out well for them.
Reminds me of particular names in the past, you know, some people who did thrive under pressure. And, well, let's see if it's going to happen. Let's see if it's, well, they aren't here this time around, unfortunately, but, you know, anything can happen. But for now, Team INS, Joker and the boys, the loose cannons, actually, in this game right now. We know they love having fun, and we know, well, they do take a few, well, risky chances here and there, but sometimes it works out for them, sometimes it doesn't. What is their game plan today? How should they be approaching day 3?
You know, I've had a chat with Joker also. So what he's been saying is that, you know, we're just trying to engage in fights, understand how this lobby wants to play around. The second week is going to be all about trying and take the circle and understand how to play around with. And like you said, I completely agree with you. You know, they've been the loose cannon so far. They ideally are trying to do one thing. It's been quite repetitive, right? That is the fact that they try to take the center of the circle and try to defend it with all their might, but haven't really succeeded the way they would have wanted to play. But, you know, you've got those new coin slots over there. You can go get yourself some ammunition, some scopes. You can collect those coins. A little bit of an added feature over here. You've got that market just, you know, blinking here and around, as the players are just waiting for their cues. But Team Exo, interestingly, you know, yesterday if you talk about their Erangel game, the first Erangel, they tend to go away from Milta right from the very start, tend to go over towards those Lumberjack Hills, and then if the circle shifts back again, they make sure they have the hills under their control and then make their rotation towards the very end, helping them in getting those chickens.
See, I like that because this is what I think, right? I mean, they don't want to be in a position where they are stuck and somebody else is calling all the shots. They're the ones who want to be the aggressors. They're the ones who want to dictate what fight takes place. So I think it definitely makes a lot of sense. And again, it's all about coordination as well, right? I mean, if you can't communicate well with your teammates and if you can't work as a tight-knit unit, well, what's the point of, you know, being here as it is? But, all right, I guess he was just going to park the buggy in the bush. It's a bit too big for that bush. However, he is going to move on. Now, 7C Esports didn't have the best of day 1, but, boy, did they come out swinging on day 2.
Again, yeah, of course, 7C Esports, and then towards this last few games in Sanhok, one Erangel, Enigma Gaming also made their presence felt. But GOG being pretty early, rotating up on the hills. Now, they want to control, they want to restrict teams like Exo, they want to restrict teams like Kinetic, trying to get in. And this has always been the first rotation spot of Enigma Gaming. Every single time they drop off around that shelter prison area, they tend to rotate around this spot. You know, they've got that little dip to play around with. Beautiful spread. Anticipating the circle, if it kind of tends to shift a little bit towards the northern side, they have their PlayStation. If it's going to go down south, they have someone to provide the cover fire.
Well, let's see whether the circle is going to go down south because the shift is going to happen any second now. And we're going to keep our thinking hats away this time because it is going to be pretty decent for everyone. It is going to have a little bit of a western shift. And, well, Pachinki is still in contention. The school is the place where you might see a couple of teams go and shack up. And, well, most of the teams are going to be on their way. However, as usual, as is you know, their fashion, Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to be coming in pretty much last as far as the blue zone is concerned. Perhaps somewhere north of Rozok, they might even go all the way to Yasnaya.
I mean, at this point, Hyderabad Hydras, we've been raising questions, right? We've been pointing fingers. How are they going to carry forward the rotations? And they've always been successful. But one huge issue for them is the early loss for their top fragger, right? So it's of course carry 22 frags and still out of the picture over here. That's going to be a little bit of a bummer, but they have to play with what they have. Now in this particular circle, of course, the Potato Hills are going to be one of those hot areas to contest, and I believe teams are going to be heading there very much sooner or later.
Fun fact, you know, Hyderabad Hydras carry wasn't even in the top fragger list, the top 20 on day one. However, getting almost 20 frags, 20 finishes on the second day is astronomical. But for now, looks like we might finally have a little skirmish breaking out. It is going to be INS going up against GOG. That grenade is going to be a bit too short. Billion with that 28 does lay down some lead in their direction. However, they do have a little bit of cover to work around with. Now, as far as INS is concerned, they are trying to maneuver around. Oh, that was a little bit close. Have a look at that. Have a look at your mini-map. You see a couple of red spots on the right side, right? They might even get that right flank. GOG could be in a precarious situation. There you have it. He's just spotted out. The M16 is going to be rattling off. However, that grenade is going to make sure Joker needs some much-needed respite.
You know, I really like what MJ did over there, creating enough space for him, and this is one of those fights that maybe GOG would be looking to engage themselves in a perfect situation, right? They've got that high ground advantage now, laying down all those smokes. They've got a little freedom to try and come around a little bit as a shade push comes in, and this is where they have to take that really close range battle. Backup comes in from behind. It's going to be Bullet securing the first knock, and INS find themselves in a whole world of trouble.
Well, they are in trouble. Shane maybe just overstepped a little bit because Crazy Soul was not there on his right flank. And well, speaking of Crazy Soul, he has been brought down as well. Again, GOG are doing good. They're trying to make sure that the aggressors are the ones who make all the mistakes. Now, Joker is going to be on the back foot. There you have it. Crazy Soul's life is going to be snuffed out. And well, Leader is going to be a little bit on a high right now because he's like, you know, we already have two of them. Let's go finish the rest. Now, I like what GOG did here, right? They just had that little shack. However, that one rotation was perfect. But for now, Nick is going to go in. He has his AK ready. A grenade is being cooked by Joker. In fact, it is going to be flung. It's a good one, damaging him for half his health. And now Joker goes down on the little aggressive sprite. However, look at the cover coming in from the right there. Now this is when the boys might just be trapped.
This was a beautiful diversion from the players of GOG, right?
Well,
with MJ providing cover fire from behind, you've got two flanks secured, Leader and MJ on two different sides, giving enough room for Neek to really come in. And this is where, you know, Team INS, they're in a whole world of trouble, but still Joker, despite all odds, does manage to get a knockout, but he cannot overstep really. What on earth was Leader doing over there? As Bullet, he's also been spotted out, might really fall down as well, but still trying to fight it around. Villain on really low HP as Joker steps out, is going to be taken down by MJ, as now the last player surviving is going to be Villain, trying desperately to blow up the vehicle, but nothing so far.
Well, nothing so far. The thing is, you know, MJ did have that cover from the hill up top. However, looks like Joker is going to still be on his knees because, well, Billion has his work cut out. Now, this is when the push is coming in. Joker just might be finished. Ooh, that door blocked his vision. But Billion, with his UMP, is going to get the better of Bullet, pumping him full of lead. And now, this is when problems can arise for GOG. I do believe, there you have it, the revive is going to be the first thing that is done right now. And do you think GOG is coming in? Because they just have one man standing.
Oh, they really messed up, didn't they? Everything was perfect until the point that MJ and Leader did not try to come in inside the compound. They should have really taken it, and now MJ and Leader, look at them. 7C sort of chime in into the sidelines, and they're going to pick one after the other.
This is where experience comes in, and well, speaking of experience, let's see if Team Soul can do that, because they are going to go up against WSF. Akshat with that M4 gets the better of his opposition, and within a few seconds, two of them have already been wiped out. Curran is going to go down as well, courtesy of Hex's UMP, and Goblin from the distance, from another building, is going to make sure the WSF now are left with one man standing, and the last man is going to go up on the first floor. He does deploy a grenade or Molotovs just to keep the enemy at bay. However, Goblin's heard it. Invader's going to jump out. He's going to jump. He shoots. He connects. He gets a knock. But now Goblin is going to be up on his left. Does he know that? No, he doesn't. It's Hector, in fact, who's going to make sure he puts that final nail in the coffin. And, well, although the top dog Goblin is out, Team Soul looking good so far.
Oh yeah, but it's a huge dent for Team Soul, losing out on their best players. But for now, you know, of course, this is again Team Soul's mentality to try and go a little aggressive, have their hands heated up and play around. But getting back to that fight, right? GOG really delayed a lot.
Yes,
a lot. Because the moment you have two of your players pushing in, that is where you also have to come inside the inside the little compound to try to have this number advantages coming in your favor. As 7C, they They know INS, they're already wounded, already crippled, now just survived by one of their players, Billion. He's making those $1 billion moves, but can he survive this one?
Oh my goodness, looks like that McLaren is going to be a little bit strong over here, but now the chase is on. Salvatore gets off into the other scene, and he does lay down some shots. Billion is in fact 1 in a billion, because boy oh boy does he have a guardian angel on his shoulders. Now, this is what GOG should have done, right? The moment 7C got that single knock, they knew that, hey buddy, maybe they just won, maybe they just do. If they've been paying attention, there's a little bit of a shock in your way, but it's not going to be harmful for him now. But again, quick thinking here, Fixes, on Billion's part, because he knew that they're coming in. In fact, he heard the vehicle. Had they not come in the vehicle and, you know, made a run for it, perhaps he might have even gone for that revive.
You know, it was quite obvious, right? The moment you know that 7C had been in the neighborhood, they were hearing all those gunshots.
Oh, yeah.
They were keeping a clean, close eye on the finish fade out there. But there you go again, a really ludicrous circle shift towards the L building over here, which Autobotz have taken. Now, Autobotz is one of those teams that did manage to get the first chicken dinner of BMPS. Now, they have a perfect spot. We know they love to play around the centers. This could also be their game.
It could be indeed, but it looks like Billion's game is finally over as, well, Enigma Gaming are going to rack up a few finishes for themselves as Team INS are going to bid us adieu. Now, speaking of FS Esports, looks like they are going to make the cover in the nick of time. However, the pressure is going to be a bit too much elsewhere. UP50 takes on Team XO.
Now, Global Esports, they haven't really gotten themselves
That's
into the
optimistic.
mix of things. And, well, Joker, I mean, I think from this spot you can do. And spotting out K47 in the worst of situations. But the
it's a
trades were
trade.
really, really fast.
Well, the trades do come in, and now I wonder what Manya is doing, because he's going to be concentrating on another team. He knows someone's in the distance elsewhere. Enigma Gaming are going to be running over 7C Stray Guards and run over by Evo's buggy, as Aladdin is going to try and retaliate, just suppress the enemy so that maybe, just perhaps, he can pick up his fallen comrade. Now, I like the fact that, you know, Enigma Gaming didn't make a mistake of stopping over there and engaging, because the way they were set up, I'm talking about 7C, of course, they would have been caught in the crossfire. And speaking about getting caught, looks like Canary just became a coffin.
Oh, yeah, he did. And our esports have lost one of their most valuable players,
Ooh, that's
about Jadu. He's done his magic even before yesterday, if you remember, you know, trying to be a spoil spot for EXO. Did try to chew down one of those players, did manage to get those finishes. Our esports have been pretty impressive. Now, we've got to see what they do from this particular situation. As our esports, they have that beautiful jungle area to themselves, right? A perfect ridge to play around with, but they really need to watch out for Kinetic, and one of their players stepping up on that track is not the wisest of ideas.
Well, I like the fact that you said that, you know, they need to watch out, because again, that is where the bullets are coming from. And the thing is, you know, yes, this dip is awesome. I mean, we've seen it in play quite a few times. But I have noticed one thing. Sometimes when you do get knocked out and you're clumped together, those grenades, they trickle down right to the center, and it goes boom, and along with it, everything else is blown to smithereens. But for now, the circle is going to be up on our screens, and shots are going to be fired, but I do believe we might see a little bit of a rotation coming in from RTR towards the top right of your screens. That looks like Kinetic are making the move. There you have it. Jadu is going to try and suppress them, keeping them at bay, but now they might have lost their advantage again. It's that little clumping that I was talking about. Shots are going to be fired. KU gets the better, switches to the M4. He's going to jump. No, he doesn't, because Jadu, well, looks like the magic just slipped out of his fingers.
It did, and KU utilizing the perfect window of opportunity, getting those finishes to his name. 3 already picked up for Kinetic. This is a clean start for them. But now Hero trying to scavenge whatever he possibly could. Goes on with the spray with his arm, not really mattering, as 7C and EXO, they're going to be locking horns.
Well, there you have it. The big dogs are taking on one another. Sarang is going to have his work cut out. He is a little bit far away from his teammates, trying to deploy smoke. And of course, the blue is inching closer and closer. But right now, Fierce, he does have a grenade. He knows somebody just popped in. He might just throw it, but there was a little bit of an aversion. Oh, I thought he almost got him, but looks like he might just spot him. Wait a second. He has no idea that he's right there in the middle. A grenade does go off, but Fierce, against all odds, with shrapnel raining down on his face, gets the better elsewhere. RTR, well, they found themselves a blockade in the form of Global Esports.
And that was the wrong push to make, right? They could have really taken over the hills, tried to isolate the players of Global Esports, knowing the fact that this is going to be one of the hotly contested areas. RTR Retribution deciding to hit on them was surely not a wise idea, as Nakul, just on the verge of getting eliminated, somehow gets a little bit of a resurrection, as RTR still have few of the players alive, but in a very tough spot.
In a very tough spot, and it looks like Craniac just took a few bullets to the cranium, and he is going to be out, as is Chonu, who was blown to smithereens. And is that all she wrote? That is it. RTR, they have been put 6 feet under. The 11th team had that just bounced a little bit more, it could have been a bit devastating. But again, the 11th team to be knocked out. Elsewhere, looks like K47 is going to open up a this, and now Fox from the other end is trying to lay down lead in Punk's direction. Again, I love the fact that the McLarens are a bit more hardy, but there you go. That is all that's going to happen right now, because Team Kinetic, from the other hand, is going to be playing games as well. Grenade thrown. Is Enigma going to be in the frag zone?
You know, in the next couple of minutes, I'm pretty sure Autobotz are on their backlines, and now they know that Autobotz have already have themselves engaged in a fight. As Fox keeps tossing off those grenades and the Molotovs out there, the utility getting into perfect use, but now they've realized that they could be under fire from elsewhere. As Enigma, wow, how are they still alive?
Let me tell you one thing, if you were ever building a house, you want to use that same plywood because it is indestructible. But for now, it's going to be Global Esports who are facing FS Esports. Now again, they do have compounds to play around with. Both these teams are still in the circle, but as you mentioned, I do see with the corner of my eye, Soul are going to be moving in on the Autobotz position. We might just switch over there. There you have it. Akshat, Hector, and Omega are going to be blown up. Hector almost getting the brunt of that attack as well. Now the question is, do they go for the revive? Oh my goodness! Did someone call in for an artillery strike? Because in a split second, Akshat is now the last man standing. And well, buddy, things aren't really looking good.
Yeah, the timing was completely off the charts, right? Could have done better, way better Team Soul. They should have really rotated a little bit early on, just when Team Autobotz went for a hard reset, trying to push over them from a single particular direction, where they were trying to funnel in. That is how all the nades were laid out, right? Omega and Hector were clearly out of options. Akshat had a little bit of a space, but could not do much. All he's going to do and focus on is try to secure as many finishes as he can before he gets eliminated.
Interesting fact. Now, if you have a look at your mini-map, the circle has moved up. Akshat, you're playing a dangerous game over here. The moment you let loose those shots, well, your position might just be given away. And it looks like Autobots are under the impression that there is no one in their vicinity. So still, you know, I mean, credit where credit is due. He does have the ability to be a little thorn in the side, a little snake in the back. But I wonder if that's going to be the case because, well, I was just going to bring this up. You know, Kinetic, they have a good position. However, finally, from distance, and I'm talking about 250, maybe 300 meters, Hyderabad Hydras are coming to play, and there you have it. Akshat is going to retaliate. Unfortunately, there is going to be some cover now. The rest of the Autobots are going to assemble on this position, and let's see if he can keep them at bay. Well, he's going to go out for the picks right now.
I mean, he's out of options, right? All he can do is try to dispose the smoke just behind him and try to go on and do whatever he can do. With all those grenades, does get Orba and both of the combine as he reduces Autobots to just a one-man team.
Well, there you have it now. It is going to be a one-on-one between Autobots and Team Soul. Akshat, he has patched himself up, but does he have an idea that the enemy is actually already circling around him? Because sooner or later, his back just might be exposed. And, well, Mr. IGL might put a few hot bullets in there, but for now, Akshat is making the move. Oh, he knows the fallen combats are right over there. He shoots, he does connect. That AK is going to be rattling off with the butterflies. He switches to the M4. Unfortunately for him, it was Mr. IGL gets the better, and well, his days are done as well because K47, no, not K47, I'm sorry for that. It was, I do believe we're going to have to wait for the kill feed who did get the better of him over there. It was
Rex
from Enigma, and now, have a look at this. Team Kinetic finally finding a footing. Hyderabad Hydras losing striker early on. Maxi and Ace Black up against them.
You know, Enigma gave all the watchdogs over here, but right now Team Kinetic, they are absolutely hot with the form they are going through. Ace Black,
oh,
that little bit of a smoke, a grenade coming his way. Is that a grenade even? Yes, it was. Somehow avoided. The striker trying desperately to get back to his leader will eventually be crushed down as Maxi He's going to make those big brain plays. As Onyx has been spotted out, KU on really the sliver of HP has finally managed to heal himself up, eventually getting sprayed down. He has to make a dash towards Maxi. Eventually he's going to fall as Hyderabad Hydras still somehow managed to keep two of their players alive in the final few circles.
Man, this is what happens when a team sticks together for a long time. I mean, of course, there's that confidence, there's that communication, there's that coordination, and all that experience coming in, which definitely is going to help them along the way. Now, final three teams are still in the fray. K47 almost getting the better of Rex over there, but looks like he is going to make it behind cover. And, well, those cars are already exploding, or are they going to go boom? Well, these ones have already gone boom. That means they are going to be safe for now. However, Maxi with one good grenade could spell trouble, and there it comes. It's going to be a bit long, and the shrapnel might just get Rex, but he administered that first aid in the nick of time.
Indeed he did. One more going in. One more is going to also follow suit. Maxi. Has he cooked it perfectly well? I do not think so, but still is going to get the job done. As now it's just going to be Evo who survives. Going to retreat a little bit, try and have his teammate coming over, but that is not going to happen as Maxi secures yet another finish, and Hyderabad Hydras, they're on a prowl.
They are on the prowl, and they are going to be in line for their second chicken dinner right now, but K47 has other ideas. It is a 2v2 situation, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like FS Esports might be on this second as well. Well, the thing is, they have a little bit of an advantage, especially have a look at Explicit's position, right?
And the circle.
And the circle. Now, the thing is, K47 is going to be in the house, but buddy, you can't do that. If he gets knocked out, that is going to be the end for FS Esports.
No, at this point, Hyderabad Hydras really need to start using a bait and switch play, right? They need to have the Bucky going in, try to figure out where Explicit is, and then, you know, someone needs to provide cover fire. But with these smoke paths being laid down, it's going to be so difficult for Maxi to, you know, shoot from behind, give that cover that his teammate was really hoping for.
You know what I want? I want K47. Now, again, his position is going to be under heavy scrutiny right now because they know he's in the building. He needs to rotate around a bit. There you have it. He is going to get out. Smokes are being deployed on that end as well, trying to make sure that he can regroup with his teammate in case they need two guns instead of one. But now, there you have it. Max is going to be spotted out. Oh, this is going to be a bit low for Hyderabad Hydras. Now, it is going to be a one-on-two situation. Correction, it's going to be a one-on-one. It's going to come down to the last man at the end, but now Explicit's position has been given away. Ace Black trying to get as much cover as he can. He shoots, he connects, and well, he put FS Esports in the ground. Hyderabad Hydras, ladies and gentlemen, with their second chicken dinner and the first one on day 3. Woo!
What just happened?
Did you see how he went back, hit the deck, even though the blue zone was coming? Because that split second is the only reason he's standing, and FS Esports isn't.
I do not know how to respond to this. Just a word. Wow. It could suffice and make up for what all Hyderabad Hydras did in those final few circles. Oh, very well-earned chicken dinner going to their name. Not a lot of finishes though, but exactly what they wanted to grab the second spot in the overall standings.
Yes, sir. Ooh, I see your maths has improved since the last time I met you. Of course, Hyderabad Hydras with 22 points on the tippity top. Following up, FS Esports again. You know, we were kind of thinking after day 1, they were in a bit of a slump, if I want to use that word. 20 points, not a bad outing. Enigma Gaming, buddy, in 3rd with 16. Team Kinetic also sharing with 16 points.
Now I'm starting to wonder what went wrong with Global Esports, because considering the point that they were holding, they had the perfect split, a 2-2 around the squad house and those
They were surrounded.
Not from the right-hand side, right? From this frontal side, yes, but I still want to see in the highlights what really happened.
Well, I'm pretty sure Team Kinetic were a little bit of a thorn in their side because, again, you know, from the hill right behind that house, north of their compound, one team was rushing in. I don't want to
mess up. It was Kinetic, I guess.
Kinetic was on the other side, right? They had that dip when they wiped out our Esports, remember? And they stuck to that position for a long, long time. And I do believe Global Esports, well,
Retribution RTR.
It could be because they were the ones who actually moved into their position.
They still had 2 of their players alive.
Sir.
So could have done something, but we do not really know what happened. But Team Soul making those same old mistakes again, messing up their rotation times, had to pay the hefty price.
Valiant effort by Akshat though.
Yes, but that could have been even better, right? Could have been a cleaner one had they rotated a little faster.
Now, of course, you know, we just have a look at the post-match segment powered by Loco because, well, the iQOO MVP is coming up and it is going to be K47ST from FS Esports.
Oh yeah, and FS Esports, one of those teams that, if you remember, dropped off at Trollsock, did not have to do a lot, just took one of those rotations towards the squad house and held it for so long, right? And I talk about K47, he was inside that house, having that high ground advantage, spotting so many of those teams around and just shooting lead one after the other, taking them down. But 800 points of damage, could have done better in trying to be clinical as we take a look at the top 5 leaders in this match. And wow, Hyderabad Hydras take a bow. But Akshat, I mean, a very valiant effort towards the end, which I really felt could not have been the case. But Joker, also from Global Esports, coming in with those 800 plus points of damage, he has always been instrumental for the success of this team.
Oh, absolutely. And I love the fact that, you know, it is kind of evenly spread out amongst the teams. But now let's have a look at more facts and figures because, well, the match summary is popping up. And lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, the maximum grenade finishes thus far.
16. And we did see a few, at least 2 coming out from Akshat in those situations, and multiple from Hyderabad Hydras. Even Maxi, you saw how he wiped out players of Enigma.
You know, this is a little shout out to production as well. In the coming weeks, I want to see grenade knocks because that is going to be over 100 maybe at some point. But of course, we might just make that happen. Now, of course, you all can have a look at what happened in this game. But let's have a closer look and see what the finish to damage graph ratio is because, well, looks like everyone almost got a taste of blood.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, at this point, the way the circle panned out, which we really eventually thought that from the start would be sort of a Milta circle, which sort of happened yesterday. No, it was more of a northernish shift. A little bit of a change, but I think there was a lot of room created because a lot of teams did engage in those early fights, early battles, right? One of the big ones had to be GOG going up against INS, 7C coming into the fray, getting the better out of both those teams, and then eventually moving on, Seoul wiping out yet another team. I think it was Esports Wala WSF. Did lose out on Goblin though, and there was a lot of room and space created in the final circles for the teams to kind of start breathing in.
It was indeed, and now, well, you did do some quick maths on the seat here earlier. Let's have a look at the overall standings because we are going to have a switcheroo. There you have it, Hyderabad Hydras climbing to the 2nd position, and well, although Seoul did not have a bad outing, their lead, buddy, is slowly dwindling.
Oh yeah, and it's just few more games, few more good games for Hyderabad Hydras and Team EXO, and even OR Esports are going to be joining in the next match. If they manage to get a chicken out, or if they manage to have some big games and Team Seoul continues making these mistakes, they're going to pay a heavy price, might have to also give away their lead. But from the others, I think Autobotz had a really good position to defend, and considering how complacent they got in that final situation against Team Seoul, that was not really excusable, right? You know, 2 of the players have been knocked out. There has to be one other player just inside of it. They did not really check the compounds. What they could have done is, you know, threw out smokes and covered those openings from where the shots could have come in and done a clean sweep, which they did not, and paid the price.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's what we love saying over here. But again, you know, you can say the same thing about the whole GOG incursion on INS's position. It was like a split-second decision. Had MU and the teammates come in with them, they would have had a 4 versus 2 advantage, and they lost out on that. And you know, it is that's how the cookie crumbles, guys. I mean, sometimes you got to learn from your mistakes. But now, if you have a look at the 2nd page, FS Esports climbing up to the 9th position.
You know, this is where I really love the efforts from GOG, not really withdrawing from that situation, rather facing their fears. And yeah, talking about that particular fight, right? It was about GOG taking down 2 players of INS. We did witness Billion and Joker to retreat inside the little compound. They were perfectly stationed trying to provide cover fire from 2 sides. Now, the moment your 2 players have already dashed in, that is where you also have to join the pack. You have to make sure that the 2 players that have already entered in, they provide you cover fire from the side. They provide you cover fire while you are also ramming the vehicles, get the numbers advantage in your favor, and get the shooting done.
I completely agree with you because, you know, the angles that they set up on the flanks, on the hill, that would make sense if GOG was still outside the building. And if INS was going to make some hasty decisions, maybe jump out of a window, maybe try and flank them. But again, you know, you couldn't have said it better. They should have come in at that time because the 2 gentlemen up ahead were already holding down the fort.
Exactly. And in this moment, if they had made a run, right, even if the players of INS could have gotten out, which they would not have considering the number scarcity, they could have really capitalized. But GOG, I think this is where they learn from the mistakes, right? The next time they engage in battles, they would know, they would have a clear picture in what to do. But for now, again, UP50, GOG, two of those teams we had really high hopes from, really need to start picking up pace along with Esports Wala WSF. Now, Esports Wala WSF in the iQOO BMOC, they were a whole different entity, right? The kind of confidence they had, they're certainly kind of starting to question themselves. And this is where, I've been constantly urging all these teams to try and pick up fights. Now, one thing I have to give it up to GOG was, of course, their intention and the willingness to engage in did not really back out because there were no objectives. They wanted to create such a situation where they were in the mood and they got it for themselves, but did not work out really well. They learned.
And also 7C kind of came in from the back and kind of just sandwiched them in. But again, that is what it is. And, the thing is, this would not have been possible without iQOO and Loco. So, once again, let's have a quick word from our amazing sponsors.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
I like that. Watch, play, stream, repeat. That's the Loco way, and that's what's going to be happening over here every single day when you come back. But you know what else is going to happen every single day?
This one and a giveaway for all our viewers. 3 lucky winners have a chance. All you've got to do, like I've been saying, head over towards Amazon, type iQOO Neo 6, and then press on please notify me, participate in a little very easy quiz. And if you're lucky, you're going to have this one in your pockets by the end of the evening. But XP, again, a beautiful map of Erangel, exactly the right start we wanted. Finally teams are starting to get reality checks that they cannot get away with what they've been trying to do. Now, one of the biggest examples of that has to be Team Soul.
Oh yeah, I mean, they didn't have the best of days too, day twos, right? So the thing is, this time around, they were up on the aggression, but again, there was something similar to day one. Now, like I said, they take their time, they like sneaking their way in. However, this time, people kind of expected that, and that little skirmish right at the end when they went up against the team that finally did wipe them out. Again, they were too clumped in, and the retaliation came in quick and on time. But of course, in case you missed all the action, well, we had the first knock and finish come right at the beginning, and I still love the fact that Carey, despite knowing there's a gun trained at him and bullets are being shrapneled into him, he still was swinging.
A man's got to do whatever he has to survive, right? But again, heading on, this was one of those fights. INS stepping a little bit over and had to be punished for that. But this is where, you've got to appreciate how good Joker was in those clutch situations, right? Reacting to pressure. But MJ and Leader kind of not heading into the squads, eventually had to fall down to the jaws of 7C as they really capitalized on that situation. Now, this is where I really have to bring in Team Soul again. Now, they had a very good start over here. They could have easily gotten a revive on one of their fallen players, Omega. Now, Goblin makes a very hasty move, right? He goes in, pushes in all by his lonesome, starting to feel himself. Where is the cup of fire? There's no one along with him. Invader takes a jump, and he knows death is awaiting him. Before that, let me get a finish point, and that again hurts Soul.
And again, you were right. Goblin kind of overstepped over there because they knew there was just one man standing, and Omega was getting revived. So, at the best situation, they could have gone 2v1. Now, what he wasn't expecting, Fixes, was that Invader would jump out. Ouch! That is going to hurt. That is going to break the hip, the back, the legs, every single thing. But it is what it is. And, well, That's how this game pans out sometimes. This little trade-off was amazing, and that's the fact that Joker kind of went down from Global is one of the reasons why they were wiped out. Now, I wanted to break this down, right? Now, our esports at this stage, when they were trying to keep Team Kinetic at bay, they had the advantage had they been on the ridge. However, the moment they backed off, they lost their visuals, and that is when Team Kinetic took advantage of that fact.
Oh yeah, 100% agree with you. Now moving on to this particular fight. Now Team EXO, we haven't seen much out of them taking those early fights, but this one little move from Fierce was amazing. Realized there was a player who rammed in, heard the vehicle noise coming in, and wiped out the entirety. Now 7C wanted to have a good start, did not get it. Now this is where the conversation sort of comes in on towards the players of GE. Now two of their players were over the hills. Maybe it could have been UP50 also trying to create a little bit of trouble for them, because I was watching them somewhere lingering around the periphery of the circle, but EXO for the first time, I must say, have picked a really terrible spot for themselves.
They did and they didn't, because had that first vehicle not overextended as it did, had it stopped a little bit lower, they would not have been seen. And once they lose one person, just like dominoes, they all topple over. Now this is where it all went wrong. Omega is going to be the first one to blow up. This is when Hector needs to move away from that position, because, more often than not, when a grenade comes and knocks you out, the follow-up comes to finish you up, which again, that's the presence of mind that is needed. However, Akshat over here gets the first knock, and now a double banger over here as well, as Orva and his teammate went down, and Mr. IGL with the last few bullets is going to get the better, but it was a short-lived victory, because from afar, Rex from Enigma was like, you're mine.
He was out of options, right? Already being blocked by his own teammates, could not get inside the garage, would have been finished either ways. But this is where Hyderabad Hydra stepped it up a lot. As FS, of course, now we could realize what really happened with two of the remainder of the players of G eventually got wiped out. KU did whatever he possibly could over there, but this is where Maxi really brought in the heat. Everything he had through the entire kitchen sink over, got those two finishes, and then right after, new Team Enigma. They were creating a lot of commotion, so many vehicles around, knew that there's going to be someone in there hiding, lobbed those grenades into perfection, even taking Enigma out of picture. But what happened later on, there was something less than magic.
What hurts is, as far as Enigma is concerned, right? I mean, yes, you have those makeshift fortifications, but they kind of trap themselves in as well.
Oh, yeah.
And, it is going to be something that you have to live with. Now, this is when the move is made. Look, Maxi was the first one to be knocked out. However, he gave away valuable information, and that little dip, he gets up and the grenade comes in. Oh my goodness, it was just perfection. And, well, Hyderabad Hydras looking strong on day 3.
Beautiful start, considering I think I must say, they've been carrying forward that momentum that they picked in the map of Miramar. Now, despite even having their highest fragger being eliminated early on, still taking those fights, they were really smart. The timings, the way they engaged in was absolutely pristine.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is where, like I said, questions are going to be raised at teams like Seoul, teams like EXO, trying to make those really hasty moves, especially Seoul, because, like I said, when Fox had his entire attention diverted towards Team EXO, that is where they should have made a run, right? We call the shots. Team Seoul is going to push in. That is where they heard all the commotion. That was the perfect avenue to get in. And they did not just make that one mistake, right? It followed up one after the other. Everybody funneled in from one location where they could have easily spread out a little bit and could have created... Yeah, they had that area because there was nobody on the back lines. They could have easily gotten a few spread across. At least two would have died to a nade, right? That could have been avoided, but yes, again, they're still having that cushion, which is kind of getting depleted, and I'm pretty sure by the next few games, if Hyderabad Hydras, EXO, ORG keep on continue playing like that, I think the days where Team Seoul is at the top spot are numbered.
Absolutely, and this is where the pressure can kind of start mounting as well, right?
Yeah.
Because, again, once you have that cushion, you do try new things out, and they have been trying new things out. However, now they're going to have to go back to their playbook and, take out plays from that. So let's see if Seoul are going to stick to what they do best. Take it easy, not engage too early on, because, again, they're like sneaking in. They're good at taking compounds. Let's be honest about that, right? However, what they are better at is holding on to a compound, preferably somewhere in the center, and laying down lead in every direction. Yeah. But again, that's the best case scenario, and it doesn't always pan out for them. But anything else we're going to take away from this first game?
I think one other fight has to be, of course, FS and Global Esports, right? Especially Global Esports with that split. I really felt that could have been that one game where Global Esports could have continued that onslaught from day number 2, gotten over. But I feel it was UP50 from the backlines, trying to get the better of the two players over the hills, and the two other players eventually met their makers while, with that one good grenade. And few other fights, I think we did have that Kinetic in RE fight, where Kinetic was also one of those teams that really made a comeback here.
They did, and that particular fight that we were talking about happening just south of the GEFS fight was the fact that, again, our esports, they had pretty much the advantage over there because, look, Team Kinetic have to come towards them, right? They did have vehicles, and a couple of them did come on foot. Now, the moment they backed away from that ridge, the moment they lost their visual, you have no idea where the enemy is going to come from. And again, we just mentioned moments earlier that the thing about that dip is everything trickles down towards the center. Fallen comrades, grenades included. And the moment one goes down, what's the first thing you think? You want to be safe, and which is the safest spot? Right in the center, and everybody knows that. So it was basically like one of those movies that the enemy comes over the hill, and it's like, oh, you got guns on either side. You look all around you, it's like you're surrounded. That's what happened with our esports.
Yeah, even with our esports now, again, this sort of gives us a conversation around what went wrong with EXO and Team Enigma, right? Like you said, I completely agree with you. Had that vehicle not been overstepping a little bit, had it been around the dips, had the player dropped out, could have let the vehicle explode and could have built out a cover and still would have been alive. But then again, in those final few phases, we did see, right, it was shots even coming from the back lines, from the players of Autobotz, who had a clear vision to where they were. So the intentions could have been better in that situation, because that is not how Team EXO likes to play, right? This is one of those teams that plays that scissor strategy. Try to clear your enemy from the edges and always have your backline secured. And them kind of making that really hasty move, not having the confidence to take that fight against Autobotz, that is where the cookie crumbled.
Also, you got to keep one thing in mind, right? So this was just moments after Global Esports was obliterated by FS, and we're going to hold on to our thought because looks like we are going to have the pre-match segment powered by Loco coming up, which means, well, I'm going to have to bid you guys adieu, and well, a ray of sunshine is going to be sitting where I am.
Yes, indeed, as Arca is going to step in on the casting desk, as now we will have Group A going up against Group B. Now we do have OR Esports, Big Brothers, the big names coming in. Blind still struggling. Nigma Galaxy has been accruing a lot of position points. ACBC has been one of those teams that has really impressed us in the past. Team MG, on the first day of the two Miramars they were the teams with the highest points collected in Miramar. So a big group stack coming into the fray. Arca, what are your thoughts?
It's kind of a wake-up call still for the teams, in the Group A.
Oh, yeah.
There's a big names, right? So just imagine the kind of impact GOG had put on us in the first day itself when they were playing from the first group itself, They were playing so well with the zone. They were playing so well with the circles. They were
Are you talking about the BMOC?
Yeah, from BMOC itself.
Yeah.
So, but, then again, these new pros are not able to keep up to it. But at the same time, let's not forget that, few experienced teams. This is how the game changes, I believe. And I think that you're going to agree with this on that. That, there are very rare cases where a new team comes in and tries to understand that without the zone, it's all about that, finish points you need to rake up on. And these new pros are not actually able to keep up to it.
Oh, they certainly aren't, and they gotta still take their time, but a phone that is gonna help you out in all your endeavors, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the iQOO Neo 6, and our friends from iQOO have a very special message for you guys just about now.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win.
We've been talking a lot about this phone, right? Right from iQOO BMPS, we've seen iQOO Neo 6 in all its beauty, and well, we've been taking it home to our hotels, playing a lot of BGMI on, and oh, it just keeps on getting better, right? Yesterday, I barely had any charge, just plugged in and still played.
Yep.
still did not lose even a single frame. It was all smooth and all fluidic. And all you guys, 3 lucky winners, you do have your chances to win this, and Arca is going to tell you how.
So you guys head on to Amazon right away, and in
Right
the
away.
address bar of Amazon, all you have to do is make sure that you type iQOO Neo 6. Okay, be specific that you're gonna search for this device only, iQOO Neo 6. Then search for it. Then there you can get to know that there's a small label coming up where you have to say notify me, and there's gonna be certain quiz or certain questions asked, or there's gonna be certain games for you to play. And once you're finished with all those things, I think you're good to go, right? You just need to be lucky after that.
And it's happening every day. So some or the other day, the arrows you're shooting might just hit. But for now, we've got 10 merchandise giveaways to be given out. T-shirts and sippers. All you've got to do is support your favorite team. Let's say you're a Hyderabad Hydras fan. They've started
yes.
off with a chicken dinner. Could possibly end at the top. So keep spamming #HH. And by the end of the evening, if your team stays on top, you stand chance to win these prizes. And how do you do that? Also, you have to head over to the BGMI official esports channel. There's a form on our link that is on the description. You've got to click on that link, fill it up, because if you're winning and we do not know your addresses, we're keeping it up. We're splitting. I'm going to keep the sipper. He's going to have the t-shirt. And the other day for someone else, we're just going to keep exchanging gifts. Nothing for XP though. Nothing for him.
I think so. He's going to be disappointed with that. He's going to
don't
come
care.
back with something very, very soon. But yet, so that's the most important thing, guys. If you're just spamming out your favorite team and expecting it's not going to work out, you need to be smart, fill up those forms, and then all these things done. Now let's get ahead.
Back to
Let's go
business.
back right into the game.
Yeah.
That is where the more important things are turning out to be. It's going to be the map of Miramar as we step into the beauty shots of it, and we are able to see that this time the map of Miramar is going to have a lot of skirmishes, I believe, because few teams have realized it, right? As you said, it was late for for few teams to realize, but as you had already put a word to the side of GOG to take those early fights, we can see that they're trying to do it as well, and I believe that the others are also starting to do it. Prioritizing the circle first, go to the dead center, make sure that you have the right kind of resources, and that's one thing which I loved the most in the final fight previously. I mean, he had that grenades when required, and at the same time having a 4x in the final circle where you can dominate. Probably he could have switched it with any other scope, but he's like, let me rely on 4x because in that mid-range fight I know that I'm not going to miss much, and he uses it to perfection to gain that winner chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, and also that grenade towards the end, right? A perfect misdirection by his side.
Yep.
He was having his entire attention being focused on himself, and that grenade was flung over, and well, Explicit could not do much in that situation. But yeah, again, talking about how the pacing of the game has been rather fast, right?
Yep.
Teams aren't really hesitating to engage in those fights pretty early on. If they see one, they understand in those final few circles, it's such a huge cluster that it all comes down to if you are under the mercy of the circle. Because if you aren't, then you're done for. So teams want to make sure that those final few circles remain a little bit more breathable for them, a little bit of more room to play around, a little more rotation. So yeah, I'm going to anticipate, some early battles breaking out in those initial phases of Miramar, and we love this, how dynamic teams are getting, right? Everyone was hesitant a little bit in the first stage, and that is where Team Soul really capitalized on it. But now Team Soul, they're not going to be with us. It's just going to be Group A and Group B, which means we do have big names like OR Esports, Big Brother, Initiative Academy, Walkouts, Blind Esports, Enigma Galaxy, ACBC, Team MG joining us, as this is again another one of those mischievous flight path trajectories we do have from Campo Militar all the way to its Puerto Paraiso.
This is where I really want to find out who's going to be going towards the side of ruins, right? So this is a new thing which you have been seeing, that the circle doesn't stay with the flight path that regularly like how it used to be before. So I'm looking forward to see who's going to be taking that, element of doubt into their favor and trying to go somewhere far away. It's good to see that most of these teams exactly know what to do. But ultimately, the top 5 players of Miramar, HH coming back. You were persistent on saying this, that HH's hometown is Miramar, and eventually we're able to see that as well. Now GE versus HH is something new for us to witness. Probably old for few people, but for me, this is going to be absolutely new, as we can get to know that there's a split gameplay coming in from the side of Hyderabad. Hydras, I'm so sorry, I thought it was HH. It's Hydra officials rather.
Right. I mean, this is what I was talking about. These are not the Hydras from Hyderabad, right? These are the Hydras from Pune itself. But for now, Global Esports, we've got to see. They know that Hydra official have been one of those teams that has been relentlessly trying, but still somewhere languishing at the very bottom. So early on, of course, Global Esports is one of those teams that tends to get a little up close and personal, tend to really thrive in these situations, have secured the AMP. Mania on the move certainly has heard Zoro over here as he's going to make a touch again as Zoro trying to provide cover fire for his team. But little does he knows that Mania is on the prowl.
Now this is the whole point. I really want to know how he's going to escape this, as he's going to be covered in two different directions. We can see in the mini map, he's the lone man across the road, but there is no vantage point in which he can hold this off. A good grenade is going to be cooked up, but we all know farming in one building won't give you anything more than that. It's going to be hard for him to survive, but still, the crosshair works out so perfectly for him. Immediate shift to the left, and then he was able to take a player down. Now he's damaged the other one as well. He's going to hold on to his nerves as his teammate are going to cover up from different directions and converge towards the side of GE.
Now this is where I want Jackson to start rotating and take a flank angle, try to put on the back lines as INS. This is something we were predicting. Our teams are not going to shy away from taking fights as Deadpool doing whatever he possibly could, wanted to just flatten out Joker's buggy's tires, but did not succeed in his endeavors. But not a dream start for INS, already losing out. And this was supposed to happen, right? With so many of these teams kind of flabbergasted with how the circle went. Now have to head on towards the western sides. But it's pretty much a standard Miramar circle. Now Jackson has done exactly what we wanted. Could have been a little quicker though, but still, if Nakul does not anticipate his position, then Team GE are in a whole world of trouble.
But for me, the most important point for us to look is Zoro's health, right? It still remained the same. That shows that he's not got any kind of medkits to work around with. So probably he's boosted himself, so it's a slow healing process which is undergoing. There's a small opening over here. Just in case Mane pushes his luck too much, he can go in for a peek and take him down. But Joker is going to be persistent, staying back in the same position. He knows that, Zoro will have to move away from this position anytime soon, and that is when he strikes. These footsteps of him running away will give a small ray of hope for Zoro to run away, and probably that is what he has to capitalize on. And this could be a fight which neither of these teams want to take at this point of time, because ultimately they do realize they need all four men standing in the map of Miramar, especially in the final circle.
Now Global Esports, from what we can see, they're backing off. They're backing off, which is a wise decision, but a little bit of a replay where Blind just charged in at where Shane was, and catching him with his pants down could not do anything over there. As it's a fight in San Martin and was supposed to happen. IE cannot just squander around the map just like that. Had to be punished, did pay the hefty price as GE finally realizing that there is nothing to be won in that battle, right? Because the kind of time that they've wasted, now they have to drop off, they have to really head out to their desired drop spot, start looting in, which is going to consume so much of their times.
See, they do know that they have a little bit of a circle in their favor, right? So it's not going to bother them much. But rather, if they get in collision with ACBC, that is where everything could go wrong, because highest advantage ACBC's got, but at the same time, all these four players in one vehicle, and we have been seeing that it's either the side of OR or EXO who trying to travel in one vehicle, and everybody's going to spray them down and get taken down. We witnessed the same example happen yesterday when Team EXO was trying to come in with that van, right? So I just hope that's not going to be the case for...
What?
I think it was EXO.
No, it was OR.
Oh yeah, EXO took them down.
Yeah.
Yeah, EXO took them down. So it was OR who tried to come in that van, and eventually they got sprayed down. So hopefully GE will be wanting nothing like that to happen. But at this point of time in the minimap, we can see that, they have been coming up close to one another. But GE is going to take man advantage, and then they're going to eventually pick up some finishes as they move forward. That's going to be one good looting for them.
It's like a double-edged sword in it, because considering the fact that Global Esports, one of those teams that was moving in together, had ACBC been stationed somewhere else, could have just blown off this pickup truck, and it could have been 4 easy finishes to their name. But them finding out about those players of ACBC all by the lonesome, 3 players just unloading their mags, and well, ACBC has been the best team so far in terms of the overall standings just in Miramar. Now Global Esports have found a few vehicles. They're gonna just half their numbers over here, 2 over there, 2 over here. They're gonna get in, but this is what I was talking about, right? They're yet to get some good loot to themselves. They have to start looting in. This is where majority of the teams tend to congregate on the center, and that's going to hurt Global Esports timings of rotations just a wee bit.
Now, this is where, I'm being a little happy looking at the map, Most of these places inside the circle have already been taken, right? It's not like there's a group of teams in one corner of the map and we are expecting the fight to take off anytime soon and then we get delayed. That's not going to be the case this time. We can see El Pozo is being taken by IE from the southern side towards the side of Tumasera. We're getting walkouts, and then next to them probably it's the side of BBs coming in from towards the side of Los Leones, and yet again we can see the Hydras as well as Campo, the Hydras as well as GOG towards the side of Campo. They're also coming in late, so evenly spread around the map. This is going to allow everybody to get the right kind of farming for themselves, so when they come in closer, it's all burning of resources when required, or else it's going to be goodbye for the team, which is going to be delay any kind of fights for themselves.
Oh yeah, and the good part is, like we've already discussed, we're witnessing teams taking fights early on. Now, few of those teams have already grouped up around the center. Nigma Galaxy doing exactly, if you remember what they did yesterday, right? Take over the southern San Martin Hills, hold with all your might, and get a lot of position points and a lot of finish points, because eventually, even if the circle shifts away from you, you still have areas to traverse around. You can still escape in respect to if you are somewhere caught inside the city. It becomes an absolute hellhole to get out of that situation. As GOG, a team that has a lot to prove, if you remember, this is also one of those teams that enjoys the Miramar game, especially Bullet and his bolt action prowess.
No, he's not been using it. Yesterday I did not see him use any of those, and due to which they had to pay a hefty price according to me, because when one gun is working out for you, or one strategy is working out for you, why do you have to change it until and unless it's going to fail? And that is what is happening with most of these teams, especially with Team Soul as well, right? They had the center of the circle, they used to predict it well, they wanted to control from the center, attack from the center, it was going in fine, and suddenly they had to change over to play from the corners, and then that also started to fail. So let's see what's going to be the case tomorrow, because yesterday is yesterday and today is a new day.
Well, of course, it is, right? And well, Soul, they're certainly learning from their mistakes, and they understand, the kind of plays that they're making. If they continue doing that, then, like we said, the first spot is going to be contested and going to be toppled over by the end of evening. As there you can see another shift coming in. The hills just towards the eastern side of El Pozo. They're going to be one of those spots that teams like Initiative Academy or Global Esports want to contain and contest for. But even for ACBC, it's a pretty interesting split, right? 2 players on water treatment, and then just around the eastern areas of La Cubrera, we've got Ray in the final man. But this is going to get all troublesome if, if GOG and Hydra decide to rotate in at the same time. The thing opens up, it's going to be so bad. But for now, Walkouts, they have their eyes set on the players of Team MG, firing a couple of bullets, but somehow they're still alive. Looking through that vehicle. Does he succeed? No is going to be the answer.
He's got another vehicle in his process at this point of time. It's going to be abroad, just burning his resources unwantedly is what I would like to say. Obviously, it's just one player trying to spray down, right? It's all about the luck, and we do believe that Abra doesn't miss much. But at the end of the day, every day is not Sunday. But coming back to look at where the drop is pretty much close to Enigma. Getting an 8x with an AWM is going to be a blessing in case you have a good sniper for yourself. Looking at the circle, there are some high grounds where you can hold off and make sure that you get some finishes for yourself. We have been seeing that happen before. On the other side, it's going to be Nigma versus EW, where we can see that oh my goodness, Autobotz are taking a huge advantage of all these things, because obviously one man is down, they have man advantage, they're trying to push in. And I believe that it's going to be much easier for them if they rush in together right now.
Well, at this point, a 2v4 situation, something the odds that are really favorable for the bots, and I've loved how they engaged in this fight. Just clamping the players of
beautiful
Team Esports while WSF, and now Fox is following up with a grenade on Karan. Honey, the last player surviving, has used the smoke though, completely just giving away his position. And what Autobots have to fear is Nigma Galaxy's Vixie, but now Fox is pushing in help from the backline. There you go. The cavalry arrive, instantly gets inside the vehicle. However, Honey manages to get one player down. It is Mr. IGL. That's not going to be a cause for concern, but for now, Vixie can be a thorn. the butts of the players of Autobotz.
I think
Oh,
if I
wow, it
read
makes
it
sense.
right, it was Nigma who actually gave that opening, right? And that's how Autobots were able to capitalize on it. But yeah, we see one finish for him. So I do believe that this was the fight where he raked it up. But let's not forget that high ground advantage. Again, a mini 14 with the 8x is something which we're able to see again and again. Looking at the lineup coming in from the side of Nigma, right? We have Apollo, Dream, MJ, and Vixie. What do you have to say about this lineup?
I mean, again, Nigma Galaxy has been one of those teams that did qualify in the final game of the iQOO BMOC. That Erangel chicken dinner, 29 points collected, I believe, and that is what gave them that golden ticket. Now, ever since, they have really not changed anything out. They have been one of those teams that tends to focus on the center, prioritizes a lot of the zones, and they've had their fair share of laughter. But considering Nigma Galaxy, as the name suggests, you would expect bigger things from their side. As we take a look at the replay again, a beautiful nade coming in from Fox. Till then, Esports Wala WSF are having such a tough time, and this sort of thoughts seem to questioning what is going wrong with WSF at this point. What about you? What do you think?
I believe that, sticking together, making sure that, sometimes when you're taking a fight, you don't be so overconfident that you start to spread around or immediately start to, capitalize coming in from another direction. For example, I'm telling about a flank, just in case. So I think that they need to stick together in not so close conjugation, but also to have equal distances to make sure that, they spray down the enemies and also have an opportunity as well. But yeah, all these things aside, they know they're going to wake up anytime soon and come out to their true colors. And taking the fight head on, frontal battle, trusting their crosshairs is something they'll have to do. But it's one good thing to see that OR and GOG at this point of time have slowly made it inside the circle, especially GOG. Finally, they've come back to their senses of, finding the right corners of the zone itself. And let's see whether they'll be able to dominate. And if they do now and get 20 points, they can somehow make it into the top 16.
Oh, they can, right? We're just going to be dreamers, but at the same time, I think we're going to have a fight between GE and INS, and just as I spoke, INS already starting to lose out numbers. Two of their players already on their knees. Crazy Soul, he's got to make a run for his life, as INS could have had the most disastrous start to the day. Back-to-back games not going their way. As Crazy Soul, one of those players, one of the interesting prospects for me personally in the iQOO BMPS so far, all by his lonesome. But can he get a little greedy, right? Can he take, can he chew few players down? But Retribution RTR find themselves under heavy fire. Shadow is going to try pushing in from the left-hand side as his teammate Williams steps up, gets the knock, and trades were there, but of course nothing really bothering Team Blind, as they will have no problems in getting their players back up. It's the third circle, so it's all fair and fine.
Now, after this is the problem for them, right? There's going to be a lot of gatekeeping towards the side of San Martin. We're able to see that Hydras are over there, ACBCs are over there. But at the same time, let's come back and see how Global have placed themselves, right? Because they also have to make it inside the circle. They're Crazy Soul pretty much holding the corners, making sure that, you can tag off one player or the other. But they have a point of rotation because Mania is pretty much far away at this point of time. He exactly knows where to stand. And amongst all these things, we can see that GOG leader has already started to understand how this intensity can turn towards them. A third party push coming in and picking up that final finish for them, giving an opening for the side of GE to make it safe inside the circle. But ACBC are also going to be pushing in, probably towards the side of GOG and walking into the jaws of death.
Yeah, I think they can. But ACBC, I really like their chances. Had they not lost one of their players, starting from the early game, this could have been way, way better, because now Team MG, they've been contested over here. And for now, we've got to see who it is going to be, as ACBC under heavy fire. It is going to be Global Esports, who've managed to do some, really bad damage, taking down two of their players. One in the start, one right now in the mid phases, as Capron and Haxer. They're really limited with their options. What do they do over here? They do not have coverage of their vehicles, or do they? Because I do not see any in the nearby vicinity as the circle takes a western shift, and Initiative, Walkouts, OR, they're all going to be prying for the center.
Now, there's a position where GOG can hold and take this game all towards them because of that high ground in front of them. MJ has already gone in for the push. Now, they have to realize and understand what IG's position is going to be, because just in case IG wants to take take the same mountain which is in front of them, that is when the collision can take place. So let's see whether that's going to be the case, as from the southern side is going to be a lot of cavalry coming in. We have NGX coming in, we have ABC coming in. Towards the east, we have Enigma also coming in as well. So a lot of skirmishes to be happening, but one team which chooses to go to the northern western side of the map, somehow rotate around and come in late to take the high ground as well as the hard cover present over there, I believe is going to be blessed with a very, very good chance of getting that winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Aditya, the star of yesterday's evening. OR Esports creating new records. 4,000 points of damage, but for now, still haven't opened up their account. Finally getting themselves into the mix of things as Abrar has his skulls cracked by Mr. IGL. Gets himself knocked out over here as Autobotz. You know, this is one of those teams that I'm really loving. And again, a team from the Southern Circuit is proving their mettle in the map of Miramar.
Yup, they've been holding the same position from a long time, right? They were in the 6th position, then jumped to the 2nd position by the end of the day yesterday, and again in this game they're trying to prove. So they're maintaining that average, and that's a very good thing to see. Now they're pushing in towards the circle where they want to take the real estate completely for themselves in the southern side. So they're expecting the zone to be shifting again towards them, but I don't think so that's going to be the case, right? As somewhere it's going to go northwest and a little bit. Let's see, that's going to be the case as the Nigma Galaxy has taken down the side of Blind as well. And is that the end of the story for Blind? No, it is not, as two men stand a little far away, but they know the situation as well as they know the position of Nigma Galaxy. They can come in and strike when the time is right.
Yeah, now look at this. Inside the map, there's so much room and space for these teams to breathe, right? They realize engaging in fights early on, you want to have the odds in your favor as Avi escapes. Broad daylight, Dynamite has no idea of his presence as Evo is going to open it up on the players of Team Blind. Now Rhythm, having taken down already, Evo is going to secure that finish as he's now going to traverse around with his golden Mirado. But I feel he's heard the footsteps of Parv. Now Parv, is he going to be complacent enough, oblivious of Evo's presence right beside him? He might get punished heftily, but now realizes that Evo is just around the corner, but Evo is going to make a move inside the zone.
Oh no. Oh no, very easy. Comes into his crosses at this point of time, but Parv, I think he's made the mistake of his life now. Evo has a small opportunity not only to heal, but also to come back and take a fire is on his foot. But let's see whether that's going to be the case, the rare case scenario, as he's going to get taken down. And I think it's somewhere far away. Yes, it's GOG who's taking advantage of all these things, taking down Enigma. Evo, through the pixels, wants to confirm it as quickly as possible, but no possibilities. Wasting too much time. Leader realizes that we need to concentrate on the other side, as it's going to be ACBC coming in, a good spread coming in from the side of GOG, but the concern comes is now, when are they going to start to rotate? Because there's only one small space for them to take inside the circle, and that is where Enigma is heading right now.
GOG, they have a monumental task ahead, right? They have got to get into the circle, considering the fact that Rex is already on the lookout. Where are the players of GOG? The moment they step out of cover, he is just going to go ham. But at the same time, Enigma also realized that they have to cut out on their losses and have to enter inside the circle. Now, timing is going to be of the absolute essence over here in this particular situation. Now, GOG, they had the high grounds over here. Not the high grounds this time, though, but still a ridge to play around with.
Now, they're pushed in. MJ has got the right spot. He's telling his teammates to come in as quickly as possible, and that is when they can capitalize on this. But let's see whether that's going to be the case, right? So, it's OR coming in from the west end. They have, GE kind of backstabbing them. Evo finally gets eliminated. Oh, this ABC versus the Walkouts. He really want to see who's going to be standing out tall, because Walkouts need some finishes for themselves. That Molly is going to connect and make sure one person is down on his feet, and it's going to be much more easier for Walkouts to, that confident boost to rush in is going to be much more easier. But Fox immediately is going to go in for a smoke to avoid any kind of crosshairs to be coming into his teammate.
Walkouts. Now, this is one of those teams that we really had high hopes from and haven't really delivered, haven't really, performed the way they should have, and kind of are living up to their names. Not in the best manner, though. But this could all change. One good game as Abrar is just going to blow up Orba. Two of the southern teams colliding, and this is what we love, the masala building up as Yuva now needs to take charge of things, now needs to go in, has to clear his backline. He's going to try consistently spraying across into the smokes, but still not succeeding though. Eventually the fight is turning into a little bit of a stalemate as now Abrar, beautiful nade, could do the job, but as we instantly shift to yet another fight, it is going to be GE versus OR.
Now over here, OR have a man advantage. Let's see whether they're going to capitalize on it. As Nakul, he's pretty confident that he's already taken a man down. He's going to be pushing in. There's going to be a lot of crosses coming in towards him as well, and immediately he's going to fall back, as well as Manya is going to take another man down. It's going to be a 2v2 situation clearly in front of us as Nakul is giving the backup from somewhere far away. He has a divided attention, to be frank, at this point of time, and due to which G is kind of going to pay for it as OR has lost Jelly as well. Nakul has nothing to do but walk into the crosses of Aditya, but a jiggle spray coming in as the retaliation is going to be a little hard for them. A 1v1 situation. Aditya knows that he has time for himself to heal and also push in or probably cover up and make sure that he revives his teammates. There's going to be a push coming in from the eastern side. That's going to be AJ. It's going to be a close battle coming in, but AJ was clever enough with that broken gun to make sure that he hits the right spot. But ultimately, he's also in the crosshairs of IE at this point of time. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Initiative, they've spelled blood over here. They know Global Esports, they are clobbering down under the pressure, under the circumstance. They did almost win that fight, but nades are going to follow suit. IE understand the gravity of this situation over here, but AJ, he's just going to be relentless as Molotovs are going to be flung over, but still not connecting though. Initiative Academy, I do not understand why are they withdrawing as GOG have a really good place to themselves, a really good place to fight from. They have kept themselves out from all the action, will eventually sort of immerse themselves inside the battle now.
Now, they need to spread around, right? That's going to be the key for them, right? They have all 4 men standing. They need to spread around, avoid Nigma Galaxy to come in close to them, and that's the only way. But they're concentrating on one side where they want to clear things off. That's going to be IE coming in towards their side. But Dynamite is going to be the thorn or a blessing in disguise rather for the side of GOG, as he can take down 1 or 2 players, as well as Nigma. Avi is also coming in. IE at this point of time, it looks like a sausage in a hot dog.
Oh yeah, they are looking like, out of options really, but still they are playing with whatever they have. Now Avi, he is going to be one pesky bugger. Initiative, they're making a run, and now Loki trying to find some ground for himself is going to get shot by the flares of Global Esports as Nakul also joins the fray, but is eventually not aware of Mr. Spray's position as Dynamite somehow was still surviving, but it is going to be Loki's grenade to put an end to things as Blazy is also going to follow suit as Global Esports, they also find themselves out of the game as we head into yet another fight. This time it's going to be Big Brothers going up against Team MG.
Now MG is in a little bit of a trouble. Obviously, it's going to be OP on the top giving information, being the eyes for the rest of the team. It's going to be Beast who's trying to, open up his trigger and take down as many players as possible, as Gusty on the other side is also trying to come in as well. The last man standing probably is going to be this man. Will Gusty try to reach out to him? Eventually, he does take down a player in front of him who was acting as a shield, and ultimately, they put an end for them, and that is how MJ deals with things when they have advantage of the terrain.
GOG so close to victory. This is their moment to shine. Molotovs being laid over. Nick just burns. Needed to drop and roll. Failing to do which. Now MJ is going to come going in with that push. Now does have that Groza, but leader and MJ providing cover fire. As Enigma Galaxy might find themselves in a little bit of a situation, had themselves tunnel vision, of which IE really took advantage, have secured yet another knock.
Now we have to see what Bullet is going to do, right? There's going to be a push coming in. He needs to decide whether he's going to go for revival or is he going to go for a fight. This is the 3rd time he's let go of the revival, even though there was a backup coming in from the side of Leader OP. Now a divided attention for the side of GOG. How are they going to deal this out? The revival does come in perfectly, and Bullet is going to be cooking up a smoke as quickly as possible to avoid vision, and following up with a molly to make sure it's a fire trap to avoid this team coming up. They do not realize that MJ has got an off angle, right? So if MJ strikes, it's going to be so hard for them, as it's going to be MJ versus MJ, but this time it's GOG versus NGX.
Bullet is doing something really clever. Steps on the pilot seat over there as U1 gets knocked on Dionysus, as Power Kilo on the far of Prey are not providing that cover fire, as Yuba High on spirits, knows exactly where Pavkilo and Dawn are. Dawn resorting already to a healing battle. Both of them rotating inside the circle right in the open with the band down as Pavkilo lays out in broad daylight. Is not a trouble for Yuva. Gets another knock secure. The finish also coming down to Walkouts as Nigma Galaxy. They are going to be pouncing over the players of GOG. It is going to be Leader and his final resort. The final stand finally comes to an end as Nigma Galaxy, they are on fire.
Now, Nigma did know when to strike, right? There was one key player who was on the lookout, and that was MJ. And finally, he hit the final nail in the coffin. But look at this. It's going to be Yuva now trying to pay the debts of what he did until now. It's going to be IE trying to do their best. They have two men standing, and from how long have they been standing? They have taken punch after punch, and at this time, they have a very, very good chance to take the fight against the side of Nigma Galaxy. I know it's man disadvantage, but a good grenade can change the things.
Look at Dawn. Look at Dawn just rotating around, and boy oh boy, Nigma Galaxy seem to have gotten the better of them. Initiative Academy being pushed over.
Good one.
Straight around as Blazy steps out of his cover, gets the knock, but not enough. The numbers really favoring Nigma Galaxy, who have secured their chicken dinner with a lot of finishes coming to their names. And Initiative Academy, I think they really got what they came here for, a lot of points. And Blazy 2K, 7 finishes to his name, man.
I mean, I would like to say this, that, Initiative Academy, they exactly know how to take a fight. They exactly know how to take a punch, to be specific, There was a time where they could have got eliminated with Hydra, GOG, and one more team, if I'm not wrong. That was from the side of Nigma, it's not Nigma. Yeah, it was Rex coming in. And all of these three teams were concentrating on him, but still, they did survive, and ultimately they had to get 23 points. It was Nigma Galaxy on the top with winner chicken dinner. They're going to be so happy with it. They came in when the time was right. Walkouts are also going to be so happy with 8 and 8. A total of 16 points for themselves. Team MG on the other side, only possession points, something which we have been seeing that they're placing themselves with.
Oh yeah, I mean, that has been the telltale story about Team MG, right? One of the more consistent teams in Miramar. They simply seem to have cracked the code, but this time, kind of quite too much in the open, did not have enough resources to use, did not have a lot of utility to play around with, as a result of which they did get taken down in that third position, but it's still something not to scoff at. But for the other teams out here, right, the big names, if you talk about them, OR Esports, now Autobotz Esports, Enigma Gaming, Big Brother Esports, as a matter of fact, just those 4 position points, and that is it. Now this is where you've got to talk about Zeno OP and Scream, 2 of the players who are on the Finnish leaderboards have certainly not stepped up to their games.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, right? It's not like you can rely on them every single day. It's going to be exhaustion for them because all the matches, they are the assaulters. I know that is what they're made for, but ultimately it's going to be hard for them because eventually people start to understand these are the key players whom we need to take down initially. And once they do it, it's going to be easy for them.
Oh yeah, of course, as we take a look at the iQOO MVP, of course, it is the post-match segment powered by Loco. It has to be Blazy 2K. 7 finishes to the name of this young lad. 898 points of damage. He has been so instrumental for the success of Initiative Academy in this particular game. The way he had been playing, their rotations in Initiative Academy did resort for everything, just worked out up until the very end.
No, one more thing which I loved about him was using those throwables when required.
Oh, yeah.
Each of his grenade connected so perfectly, even in the final moments of the game where they were the team eliminating most of the final players. So they have done a great job. Obviously, it's going to be Nigma Galaxy MJ coming right behind him, 1,163 damage. And then we have Global AJ also coming in, right? So Global Esports have a had a very good opportunity, to be frank, It's just that they were trying to play that split after they were sticking on together as a 4-man squad, and that is when things started to fail for them. Yeah, 5 finishes, 872 damage for that person. Then we have Apollo and Yuva.
they've sort of been the pixies in the lobby, right? You know, constantly creating trouble, nuisance for all the other teams. It all started for Global Esports fight against Hydra official, which they sort of retreated from. But we're gonna take a look at the match summary, and well, 3 airdrops looted. That's a given, and not a lot of healing done. Pretty much standard. We're getting used to it. But look at the knocks, right? 71. So many players getting taken down. But that's the beauty of Miramar, right? So many ridges. You've got so much options to try and breathe in, get those revives. Even in those clutch moments, if you remember, GOG on the brinks of getting eliminated, still they managed to get 2 of their players alive.
No, this is the whole point. Highest knocks, I believe, for the BMPS as of now, and it's going to be much more easier for us. But I really love the healing coming in. 87, 87. You know, whenever I see rhyming words or rhyming numbers, it kind of grabs my attention. It's going to be 36 assists in this game. No vehicle finishes rather, and it was good to see that, you know, everybody were maintaining distances and vehicles were only used for rotation and trying to keep it safe. So the next one after the match summary is going to be the FT graph, where we actually get to know which is that team which did a lot of hard work, and you know, which other team was able to take it home.
Of course. Now, you know, as we take a look at the FT graph, we'll have a slight idea as to, you know, how teams have performed in terms of their damage numbers. There you go. Enigma Galaxy, one of those beautiful things that I love about them is they did the exact same thing that they did yesterday, right?
Yep.
Try and take the southern San Martin Hills. This time a little bit, you know, farther from that southern San Martin Hills, but still, they were respecting the circle. They made sure they always had the higher ground. And whenever any of those teams tried to contest that, they took advantage of that situation. Did play spoil spot in that one of those fights against Esports Wala, right? Were the ones constantly being a thorn and got the better out of situations over there. And not just that, even for Walkouts, this has been one of those games where they finally are finding some good points for themselves.
Nigma Galaxy did not spoil the party for not just 1 but 2 squads. Even for the side of GOG, it was the same as well. You know, when GOG had the control over the, you know, complete real estate, it's just that the split gameplay is not working out. Let's see how they're going to come back with that. But on the other side, IE, you know, they needed this. You know, at the bottom of the table, they were looking as strong as possible. They wanted something to boost their confidence, and the 11 finishes, I think, will be more than enough for it.
Moment of truth. Overall standing, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us. As now, as we take a look, Global Esports, they've made some climb. Of course, that extra 1 match played. Autobotz still in that 6th position, but Enigma Galaxy, they are definitely climbing up, courtesy to this beautiful chicken dinner, now sit at 95 points. Now this is where the battle is getting so much more exciting, so much more intense. Not a lot of points separating all the top 8 over here. You know, one good chicken dinner could be anybody getting to the 2nd or the 3rd spot. It's all getting contested. And I'm pretty sure this storyline is going to be quite similar as we transition into the 2nd page of the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be our Esports, FS, Team Kinetic, you know, a few new names coming in, few invited teams also into the mix. Enigma Gaming slowly creeping up in terms of where they were on day 1 to day number 3. It's a good rise for them.
Agreed on this point, completely agreed on this point. But at the same time, you saw the first page completely. Every team had a minimum of 1 winner chicken dinner for themselves, right? In the 2nd page, we have FS Esports slowly dipping down is what I would like to say, because they were capable of doing much more better than this. You know, they jumped from 4th position to 14th position. They dipped down, actually. And now finally, they are kind of, you know, again, coming up. They're in the 10th position. They're going to be falling back yet again, but they have not played the 10th match, so that's an advantage for them where they can retain that position. But the final map or the final sheet where we get to know who are the teams who are having a very tough time. GOG slowly coming up, Hydras falling down, Esports Wala falling down, RTR Retribution, even though they had a team which got that winner chicken dinner once and looked so strong previously, are slowly losing momentum, and they're losing it very bad.
I mean, just that one chicken dinner, 15 points, and remainder so many games played, and haven't really accrued enough for themselves. As UP50, they are struggling. Of course, did not play this game. They're gonna join us in the next one though. But they really need to wake up from their slumber. Same can be said for Esports Wala WSF. Hydra officials, they had a decent day 1, but ever since sort of have been invisible, right? The confidence not there in engaging in fights. They've been reluctant in been, taking those decisions. Few map awareness hasn't been present, and this is what happens, right? With Team Hydra officials, one of the invited teams had that one day to perform in the iQOO BMPS round 4, where they were amazing. But ever since, right, a new team being formed just before the tournament did not have enough practice in the scrimmages. Now this is where it's slowly but starting to haunt them.
Now, from 14th position, jumping down to 22nd, that is when you lose a lot of confidence, right? And again, after 21st, I'm so sorry, and then 21st, again dropping down to 22nd, this is where they're getting compressed. So I strongly feel that Hydras have to, make sure that they unleash their beast. They have to start taking fights and make sure that, once their fingers are warm, and then they can concentrate on, getting those placement points. And that is going to be the key for them. But basically, the key for us to get a very good game is going to be getting this beast on our hands. We know how good these are, but yeah, iQOO smartphones will tell you how better they can be in a video.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
Indeed, it gets really crazy in Loco, those moves and all, the shaking of the curves, and we're all loving that. But what we're also loving is this phone, which you guys can get your hands on, right? All you've got to do is head over towards Amazon, and on the search bar, search for iQOO Neo 6, participate in a quiz, and well, if you're lucky, then you never know. You could have one of these bad boys by the end of the evening.
I mean, that's how you do it, right? You have to make sure, type iQOO Neo 6, make sure you click that notify me. The reason why we keep specifying this, that people just tend to go there and they just click no more, and after that they don't click on notify me.
What do they?
And
They
yeah,
do that?
yeah, they do that, because ultimately the first few times when I went into,
You tried that despite
obviously,
instructions.
before we speak the instructions, we need to experience that, right? So that's why I did try, to do that.
But again, again, huge shout out to our other sponsor, Loco over here, for making it all happen, right? India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform, where you can find your favorite BGMI creators and more streaming their gameplays, giving away all the communication, those secret strategies. And if you are aware of it, you can learn a lot from them. Or if you feel like you're a streamer yourself, if you have this device in your hands, you're going to have a seamless time on Loco, and you can earn while you play and enjoy. As we take a look at all the action unfold yet once again in the map of Miramar, where it all started with Global Esports battling it out against Hydra official, where I felt, Jackson could have been a little bit more proactive. But, Team Blind did engage in an early kerfuffle against the players of INS, and that is where the things started going down. But Global Esports, they had been on the run right from the very start, being a whole well-knit unit, trying to get those early few finishes. But this was one of those fights against Team Esports Wala WSF. Autobotz got themselves into the mix of things, and Nigma Galaxy were a constant pawn from the hills. And for now, I mean, this was just not about it. Autobotz, they've been one of those teams that have always prioritized on the circle center, but this time could have done a little bit more better.
Now, what I love about Autobotz is how they rely on throwables for that initials, right? And every time that connects, it's going to be much more easier for them. Now, let's look back and see how Global Esports performed this, because INS was just trying to rush in blank, and eventually they had to pay the heavy price. then comes the fight of RTR and Blind. And this time I really love the way Blind was able to hold it back. Deadpool, there was an opportunity for RTR to first clear the person off rather than allowing to rely on information, but still it was too late for them. But then ACBC versus the side of GE, again we saw that G was able to dominate because of one lurker was moving out here and there.
Oh yeah, I mean, for global esports, it was all about searching for as many bodies as possible, try to go after them. We've seen them exuding that confidence in battles, and they have always succeeded. But Nigma Galaxy were the smarter ones over here. Look at Hydra, completely oblivious about the surroundings, did not even bother to check once for Avi, who was surviving for so long.
I mean, this is the moment where I really felt that, it was a key moment for GOG to take a rotation and try to take players down. But ultimately they delayed it, and then comes Walkouts out of nowhere, was taking the charge against the side of ABCs. But they also kind of failed, according to me. They could have taken it a little more faster, is what I was meaning to say.
Oh, they certainly could have, right? But this is where, again, another big fight did break out. It was GE going up against OR Esports. Blows were exchanged, but Initiative Academy from the backlines did play spoil spot for both these teams. As look at the confidence again. That has always been the key factor for a team like GE. But right after, Walkouts went up with the push, knew the numbers were in their favor. 3 of their players constantly just spraying out Upra. Look at the way he's shifting his crosshairs. Just Fox, last player surviving, could not live enough and longer, had to be taken down. Walkouts, they were looking for this little bit of a resurgence. Finally managed to get it.
Now Mr. Spray goes right into Knuckles' face, puts him down, and this is where Dynamite, just check that grenade which just boom into his face, comes in IE, and this is when they started to rake up finishes for themselves. Blaze also, and this was a very, very good fight for us to watch out for. Scream and Beast, 2 of the strongest assaulters we know. They could have come down the ridge, rotated around and tried to take the fight, but still they did not choose to do so. I know there was less time for them, as Gasti and his teammate was actually taking the wrath of all this fight, and they were also bringing wrath to the opponents and finish them off, but ultimately I believe that they had an opportunity.
Oh, of course. I mean, they had their fair share of moments where they could have done way better. But again, Walkouts controlling this eastern areas to themselves. MG, they were out of options. They had to come out in the open. I'm pretty sure they had their resources even depleted, right? Could not do much. They went out in the open. MJ did get his hands on this beautiful demonic Grotza and managed to make it count, and switches around the mini 14s. GOG, well, I mean, it's still good at this point, considering how they've been in the remainder few games that they've played so far. I think it's a stepping stone for them, and from here onwards we can witness bigger things from them.
Yep, OP on the other side was trying to resort with the vehicle and eventually had to pay the price for it. But Izzy Blazy, look at this, he's getting tagged, but still he's not stopping himself because he knows that he can rake up some more finishes for himself. If it was a little more, HP which he had, or had a chance for healing, which is, I know it's going to be hard, we're just speculating in the final circle of it's a 2v4 situation and we're going for a heal, but in case there was an option like that, I think they could have clutched it out.
Oh, they certainly could have, right? Easily, no doubts at that. But one good thing for the teams was this was not any atrocious circle, right? It was a circle that they could have played in. This was a circle that we've seen in the past. No big shifts, no radical curveballs being thrown out there, and it all came down to who held on to the center, who made the right decision, who made the right movement, and eventually came out as the victor. But now heading on, we have a game of Sanhok. This is where teams from Group A, they're going to be sitting it out. We will have C again chiming in. So the big names again follow suit. We do have Team Seoul, EXO, Hyderabad, Hydras. Then you've got R Esports, Kinetic, 7C Esports. Now 7C is one of those teams that's making quite a lot of noises, but their positioning has been a little off the charts, right? The way they've been positioning themselves in the final few circles, don't you think they could do better?
Somewhere I feel they will do better by the end of today, because let it be Sanhok, let it be any map, because first 2 days they understood that nothing is going right. So when you know that nothing is going right, what do? You resort to doing something out of the box. Try to go take fights whenever necessary, or take fights or think something out of the box, and one game clicks when you're thinking out of the box, and that confidence boost is going to make you perform much better the rest of the games. And 2 teams which are actually doing really well in rotations all of a sudden, one is is going to be 7Cs. Way better than what they were doing from the get-go itself, and GOG as well in the previous game. We saw them, right? So I believe that, these two teams, in case they get a little more better in that zone prediction and a little more better in the crosshair placement, I do believe that, they'll start to give a very good fight for the middle bracket.
Yeah, I mean, GOG, of course, in the later games, when they come into play, I'm pretty sure the way they've been playing, they're going to rack up a few more finishes to their name. They have been looking really aggressive. They haven't been shying away from taking fights. But Big Brother Esports, a team that managed to get a chicken dinner yesterday in Sanhok, well, I mean, they were doing all pretty good and everything was fine. But today's day has not sort of been the start that they were expecting, especially getting taken down early on today. Heading into Sanhok, it's all about who gets the better of circles. Now, we have seen a couple of circles, one going towards the western side. Yesterday's one was somewhere around that quarry Ban area, and that is where, Big Brother really came up top. Autobotz, I think it was Mr. IGL who survived till the very end, managed to get a top 2 position. And this was one of those games where OR Esports really got themselves up.
Yep, and then this time somewhere I feel that, the zone is going to go a little northern this time. Towards the side of Paradise Resort, which has not been happened, because today we were able to see, right, the circles are forming in places which has not happened yesterday. So, when we are trying to place our bets and trying to see where it's not happened yesterday, I think Paradise Resort is one place, where we can expect the circle to be. And if that is the case, which are the teams who tend to go towards the side of Paradise Resort. So all they have to do is be composed, get the right kind of farming and wait out for it, and ultimately take advantage. And you correctly pointed out, right, those teams which are prioritizing the zone and respecting the zone are eventually, they're able to take the biggest chunk of the overall points table or biggest chunk of the position points itself. But at the same time, the aggressors, for example, let's talk about Seoul, since they're coming back in this game. In case they do something different, try to get in and break the defense of the team which is holding that, very good position, the other teams will take advantage of it, and that has not happened once but twice.
Oh yeah, and at this particular moment, in day number 3, we have seen teams really getting into the mix of action from the start, right? And Seoul has been one of those teams that we really can't count out. And this is where, I've always urged the players, never engage in a battle for more than 120 seconds, because if you do so, then you're bound to get third-partied.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there are a few teams, which have taken very good positions compared to the yesterday's overall points table. The first day end and the second day end, right? So we had Big Brothers jumping from the 10th to 5th, but there are a few teams who are in this middle bracket, which I love about them. What I love about them is that average which they look out for. For example, Marcus Gaming. Then we have Nigma Galaxy. Then we have R Esports. These are the teams who are playing it clever, according to me, right? Every time we see them on the overall points table or on the match points table, they have really good placement points for themselves. And somehow they're able to, place themselves perfectly without taking any kind of fights. And even they're going down early, there were at least 3 to 4 finish points for themselves. And that is where I feel the other teams need to pick up on these minute things, which can help them go a little forward when it comes to, climbing the ladder.
For teams like MG though, I'm not going to be a hater. Right, I'm not going to be a hater. I love all these teams, but it has always been their one game of Miramar, which they kind of tend to thrive in. Right, the other games have been a little off for them, and especially considering you've got majority of the games being played in Erangel, that is where they have to pick up pace. But again, Sanhok has been one of those maps that always tends to surprise us, considering how it forms. We always have someone completely out of the box, completely out of the blue, getting in, getting that chicken dinner to their name, and then carrying forward that morale, carrying forward that momentum, rolling into their favor into the next few games. And today again has been a day where few of those teams have really risen, and one of them has been GOG, of course, in the map of Miramar. They're not, of course, playing in Sanhok, but still, once they come back in, I think they're starting to get the hang of things, right? They're starting to understand the mistakes they are taking in those fights. They're starting to work upon them. A lot of polishing still to do, but so far a very good job.
Yeah, I agree on this point. But yeah, when you say that, there are teams waking up from their slumber and trying to, take the fights, which team would you like to place your bets on when it comes to the map of Sanhok? Because we all know it's never the mid-range battle. Yeah, it's always the close-range battle.
Never in Sanhok. I mean, I'd be a madman, or maybe I'm just too rich, not caring about all the money in the world to play some bets in Sanhok. But of course, there are going to be still those few teams who are going to resort to the healing battles. And yeah, talking about healing battles, we have Soul and Exo playing with us this time.
Yeah, but somewhere I feel, the way I saw Nigma Galaxy play in the previous game in close range battles, this time they could be the team which can perform really better because they exactly know the fingers are warm, right? So close range battles have been working out fine, rotations have been working out fine. Let's see whether they're going to capitalize and, they're going to make sure that they're going to make it count, because from here on, if they make it count, they can easily cement themselves into the top 10.
And there it is. Now is the time, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Our pre-segment is, of course, powered by Loco. As we head into game number 3, it is going to be XP who is going to replace me and is making those glaring stares. So I'm just going to give it away to him.
Yep, before SP comes in, let's look at the teams which are going to be fighting it out. And I know most of you people who are going to be watching this are going to be happy with the second group coming in. That's going to be Group C. We have Hyderabad, Hydras, Team Soul, Team EXO, Kinetic. We have RD Esports. We have UP50. We have FS as well as 7Cs coming back into the fight. XP, I know you're going to be, as, excited as most of these people in the audience are going to be, because ultimately a close range battle is something which we want to witness, right? In the map of Erangel, we saw it was the 4x final finish. And in the previous match, we saw it was almost a 3x final finish. So in the map of Sanhok, that's not going to be the case, as you'll be so close to one another.
I want to see just like one member standing from each team. I wonder if that is going to be a possibility. Sorry for that. Let me just adjust my mic so you all can hear me. But again, it's Sanhok.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. And, that's the beauty of this game. That's the beauty of this tournament. And, of course, this tournament would not have been possible without our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. So once again, let's have a look at that beautiful video which we've all come to love.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Well, when you have the iQOO Neo 6 in your hands, you have the power to win. And let me tell you something. You all lovely people watching at home can get a chance to do just that, because all you have to do is head over to Amazon, type iQOO Neo 6, participate in a little quiz that pops up. It's an easy one. And you stand a chance to win 3 phones every single day.
Just imagine that, There were times when we had to beg, borrow or steal to make sure we have a good device and make sure we play just one scrim or probably one good game to make sure, you leave a mark in wherever you go. But now it's all going to be gifted. Make use of this opportunity, because such opportunities don't come to your doorstep every single time.
Well, that is, of course, the case. And a massive shout out to iQOO once again for making all of this happen. And, I love the fact that as the days go by, right, these tournaments are only going to keep getting bigger.
Yep.
And, well, all the giveaways are going to get bigger as well. So rejoice. We are living in a wonderful age right now. And, speaking of giveaways, let's do another thing. Now, here at BGMI, we love giving back to the community. You guys have supported us so well. So we're going to be giving away shirts and bottles to a lucky few. Now, all you have to do is follow the steps that my man Arka is going to tell you now.
So make sure you go to the Esports channel, the official. It's going to be, BGMI Esports channel. It's on YouTube. You guys can search for it. You'll find it. Just go in over there. There's going to be a form in the description. First, you got to fill that, so that we get to know who is been voting out for their favorite teams. And once you've done with the form, come back to the stream and start hashtagging your favorite team. If you feel that your favorite team is going to be on the top of the table, or you're going to be wise in selecting exactly the team which is going to be on the top of the table by the end of the day, we're going to be selecting few favorite or probably few lucky winners from those top 10 of those who have voted perfectly, and they'll be getting all those goodies.
Of course, and then, you all love the game. We all know that. That's why you are here. And you can go and represent your favorite game out in public and just let them know, that, hey, I'm one of the select few. And, I've seen this happen. I've seen a few people wear shirts, what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn, I want one for myself. So all you have to do is just make sure you go and keep an eye out on who's leading because, well, you might just walk away with one of these nice T-shirts and those bottles. But again, coming back to the game at hand. It's going to be Sanhok. Again, Fixes, he completely gave up. He is not doing his responsible duties right now of prediction and analysis because, again, I get it. It is Sanhok. Anything can happen. But, you know, as I was saying earlier, I want something like this to happen. I want a 4-way or a 3-way, like you said. However, I just want one man standing from each team. It has happened in the past, but again, you know, the thing is, you got to make sure all your members are up and alive till the end, and that makes a difference, especially in this kind of map.
Yeah, in the map of Erangel, we saw, right, 3 teams, 2v2v2 situation it was at the end of the circle. So we can expect a 1v1v1 situation in the map of Sanhok. But we have to pray that, you know, the circle forms right to the dead center or probably to a place where, you know, all the teams will actually fight out in the peripheries and then one person is going to be alive. And then that is something which I've been waiting to see in the map of Sanhok for a really long time. Or else the zone has to go bonkers. Go towards the side of Docks completely or go towards the side of Tambang completely to make sure that everybody have to fight their way in, and that is when we'll be left out with just one.
It's been a while. We haven't seen anything like that because, you know, historically speaking, most of the circles in Sanhok, they'd either form on the northwestern island or maybe in and around boot camp.
Yeah.
I want to see something drastic, like you said, right? We head over down south to Docks or even up north and, you know, it's just going to be a little different because, again, you know, time in and time out, all the teams are fighting it out in that same terrain. They know the hills. They know every single nook and cranny. We want a bit more drama and masala, dare I say.
Yeah, drama and masala is going to be happening at the side of Paradise Resort as well, right? So we have been seeing that.
I did hear you guys talking about Paradise Resort.
Yeah, because Fixes is one person who always told us that, you know, the first blood might be drawn towards the side of Paradise Resort and he's always failed. He's always failed over there, right? So eventually, let's see whether his predictions or his analysis comes out true in the map of Sanhok. He's been safe. Every time we fail in the map of Sanhok, that is when you're going to be like, let's not do it because a negative point towards your profile is always going to hinder your performance.
I mean, you know, I think we can take it a bit easier as compared to the players, right? But again, I want to see something different this time. I'm sure all of you watching at home also are kind of sick of the same circle. But again, that is what the BGMI gods wish, and we do as they command. But in due time, we are going to be underway. We're just making sure everything is tickety-boo and, well, all the players are ready, which does seem like in a couple of minutes we are going to be underway. But now, you know, we did have a look at the last game. I mean, Nigma Galaxy finally stepping up to the plate. We were asking the question, where have they been? They come and get a chicken dinner. Initiative Academy, boy, they have something that is driving them. They have some force inside that wants to, you know, come back strong, and they are doing exactly that.
No, see, the thing with Initiative Academy is they're thinking out of the box. They're not scared that even though they're a two-man standing, they're not scared of taking a fight or probably not using those throwables, right? We did see in the final moments of the game, it was always the throwables which helped them out. They eliminated Hydras, they eliminated whichever was in front of them, that Enigma. We had Avi over there, even that person got eliminated. So I think they did the damage with those throwables.
See, the thing with the throwables is, right, once you do that, it is going to keep the enemy at bay, right? And they have to be on the back foot because they are going to have to retreat.
Yeah.
And that gives you enough time for either one of your teammates to set up a flank or for you to push head on and, you know, let your guns do all the talking. So, again, it's all about balance in life and in BGMI. And, well, these teams, they have it down to a Q.
Now, one more thing which we have been seeing in the throwables is the follow throwables. For example, after grenade, it's probably a molly which comes up.
You have to expect that.
Yeah, exactly. So there are moments where we're able to see that there's a two-man standing, you know, even though you feel that it's going to be a defensive gameplay, they aim on getting those finish points. And then that's one thing which I did not do, and which is the one which I love the most. They never went in for the second one immediately. They knew that in case this doesn't connect, it's just one grenade wasted. And that is how they held on to it. And once they had a proper view of the people in front of them, that is when they used it.
Also, yes, I agree with you. You know, utility management is basically what we are trying to emphasize on right now. But again, another thing comes in. What I did see was that they were trying to read the enemy.
Yep.
You know, because once you have someone knocked down, one of two things can happen. Either you basically, you know, give up whatever's happened and you move forward, or a little bit of panic sometimes sets in, right?
Yeah.
Because of course everyone wants to be revived, everyone wants to be part of the game going on. So they kind of tried and read whether someone is going to come in, and that's when mistakes can be made, right? That's when the guns do all the talking because, well, bullets definitely travel faster than those grenades.
Absolutely agreed on this point, but we have to stick on to this statement which also says a good grenade is equal to a wasted mag. So let's see whether that's going to be the case in the game of Sanhok, because we can expect a lot of throwables to be coming in. Like that's the only way for you to lure out people who are going to be hiding inside that hard compound, because in the final circle, if you have the hard compound for yourself,
them out, yep.
yeah, you need to flush them out, and also it's important for you to hold that hard compound inside the final circle. In the map of Sanhok, you can be predictable, right? It's either the stone, either the tree, or either the bush.
I mean, or maybe sometimes, you know, I've seen this in the past. Sometimes you might even step on someone. So, you got to be careful where you keep your foot next, because anything can happen. And, well, speaking of anything can happen, we are going to stop talking. We are going away from your screens right now, because before, I love saying this, before all the death, destruction, and carnage, let's have a look at the beautiful tropical island of Sanhok.
Now this is boot camp, right? That is where, you know, the hotspot was in the previous time, and we have been seeing how well this place was actually used. But yeah, I would also want to see circle forming up exactly over here, right? See, look at this place. There's water, there's land. You can fight like in any way possible, right?
You can, and you know, it's been a while that we've seen anything happen at the quarry, so it is going to be interesting to see whether the circle is going to come this way. But you know what, I think we did see some action at the quarry at some point. Again, I want to see something at the docks, even maybe Bantai all the way down south. I haven't seen Sami in action in a long while, or even like you mentioned, you know, Mongnai all the way to the northeast. But again, I guess we're going to have to leave that to the BGMI gods, because like I said, they have all the power. But for now, it is going to be exciting to see what the playing path is, or rather not, because, you know, it doesn't really matter. However, I love the fact that groups B and C are going up against another, which means, you know, the throne for the league stage is going to be contested right now. Maybe the Kings might be toppled. Maybe they might just put their foot down. But again, in the next two games, oh boy, there's going to be a little shuffle at the tippity top.
Now, there's one question which lingers in my head. You've been looking at the side of Seoul keenly, because we have been asking you question after question as to the generation change in the Seoul boot camp itself and the kind of gameplays they have been changing up. Do you think that, you know, Team Seoul in the map of Sanhok is going to be as aggressive as how they are in the other maps?
This new Seoul, absolutely. Because again, like I said, you know, we have been, as you mentioned, we've been watching them ever since the inception of BGMI, and of course the competition has also increased, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, our country has so much untapped potential that every now and then a new superstar is going to arise. But for now, we're going to see if, well, the new soul, the new breed of players are going to be as aggressive, because as is right now, they do have the maximum number of points. Well, Big Brother Esports and Team Seoul are going to share 29 in the map of Sanhok.
Look at this, the top 5 players. It's going to be BBX, EXO, Rex, OR, and then comes Solo Mega. That shows that, you know, they're not in the best of the form, especially Goblin not playing in. We all know that Goblin is still on the top with 26 finishes by the end of the second day itself. But let's see whether he can put up more points for it. If he survives, it's going to be easier. And we had predicted a circle to the northeastern side. And I think it's going to be blessed. But at the same time, an early skirmish between the side of Walkouts as well as UP50 and Walkouts. Man, this team has picked up the pace.
Well, for now, they are going to be walking all over UP50 as the car goes down. Wait a second, Rage God is going to be raging as he was taken down by that QBZ. And now, this is where the backup is coming in. The cavalry is going to be charging in. Mr. Spray, making sure he holds his angles, because you can't overstep, as Yuva is going to eliminate one of them. And now the goes in, he shoots,
No.
He is going to get the better of him. Yuva, oh, he could have given some cover a little bit better, but now he's going to reload that Vector, and this is where things could be problematic. However, from afar, Team Kinetic want to play as well. Abra's got to be careful. He does get that final finish, that final nail in the coffin. But for now, Walkouts know that, you know, somebody else is coming for their position.
Now, Walkouts, they've got decent amount of finishes, and they know there's another team approaching. So it's better they fall back, get the right kind of farming, and be prepared just in case Kinetic is going to be rushing in. Look at the position of Kinetic in the mini-map, or the map feed which we have. 4 players in 4 different corners of the bootcamp itself. So wherever Walkouts trying to move around, they're going to get tagged.
They are going to get tagged, but the thing is, I do believe one of the members, Onyx, from Team Kinetic, is still keeping a keen eye on the opposition. And, well, I was just going to bring it up that maybe KSR is the one who's going to be at the receiving end. However, the Mummy is alive, ladies and gentlemen, going ham with that gangster gun, the Tommy. And, well, looks like Onyx is going to be down on his bloody knees. Elsewhere, fights are going to be breaking out. In fact, multiple fights are breaking out all across Sanhok. This is the confusion. This is the chaos that we have been waiting for. But for now, KSR, he does have a shotgun. Maybe not the best gun at that range, buddy, but I guess he's just trying to see if he can spot something. The problem is he only has 38 rounds left in the Tommy gun.
No. For me, the good part is that, you know, when you're spreading around, we have been speaking about this, maintain a distance of 50 meters only. Because if you go anything more than that, it's going to be hard for you to come in for a revival. Either you'll be walking into the crosshairs of the enemies, or probably a throwable projectile is going to be coming in towards you. So it's better you stay away from that radius. But even though, you know, UP50 was a little late, due to which he might have to pay the price of not getting that finish, as well as a retaliation, as it's going to be God in the crosshairs at this point of time, gets into hard cover. It's going to be a 2v1 situation, as God is going to be cooking up a grenade. It's time for KRS to run away rather than staying in that position. That grenade doesn't do any kind of damage. He was smart enough. He fell back. Now he's wearing a yellow colored dress, right? The mummified, you know, costume. He has to be very careful when he's lurking around, because amongst the green, the colors are going to be popping up.
Or he might just find some dead grass as well. But again, you know, I think for now he is going to be pushing back, and that is the right decision on his part. Now, I like what he did there. Now, he knew that the revive is coming in. He gave them plenty of time.
Yeah.
The thing is, had he had a couple of grenades on him or something, it could have been a different story. But for now, I think his game plan needs to be A, survive somehow, and then B, go and loot and maybe live to fight another day. But right now, God is trying to keep an idea. He's trying to get an idea, beg your pardon, as to where his position could be, while the remainder of his teammates are going to make sure they loot up to their heart's content. Now, if you have a look at all your teams on the right of your screen, you are going to realize that RE has lost one member. And, well, the winners of the last game, Nigma Galaxy, they are down to a two-man squad.
I did not expect that, because I felt that, you know, they could have been on the defensive side from the get-go, but still they had to face a heavy price. But on the other side, we were able to see there's another fight breaking out between BB as well as IE, and IE is actually taking the fight into the face of BBs, and it's important for Big Brothers to actually have some man advantage. We have been speaking about this, right? In the map of Sanhok, man advantage is something good. But coming back to this fight, you know, UP50 had a very good chance to get that finish point. They knocked that person out, and he was still open. He was not even in the hard cover. He could have just continued spraying with the Thompson and made sure he would have got that finish, but still did not choose to.
Well, let's see if we can have a look at what happens earlier. There you go. Your wishes are going to be granted here, Arca, as we are going to go back to the very first knock and finish up the game. And, of course, Mr. Spray, living up to his name, spraying all that hot lead in their bodies. Now, this is the fight that we did miss out on. NGX, they tried to go in, and, well, they were blindsided by Team Blind that was lying in wait, and within a split second, two of their members were sent to the depths of hell. And, well, that is how the cookie crumbles. That is how it happens sometimes in life and in the game, and hopefully they come back stronger for it. Now, if you have a look at how everything is panned out, MJ and Apollo, the god himself, they are going to have to be a bit defensive, while Blind Esports, well, they are trying to scour the city looking for the remainder of Nigma Galaxy.
It all depends on where they're, you know, positioned at this point of time. They are in a position where they need to leave that Same and make sure they get inside the circle, which is way far away. So, you know, lurking and looking out for the enemy at this point of time, I don't think will be a wise decision for them. But let's look at the other teams as well. Look at the way Team Soul is, you know, spread out, and the amount of farming they can do with that kind of a spread. You know, one is in Ruins, one is in Tambang, one is right between those two. And we saw Omega was in the island of Camp Alpha from the get-go itself. There are a lot of opportunities for the others to come in and capitalize on this squad, because ultimately you need to slap the king away from his throne to make sure that you hit the top of the table.
Well, let's see if the Kings are going to be dethroned this early. But again, you know, that is going to mount up just a little bit of pressure on them. And also, they are going to have to decide whether they head over to the circle from the northern aspect of the map or from somewhere around the ruins. Because, well, we can see all the teams on our screens, and they cannot. Now, we did see another skirmish break out to the north. It was between Initiative and BB, but for now, Looks like Deadpool might just come dangerously close to Apollo, and I'm pretty sure all those footsteps are giving his position away. Oh boy, Shadow, you better not know something is actually lurking for you. Oh, MJ gave his position away. However, Shadow without a weapon switches quick, and MJ hits the deck like his life depended on it, and there you have it. From the shadows, he struck, and well, down went one member of Blind. Now, they are going to be aware that, hey, someone's in this building. Keep one thing in mind, buddy. Apollo still hasn't given his position away.
Now, this is the most important point, right? I did point out Blind shouldn't take this fight, rather prioritize the circle.
They thought they'd gone.
Yeah, it's unnecessary one, and the journey they have in front of them, again, it's going to be Nigma Galaxy trying to take redemption, and we all know a wounded lion's breath is going to be sounding much scarier than its roar itself. So let's see how that's going to turn out, as Apollo is going to strike yet again. He has to heal up at this point of time, but pixels were more than enough. MJ comes in from behind with the AKM, was not able to land it perfectly, as the jiggle from Williams was both stronger, and 4 finishes from a single man shows that Blind time to get into the circle.
Well, they are definitely seeing everything around them a little bit different from their name, but for now, Initiative Academy, oh my goodness, these boys are on a high. Like you know, we were discussing earlier, a few finishes and a few placement points is going to infuse them with confidence, and look at them fly. 2 finishes early on in Sanhok, and right now, they are gunning for Team MG's position. Now, the question is, you know, the circle is still, you know, up for grabs, and it can go either way. But as far as Initiative are concerned, I think they're on a bit of a high right now because, again, last round in Miramar, Blazy, I do believe, had 7 finishes, and maybe he wants to add to his tally.
I know that, you know, they're capable of doing it. When they know the Assaulter is actually on the run, they're just going to support him. They're going to be like, do the best of damage you can, get the best of finishes you can, and then later on, in case things don't work out, we all know how to survive and get those placement points, right? So at the same time, one other thing which I loved about them in this game was they're not using any kind of throwables. Rather, they're going to be using those crosshairs, just spraying around in some looks and corners where they feel that enemies could be hiding, eliminating the chances of them presence over there, and then trying to get it.
You're absolutely right, because what we just saw on our screens moments ago was just a little bit of a preemptive strike. Although Team MG had, you know, moved further away from the position on top of the hill, they weren't taking any chances.
Yep.
As soon as they got out of cover, they were shooting at every single rock, every single tree they could set their eyes on, and well, that is what might just separate them from the rest of the pack sooner or later. Now, Team Soul out in the blue, but I do believe they'll get to the next circle in the nick of time, as the circle is going to shift a bit further away, which means we still might yet see some action take place at the Paradise Resort. Maybe something might go down at Camp Bravo, or even Mongnai could have, well, a few unwanted residents in this game of Sanhok.
Now, a person who's going to be taking, I think it's Sensei who's going to be thinking the same, try to get into the waters and take a rotation in the blue zone towards the side of Campo through the waterways will be the best option for them. But rather, we can see that Punk, as one of his teammates, are actually going through the roads, you know, trying to be as safe as possible. But they might encounter the side of Kinetic on the way, or ACBC, I'm so sorry. So it's going to be hard for them to survive in case they take this fight, because it's going to be a 2v4 situation with them not only outside the zone, but also outside the circle. One good dish of damage is going to be like, I don't know, as equivalent to finish.
It could be, and you know, the thing is, we don't know anything. Even they have no idea what might be lying ahead for them. But for now, you are going to be correct. They aren't going to exactly go to the waterways, but they are going to try and get maybe somewhere near Lakavi. That is where we are going to expect some fighting to take place. But for now, oh boy, this is going to be a tricky situation. UP50. Keep in mind, they just have one man standing. And Hitman, he is still trying to scour. He is trying to find them out. And KSR, you might want to hear something. You better not let loose some shots, because, well, if you do so, someone might just come and, well, stab you in the back. But Hitman is going in. Wait a second. Wait a second, KSR. He's going to be waiting. He knows someone's next to him. He knows someone's next to him. Hitman is being a little careful as well. But the moment he tries to relocate with his team, was the tap to give away. Hitman is going to make sure he switches to his weapon. There you have it, the UMP. Good for that close quarter combat. And with that, we do have another one biting the dust as UP50 bid us goodbye again early on here, Arca.
24th position with just 10 finishes and 11 placement points, and a total of just 21 points, you know, where teams are actually concentrating on getting 21 in one game. this team is still struggling and getting off with no finish points and placement points, and they have to realize that that was an unwanted fight yet again. When the enemy is not pushing in towards you, why take the risk? Just welcome them with the crosshair when required. But at this point of time, we're able to see that, you know, somehow Team EXO have got away from the crosshairs of ACBC and made it right to the dead center. Now a split gameplay is still sticking on over there, right? So I don't know whether it's going to be possible for them.
You know, I wish our wishes could be answered right now. If the producers could help us out and put up the map, something interesting is happening because, you know, Seoul, if you have a look on the right of your screen, is still out of the blue, and you know, they are still at the position where we left them lost. Two of their members are still going to be near Camp Alpha, and well, Akshat and one of his teammates have made it all the way south of boot camp. Now, I wonder why they are taking such a long time. Well, I already know the answer because they're probably getting every single first aid kit they can possibly get their hands on. I want to ask you a question. Let's predict. How many first aids do you think Team Seoul is going to end up with towards the end of this game?
Between 25 to 30, somewhere
I
around
was
20
thinking 30 as well.
Yeah, 27 to 28 probably one person is going to have. If it's above 40, then we can say that, you know, they're going to get a lot of position points for themselves. An MG3, a light machine gun, this gun, I don't know, every time I play around with it, with any kind of scope, you know, with it, it looks like it takes the bullet to travel for a long distance, but once it hits the target, that person is going to tremble down so fast.
Well, the map is finally up on our screens, but of course, this is going to just let us know where the circle is going to go. I was just talking about Omega and Goblin, right? They were northwest of Camp Alpha, thinking maybe they might go the Hathin way. However, because Akshat has already scouted them out and, you know, he knows the position is safe, they're going to be coming down south. And, well, that is a good call because the circle is going to be in their favor as well. However, someone who's going to be a little unlucky is going to be one of the members from XO, as Sensei has fallen down to our Esports guns, and, well, Punk is going to try and make his way out, and, well, Jadu this time around is just going to try and get as much information as he can. Now, with the circles shifting down south, all the teams that were up north, they're going to have to come down, and, you know, we might just see a few exchanges taking place along the way.
Now, this is where we wanted a 1v1v1 situation. We are able to see that most of these teams, especially EXO and our Esports, all of them have already lost a player, right? So the next skirmish they take, the next fight they get into, I just hope that, you know, they're going to be getting some finish points as well as losing one or two of themselves. But EXO on the other side, we did see them, a split gameplay coming in. One set of players were towards the side of RE, one set of players were towards the side of ACBC, and eventually had to pay the price as BB at this point of time against the side of Team IE are doing the damage in the right corner, making sure that they hit them when the backs are visible.
Now, again, a little bit of a mistake coming in from IA over here because you got to keep one thing in mind. They were the ones who did get the better of BB at the beginning. And I just have one question. What are two guys doing out in the open, hiding behind such slim trees? Because had it been a mighty oak, I understand, you know, you will have a little bit of cover.
Yep.
But again, BB, what they did was they kind of spread themselves out. They outflanked the flank that Initiative was trying to... Whoa, that's a hopeful grenade. That's a hopeful one. It bounces just a little bit far away from the intended target. But again, Loki, well, his days are definitely numbered, which means now IA, oh boy, they were looking so good, but now they are going to be reduced to a two-man army. Elsewhere, OR Esports up against 7C.
Oh, no, not again. Not again. Sarang getting taken down. Why is this been happening? I don't understand. He's trying to be that person as a punching bag, probably trying to get information by leading it in the front. But every time he gets taken down, it's like dominoes falling down. But a good spray god coming in from the other side. We all know how good he is with that 4x equipped with an M4. I'm hoping to see some wonders yet again from his side. But look at that. It's going to be Aladdin from the other side trying to punch. It's an eye for an eye at this point of time. Are they going to capitalize on it? It's going to be the next big question.
Well, looks like Aladdin's first wish was definitely to have some impeccable accuracy because the genie has definitely granted that as Aditya was taken down as far as OR Esports is concerned. However, it does seem like he isn't going to be down for long as well. He is back up on his feet, and now Aru is going to be joining his teammates as well. Now, 7C Esports, they have a couple of options over here. They know that they are at the edge of the circle. Salvatore is thinking whether he should, you know, go up that little mound on his right, but ooh, looks like Jelly has already anticipated that. All those smoke screens are going to be popped. He is going to be spotted. Shots are going to be fired, but for now, Salvatore is still alive and kicking.
Now Spray God on the other side, another punch coming in. This exchange of blow is so good.
They need
And
to push it
Jelly,
now.
yeah.
7C need to push in right about now.
No,
but-
7C has also got a knock for themselves, right? So it's going to be important for them to also pick up their teammate. But BB, this is what happens when you take a fight for a longer. And BB Scream is going to take advantage of all these things, welcoming the person into his crosshair, putting him down on his knees, and also expecting him to finish them off. There's another person cooking up a grenade. This guy is going to be Spray God. Scream is just going to fall back and tell his teammates that, just wait out for this grenade to explode. I'm going to tell you exactly where the team is coming in from. Put your crosshairs over there and finish them off.
Oh, well, looks like Scream has been spotted, but a grenade is going to be chucked in the perfect timing, and looks like 7C, I beg your pardon, are going to be on the back foot. Now this is where the follow-up comes in. He anticipated beautifully that he is going to try and go behind the rock, because just moments before, this is where Scream was lying in wait, was lying in ambush, and well, that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen, for 7C Esports. But now Zen Obi is going to be spotted out this game, or enough time to recuperate, get back on their feet, be a four-man squad, and well, now it's going to be Big Brothers who are going to be in trouble elsewhere. Team MG are taking the fight to Hyderabad Hydras. Now Hyderabad Hydras, they definitely have another advantage, but Striker just went down. Carry coming in, Carry goes down as well. This is going to be a 2-on-1 situation between the two.
I don't know how this is going to be turning out, because they're pretty much far away. This is when I say that you need to be at least 50 meters close to your teammate, or else it's going to be hard for you to pick them out. Now Max OP, he has to think out of the box, and this is a circle which is getting smaller and smaller. So in case they delay this fight even more, there's going to be third parties coming in, as MG is going to be raking up as many finish points as possible. They know it's going to be hard for them to pick up their teammates, as there are going to be some more teams who are going to be pushing in towards them, as they almost are making it inside the circle. But let's not forget that HH, Ace Black, is the one man trying to make it inside the circle.
And now this is what happens in proper Sanhok fashion. Another one is going to be joining the fray, as Team Kinetic are going to be coming by. And let me tell you one thing, they definitely heard the commotion. They know someone is going to be in that giant warehouse. That carry is going to be spotted, and this is what you call stealing a finish from the opponents. Now KU is jumping up and down. Abrar knows the distance is a bit too much, and if he lets loose, it could be problematic. But Kinetic, they've got to keep one thing in mind. Now they are in a potential sandwich situation, because I like what they're doing, right? They are waiting for the remaining members of Team MG to come out, but they are going to be in a little bit of a hot spot elsewhere. BB are still falling down, which means only one man is going to be carrying their flag forward. But elsewhere, Yuva from WO is going to get the better of Team Kinetic.
Now let's see whether that's gonna be the case, right? Because walkouts also have to make it inside the circle. Two people are trying to rush in, and at the same time when they're gonna spray them down, I know that the suppressor is going to avoid their location as quickly as possible. They can rake up as much finish points as possible, but ultimately I know what Kinetic will be looking out for. Now God can be coming into the crosshairs yet again, as walkouts are going to be making it inside, but they have to watch out for the side of Team Soul, who have slowly made it inside the circle, and now they can strike against the side of walkouts. I think they have, as two players have got down, probably because of the zone, or probably it's because of the players getting hit on by the side of Team Soul.
Oh, there's a lot of exchanges taking place. It's a free-for-all over here right now, because, well, a lot of these finishes are being stolen from someone or the other. Now grenades are going to be chucked. ACBC Capron down on his knees. He's going to back off Team EXO. They could be pushing in. However, those grenades are going to make sure that they are still going to be kept at bay behind that rock. And there you have it. One big grenade. Is that all she wrote? Wait a second. Evil Sky does get a grenade finish over there. Snacks is going to go down, which means now Team EXO survived.
Oh, no.
Correction, survived by one. Even though Fist did get that knock with that grenade, Punk has his work cut out because his position is given away. I like what he's doing. He's got to go in for it, but he gets shot from elsewhere. And now he is going to have to patch himself up, as Haxa from ACBC was on point to make sure no push comes his way.
Now zone is going to be coming in, right? This is a candle burning in both the sides. You have to make sure you decide on one thing, and Punko has nothing to decide. It's going to be ACBC. You're going to heal themselves up and immediately go in for the rotation. But let's see what's going to happen next, because the most important point is going to be this. The zone is going to still favor the side of OR. Soul has done the damage against the side of walkouts. They have to make it inside the circle. ACBC is going to be finding them over there, but FS is holding by the side of Team Soul. The very good opportunity coming in. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Well, let me just tell you one thing. There are some insurance policies in place right about now, as Soul Hector is the one who is going to be, well, kitted to the gills with all those first aids, which we should see coming up at some point, while the remainder of his team are going to be going forth and dishing out damage. And speaking of dishing out damage, Omega gets the better of Explicit, and well, he does have one first aid, which means he can do that all over again. There you have it. He's going to make a move, and for now, he is going to make it to the compound. In fact, he might pick up a few more finishes, because I did see a few people on their knees up ahead as Akshat is going to be brought down by Mr. Spray.
Now this is the time where Soul is going to be tasting their own medicine, as it's going to be Walkouts taking the fight in the path of redemption. Hitman knows the location of Spray. I don't know how come in close range battles people are trying to rely on throwables when they know the opponents are going to be pushing in as quickly as possible, as they get to know the clinging of the grenade being unpinned. But at the same time, Walkouts are still alive over here with 2 men standing. 9 finishes is what they've raked up. They have a little bit of a control of the zone as well. They'll have to be pushing in, but it's Soul. One last man standing. That's going to be Hector with 35 healings for himself. How long can he survive?
Well, we did predict it is going to be about 30. That is why they did spend so much time out in the blue, and looks like it might just grab them a couple of position points. But for now, it is going to be a little bit of a king of the hill situation, as OR Esports, I wonder if they're oblivious to the fact that RE are right down below, because let me tell you something, they haven't made a single peek till now. They have got a couple of frags for themselves. But for now, OR are going to be looking into the distance. There you have it. They are going to be concentrating on teams like Walkout, as Nithya gets the better of Bear Baba, and now Jelly's trying to get as close as he can to lob one of those hot potatoes. We will see, but Mr. Spray, well, this time you are going to be spraying on as OR get the better of them, making sure they have 11 finishes at this point.
And they're counting it. They're going to make sure that every single finish is going to count as they take down more players in front of them. There's going to be Rockstar. ACBC has got just 2 players left out for themselves, and the rest of them are busy going in for the heal battle. So our Esports have to do something wonderful over here, just in case they can weaken the side of OR before getting taken down. But OR on the other side are strong with 4 men standing. They have 11 finishes. They have nothing to lose. They'll be trying to push forward. The projectile of the grenade might be revealing out the location. There it is. Atanki knows the location exactly. He's going to be landing this grenade. Throwables is going to be exchanged, and the final moments of Rockstar is going to be on our screens anytime soon.
Well, it could be the case right now, because how can he survive that? There you have it. It is going to be Atanki's grenade living up to his name, causing all that destruction. And now we are down to 3. It's going to be OR Esports going up against, well, one man of Soul who's not going to be in the game. Evil Sky is going to still try his best and hold on to that second position, but I do believe perhaps Soul Hector might just have a few more first aids, and let's see if they are going to get those extra 2 points for positions, because, well, OR Esports, they are definitely running away with this game.
Now Evil Sky, unwanted push coming in. He knows that probably could have counted the number of people alive. He knows 4 in front of them. He's standing over there. He could have tried to play for placement points. Look at that, 10 health kits. Yeah, that's what I said. Team Soul had enough to take care of, and that's the kind of, I am looking forward for it. See, look at that, 2064 healings already coming in, and every time he punches it in, he's gonna get more and more of it. And he should realize by now that, you know, there's just 5 men standing. Probably it's the squad around with 4, and I'm the last man standing.
Hey man, now the thing is, OR know that someone is out of the blue, that someone is going to be healing up, and this is basically just being a little bit of an irritation, right? Because he's going to try and delay it for as long as he can, and again, rack up all those healing points for himself. And now looks like OR Esports, they're getting a bit cranky, they're getting a bit bored, they're going to play hot potato with each other. Oh buddy, oh, there's a grenade coming for you, Jelly. Oh boy. He is going to have some fun, and now finally Hector's like, you know what, I still have a couple more. I am going to go forth with the last first aid as I punch it in. I'm going to show myself then, maybe even fire a few shots just for the heck of it.
No, this is way far away, right? But OR on the other side, we saw the smiles in that camera.
Oh, yeah.
That's the best part about it. They're just having fun. They know they've done the thing. He's just spraying around to make sure that, you know, he has control of his recoil, as well as he's trying to show that, you know, we are the team standing out over here. He's going to be so happy. OR on the other side actually knew that this winner chicken dinner was already in their pockets, and due to which they're going to be so happy with the kind of finishes also they've gained. I saw 11 previously.
14.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the final 3 did come in. One was Evil coming in from ACBC. There was one which was lying right in front of them, the final moments of the grenade.
Well, now let's have a look at the post-match segment powered by Loco as we have a look at the point standing, and there you have it, 14 finish points, 15 points from position, which means OR are going to end this game with 29 for themselves. Team Soul, despite not having a lot of frags, again, thanks to Hector, are going to be in the second spot with 15, well, 12 of which came from positions.
No, this is the best part, right? Look at this. Yet again, our esports going in for placement points, which we have been speaking about. ACBC going in for placement points, which we keep speaking about. Whereas Big Brothers, Walkouts, and FS, these are probably FS is going to have different plans. But Blind, all these teams are still relying on finish points rather than placement points. 7, 9, and 4. Somehow they're able to survive. But this is one map where EXO is going to be regretting that decision of playing in the split, and they've got taken down very, very soon.
Well, they were taken down, but it is going to be Optunki from OR Esports who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP in the game of Sanhok with 5 finishes to his name and almost 1,000 points of damage.
Yep, this is going to be the moment where we're going to hit the post-match analysis of Loco, right? And yep. Let's see how that is going to turn out. As top 5 leaderboards is going to be here. We have 3 players of OR coming in. This is what happens when you're placed at the right time, at the right.
Absolutely. It doesn't matter which of them is going to be on the screen because after all, this is the team game. But joining them, we have Scream, who was screaming with his weapon from Big Brother Esports. And of course, Walkouts are going to be walking their way in the top 5 with Mr. Spray with 3 finishes to his name. Not a lot of damage considering we did see him right at the beginning, just in the thick and thin of all the action. But again, it was a good game of Sanhok. A little unpredictable this time, but what I liked was action. Once it broke out, it never stopped.
Yep, agreed on this point, but BBX Scream, I really love the way, he took this fight being that lone survivor against the side of war. He dared to do it as well. But yeah, highest in the Sanhok coming up. The number crosses 10,000 for the first time ever. And they're going to be, it's all thanks to one man, right? Who was all far away, took almost 25% of the total number.
I'm going to say almost 33% because, again, we are going to find that out later on. But yes, it was all Hector who did finally get these amazing numbers. But again, not a lot of grenade finishes in Sanhok. And, well, you can see all the rest. Now, what I am excited in seeing is the finish and damage graph. Because I do believe a lot of teams, like I like saying, they did get a little taste for all that blood out there in Sanhok. And, a couple of them might even have some damage sans any finishes. And there you have it, UP50. They were one of the first few teams to engage with the opponents. However, just like 7C, they do have a few damage points to, show for. However, not a single finish.
Now this is where you need to place yourself right? OR Esports on the other side are going to be so happy with that big towers. They have hit 2,574 damage. But I believe that BB were more clinical than anybody else. 882 with 7 finishes. And then we have the side of Walkouts right behind them. But still, we have to give it to the side of BB as we were speaking about it. Scream, there was a moment when he used those grenades against the side of Team EXO, if I'm not wrong. But I don't know who it was. I think it was the side of IE, if I'm not wrong, probably, where he used a grenade when it was required.
It was. And the best thing is he was also the one who basically came and surprised 7C, if I'm not wrong, because they thought they had their backs against the wall because, well, the blue is already upon them and they heard the commotion. This is where your topography skills come in, right?
Yep.
They knew the terrain. He went all the way behind them and, well, put a little bit of a knife in their back. But for now, Team Soul, luckily, thanks to Hector, are going to hold on to their lead as OR Esports are going to move up to the second position with 129 to their names.
10 games already played by everybody, and that's the best part. From first position to the 8th position, everybody have a minimum of at least one winner in a chicken dinner, and that is why they're over here. And this is the importance of getting those placement points when required. 4 teams have hit the 3-digit mark at this point of time, and 4 teams are left out with just, a single-digit numbers to be hitting in over there. But let's not forget to see how the finish points had helped out for few teams like Global Esports over here. Look at the placement points they've got, just 34, but still they're able to put up 98 points.
Now the best thing is, there's going to be a lot of revenge and vengeance in the next game because the same groups are going to be playing. It is going to be B and C in Erangel once again. So, I'm pretty sure they are going to be keeping score, and let's see if that's going to be the case. But for now, as we have a look at the midway mark in the overall standings, FS Esports holding on to that 10th position. Our Esports again, largely due to the fact that they have those position points, they are going to be holding on to the 9th position, 86 points again, just 14 off 100, which means they can find themselves in the top 5 really soon. Walkouts, buddy, coming up to the 15th with 69 points for themselves.
Good to see that, Walkouts are slowly picking up the pace. They were in the 17th position, finally making it to the top 16, making sure that, they have a chance to retain that position is also good. But look at the bottoms. You still have UP50. We still have Esports Wala after the 10th games. And this is the worst part, for the side of Esports Wala, is that they have not got any finish points whatsoever rather than few maps. Just 9 finish points. And this is why we say a balance is to be struck between the finish points and placement points, or else you won't be making it through.
Oh, absolutely. And, maybe the teams at the bottom can take stock of what you just said, especially UP50. Now, we did see they did have that initial skirmish take place at the boot camp. And yes, they were unlucky that Team Kinetic decided to join in from behind and, pretty much just put them in between a rock and a hard place, a sandwich, as we like calling it. But, it is what it is. Maybe they need to step up and, take those early fights when there's just one team to look out for, which they did. But it's Sanhok. Again, like I say, you fire a shot, everyone and their mothers are going to hear it in about a 700-800 meter radius. And, the wolves are always going to come calling.
One thing which I love the most about Team Soul over there, they never bothered about getting those early fights. It was all about picking those early, med kits for themselves.
It was indeed, but again, that is the beauty of this tournament. Once again, thank you to our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And, well, once again, let's have a look at that amazing video.
I've got the power to make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, I wonder if you spotted out your favorite BGMI players and, well, streamers, because, again, Loco is, our India Ka Apna gaming platform. And, right now we are going to talk about the giveaways once again. And, Arka, how do we go about this?
So, first thing what you got to do is go... First, have an email account for yourself.
Please
Gmail.
Register.
Yeah, any email in that case. But having a safer side, if you have a Gmail account, you're gonna go into Amazon. Make sure you search for Neo 6, iQOO Neo 6, and then what happens over there, you'll be getting no more option. First, click on no more option because we're speaking about this specific device which you want to take home, and then over there's going to be some questions you need to answer, and at the end you're going to notify yourself, and eventually you're going to be getting calls. And as soon as you get to know you're getting a call, from here on start receiving calls which you feel is going to be important.
That is absolutely perfect. But now again, Sanhok is a map where action is basically taking place every single second. So in case you missed some of it, because we definitely did, we have a lovely production team coming up with the highlights. Now, like I said, UP50 were at the receiving end of things right at the beginning. They're trying his best, trying to just jiggle his way out. He almost gets that finish. However, he knew that someone else was coming in, and, well, that was a bit unlucky for him. Also, keep one thing in mind, Kinetic came in from behind and knocked him out.
Now, blind Esports on the other side, Bruce Williams outside, trying to hold that position. He knew that somebody's going to come through the door and it's important for us to take that person out. This is what I was speaking about. Now, KSR7 puts him down, but doesn't go in for the finish. And that is why he had to pay a hefty price.
I mean, that is a clinical drop shot if I've ever seen one. And, well, looks like it definitely worked in their advantage for a second, but it was a bit too late. Now, what happened over here was, when Apollo realized that, wait a second, I have not a single bandage on me, not a single first aid kit, he did go in for the finish. Had he kept pulling that trigger at the beginning, he might have walked away with an extra point for his team. Now, Initiative, this is where we saw them get those early finishes, but maybe, dare I say, they made a couple of mistakes, letting two of their players out in the open, take cover behind thin trees, and, well, hopefully they learn from that and come back stronger. Now, our Esports also had a good game. However, their numbers were dwindling fast, and this is what I'm talking about. Completely caught off guard, and, well, Big Brothers, they capitalized on that situation.
And they got that finishes, and that was the best part. They didn't let go of it. 7C Sarang, he gets taken down, and after that, everybody dwindles one after the other. But let's wait and see how Scream turns this out. Yeah, it was the fight against 7Cs. I'm so sorry. The first one goes down. The second one, he exactly knows how far could he have traveled on his knee. So he might have gone a little this side. So he puts it perfectly over there, puts an end for the whole squad.
That grenade might have still gone a bit further back and might have just, shredded Aladdin to bits. But however, it just bounced off at the right moment, and, well, they probably saw it land on the field, and they would be like, they probably looked at each other and said that, all right, buddy, it was nice knowing you. I'll see you in the next one.
I mean, it was teammates, right? So they were like, let's meet at the boot camp rather. But at the same time, let's not forget how OR's domination had taken place from the get-go itself. 4 finishes already from their way, and they were holding the right corner. They were making sure that nobody's going to come a bit more closer. Every time there was a team in front of them, they played it really well. Athanki on the other side with the grenades. Look at that. Right into the face of Blazy. And then ACBC comes in from the other side with some good grenades as well. Takes down one player of, EXO. The second one also gets taken down because of this beautiful grenade coming in. This exchange was also really good. One Rain putting down with the bullets and Fierce coming back with the grenade.
Man, speak about lobbing grenades in your face, because that is exactly what happens in Sanhok. And again, when you see a grenade hurling towards you, you kind of tend to back off just a little bit, but it looks like Mr. Spray did not get the memo, because he still went out with his weapon and tried to do as much damage as he could. Now, OR Esports were in a good position, not just by luck, but also, because they did push them off.
Oh, look at
goodness,
those.
I love it. How many grenades kept going boom and how many victims kept falling. But again, Evil Sky, again, the grenade was a bit further away, but that shrapnel, once it just shreds through your body, it is going to be a bit difficult to, survive after that. And then OR were basically just, killing time, because Hector was all the way out in the blue zone, just patching himself up, making sure he gets all those heal points.
I mean, I really love the game, the way it has turned out to be for so many teams, right? Especially for the side of Team OR, because we have been seeing them. They've been consistent, and they've been persistent as well, not just consistent. They're persistent on making sure they have the right corner. First, they clear off their back, and then they concentrate on the teams up front. That was not the case for many of these teams. Let's take Walkout in that, BB, you name them, 7Cs.
Well, I guess BB towards the end, yes. But the way they came in behind 7C Esports, because, they weren't even close.
Yeah.
All BB, let me just paint a picture. Just imagine this. All BB had to do was walk down in a straight line, be in the circle, and then, do whatever they wanted. Nah, they heard the commotion. They're like, look, we're already heading south. Let's just take a detour by about 200, 300 meters. And it did work out for them. They capitalized and raked up a few finishes for themselves.
No, that's what happens, right? In the map of Sanhok, no matter how far you're still close.
Oh, yeah.
So eventually that commotion is going to attract someone else to be coming in. Yeah. So someone else is going to be coming in. And in the map of Sanhok, we all know it's not the person or the bullets which are going to be coming in first. It's going to be the throwables. And you can't predict the projectile of most of them, because few of them we did see, right? One pitches and falls into your belly, and few of them is going to be coming right into your face. So it's hard for you to predict those.
I mean, again, it's going to be a bit daunting as well, because it's like you expect either someone with a weapon to be handling. And the thing is, I kind of noticed one thing. When you have a grenade that close, chances are because you're cooking it, to perfection.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe the enemy might just come and be blown to smithereens. You might go down, but that is where your teammates come in handy, because if one of them has the grenade, the other one definitely has that weapon trained on his position. So again, I love the fact that we are witnessing great teamwork in this BMPS, and well, here's to seeing some more.
Yep. And good thing in the map of Sanhok, one last thing before, we end that, is going to be the assaulters are relying on grenades. Scream, when 7Cs are pushing in towards them, he still didn't let go of his grenade. He was just concentrating on it. And he's relying on his teammates from behind. As you said, they already have the aim on them, and it's going to be helping them out. So that's a very good thing. And every single time I say this, I feel even more proud to say it more. One good grenade is equivalent to a one mag wasted. So it's better you cook it perfection.
Unless you, like me, and you lob around with about 300 to 400 bullets, then we're not going to be wasting any mags.
No, rather I would like to disagree on a statement. You're one person with that AWN and those bolt actions. You're like, forget about the mag, forget about the grenades. It's just give me one mag of snipers and show me some heads. We're gonna show you how things can be done.
I don't know. Maybe next time I might just play a bit of BGM on myself, and I'm just kidding. I'm going to be happy over here. I'm going to let all these young stars and young stars. Oh my God, am I getting old?
Young stars, they are. We
Fixes in the corner, by the way, is nodding his head profusely.
See, I would like to see that, sometimes the slip of the tongue is, blessings by the God. They are young stars, right? You look at the faces whenever they come on the face cam. That was the age where we're going to whoop just because we touched a mobile at our homes.
Well, I think I'm comfortable over here, and all of you at home should be comfortable as well, because what we're going to do is, well, you already know, we're going to be heading over to a short little break, take a breather, go get yourself some drinks. We'll see you on the other side of this.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच, क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex.
Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! I scout kar rahe hain, yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है।
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
Hello and welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. My name, of course, is Angad Singh Chahal. Wait a sec, what's happening here? I go by the experiment and wait a second, is Daddy Cool trying to be a Giga Chat or should I rather say a Giggle Chat? What's up, mate? Wait, what are we doing? Are we even the look right now?
Yeah, I was actually trying to do that until you just spoiled it all. Giggle Chat could be a new terminology. The ones watching, the ones active rather on Twitter, do not what we are talking about. But
I'm going to be joining you in that sphere soon. Or so I say. I get it.
You're a boomer.
Anyway,
Stay in the boomer land.
Welcome back once again. It is going to be a fun game because it is going to be Erangel and, well, Giggle Chat over here. You're going to hear all that. You're going to hear all that, right?
Oh, yeah. If the zones keep on going like, ha, ha, ha.
Anyway. So how was Sanhok for you? Oh, that was a nice giggle. So yeah. Sanhok again. I love the unpredictableness, right? Of course, that is Sanhok. And OR Esports coming in strong, making sure they had all 4 members surviving till the end, playing a bit of a hard game there.
Of course. I mean, considering how Sanhok has been playing yesterday also, I think how OR Esports has been playing yesterday, I've been loving how they've been approaching the Sanhok, right? Every single time, the one good thing they do is they know when to engage and disengage in fights. They do not overstep, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look at the pre-match segment powered by Loco. Of course, now teams from Group B and Group C are going to be coming in, and Group A, they're going to be taking a little bit of a backseat.
Well, they are going to be taking a backseat, but again, I like this because, you know, it was B versus C in the last game. And like I said, you know, I mean, we aren't people who, you know, forgive and forget easily.
You're going to do that.
So if basically somebody did something to someone in the last game, chances are that someone is going to be coming for you guns ablaze. But again, what else is coming for you is the fact that, you know, all of this has been possible. You know, BGMI Crofton, thank you so much for giving us such a beautiful game. And of course, we have these beautiful devices. A massive shout out to our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And you know what this means? I know what you mean. This is going to be the promo coming up. Let's take another look.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more.
See more.
Be more. I've got the power. To win.
I love that sound, right? Of course, power to win. That's the iQOO Neo 6. So I can go up and down, buddy. I got range.
Do you?
But you know what else you can actually do right now? You can let all our lovely viewers know how they can get their hands on this bad boy.
Of course, head over towards Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6, and there again you find those beautiful phones on display. You've got that please notify me option there. Click over that and you're going to be redirected to a page where you're going to play a little bit of a quiz over there. And if you are lucky, XP, not either of us, you might have this phone by the
Hey,
end
man.
of the evening.
Production didn't tell me anything about this. I'm still trying. I haven't been lucky so far, but maybe, you know, I might get lucky with something else because, well, along with the iQOO Neo 6s, we are going to be giving away some beautiful BGMI merchandise, and I'm talking about T-shirts, and I'm talking about those bottles. And, you know, Fixes and I, we actually hit the gym today. That bottle would have been good. We did. Although we just cycled for about just a minute.
A minute, or maybe even less.
But how
it's fine.
do we get these giveaways?
All right, so it's quite simple. You know, the process is now we've been supporting our favorite teams. Everyone has been. You've been having those hashtags, EXO, hashtag Soul, hashtag HH. Now, whoever you think is going to be staying at the top of today's standings, right? If the team does get it, though, 10 lucky winners are going to get the prize. How do you claim that? You've got to, of course, head out to BGMI official esports channel. On that description section, there's a small link that you have to fill up. And if you're lucky, like I said, 10 merchandise giveaways is up for grabs.
Every single day. And of course, we did just have a look at the substitutions that are going to be taking place. Team MG are going to be putting a new player in. Again, you want to have a fresh perspective, you know, coming in after a few games.
I think could be the only answer to what MG have been searching for, especially in a map like Erangel, right? Because again, apart from those Miramar good encounters that they've been having, other than that, they've been kind of under the weather, right? Every single time they come in, they kind of look lost. And maybe he could be the one shining light that kind of redeems them back, get them back to those winning ways, get them that chicken dinner that they have their eyes on for so long.
Now, the thing is, you know, I love the fact that we have this little graphic coming up on our screens, but is it ever going to
necessary?
change? Is it necessary? I mean, guys, listen, all of you watching out there, try. Let's see if your hands or your brain permits it. Try typing a different team, because the moment they do that, they're going to have to delete it because, you know, of course, like they say, you know, they'll say it is always going to be Soul for a lot of people. But again, the thing is, oh my goodness, like I said, this is the team etched in history, but now this is where the pressure also mounts on these new lads, because they're going to be carrying a lot of weight on their shoulders.
Times are changing, right? Especially the way Team Soul started off in day number 1, haven't quite reciprocated the same in day 2 and day 3, constantly making mistakes. But in this previous game of Sanhok, they did resort to a little bit of a healing battle, which sort of ensured them those position points coming out. But that's not the Soul way, right? That's not how the new Soul has been hardwired, right? They have been there. They are machines, you know, just grinding it through, getting all those finishes to their names, and certainly would be looking to kind of get the flow back in this particular map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. The abandoned church is where we find ourselves in, and could have been possibly destroyed by Judas.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. Well, all right, I get what you're getting at, but well, Judas West put the trial after that. Again, I don't think you know, sacrilege was really up his alley. But again, looks like a couple of stray, you know, bombardments, stray grenades must have come in. And when was the last time you went to a church? Let me just generally ask.
On Christmas, for the roast cake.
Nice. Ooh, delicious.
Oh, indeed. You know,
what's a roast cake?
I mean, you've got a cake that especially created in Christmas. I mean, you know, I've been there just with my friends during Christmas, a little bit of wine poured, and very nice taste.
No wonder this one liked it, huh? A little bit of wine
I mean,
every now and then.
we're all people
definitely
XP,
does
and yeah, we love our roast cakes, so.
However, you know, a PSA over here, ladies and gentlemen, and all the kids watching, drink responsibly. Anyway, we're going to forget that right about now, because the game is going to be underway shortly. And any predictions here, there, brother?
I mean, in this game, considering again it's BNC, I really want OR Esports to get a back-to-back chicken, right? Especially the sort of a hype train, the momentum train that they've voted on. And it is possible, right? It is possible. We're seeing the other teams make a lot of mistakes, but again, could be a resurrection game for Team EXO as well. But let's find out as we traverse into the pastured green lands of Erangel. As, of course, the flight path trajectory this time is going to be a little southern bent, would be from Quarry towards Miltapa. So a lot of teams heading up top around Zaki, Severny, Stalber, Kameshki, even Yasnaya and Rozok, as a matter of fact, have a lot of gliding to do.
Well, they do have a lot of gliding to do, and maybe a little bit of driving along the way as well. But
We've
come on,
seen
buddy.
our fair share.
We've seen our fair share. I want to see. Please, wait 1 second. Just give it a second. Let's not predict anything. I'll just say one thing. The circle needs to be to the south. I'm telling you, pretty much, I do believe 3/4 of the Sosnovka military base is going to be in the first circle. While, of course, you all can have a look whether your team is the highest point getter here in Erangel, because for now, it's still Team Seoul leading the charge.
All right, so a lot to prove for the Seoul boys because, again, Sanhok, the one map where, you know, it's all not really figured out for any of those teams. Kind of depends on how the circle shifts, and that was a smart move by Seoul that time. But they made a couple of mistakes in Erangel for which they had to pay a heavy price, and would be wanting not to do that again. But look at Team Blind, you know, they've secured the vehicles. Could be a little bit of a scuffle though, but they've managed to enter out, and it's not 3/4, is it? But
it's more than 3/4.
All right,
Come on.
all right,
Come
big
on.
man. But I'm
Bow
telling you,
down,
it's gonna shift
Fixes.
up.
Bow
It's gonna
down.
shift up.
It's not going to shift up. We're going to see action on the southern
on that?
island. Buddy, you are on. I will bet anything right now. It's going to be down south.
We're two broke
Wait a
men.
second. Actually, that's true. That is true. You know, we are currently, well, in shambles financially. But let's see if any of these teams are. Buddy, why are you reminding me of that? It's a weekend too. But, you know, looks like we might just see some early action because 7C Esports dropping down near Melter could be taking on Team EXO. And I do believe a couple of them did alight from their vehicles. But for now, Walkouts have no one in their paths as they head over to North Georgia.
I think Walkouts have been having a fairly decent day, right? Especially how they've been playing, right? Consistency is something that's been oozing out of them today, especially in that map of Miramar. And even in Sanhok, they had their tries trying to survive for quite a long time. And even while taking fights, they've been looking a lot more confident.
Oh, you just said a word and I just thought of something you did yesterday. But again, you know, coming back to this.
All right.
Walkouts.
Okay.
Well, you know, they definitely have had a good day. Why don't you take over so that I can just compose myself a little bit?
All right, definitely. You know, for Walkouts, it becomes really
you get it now. Anyway, sorry for the apologies for that. That's really unprofessional of us. It's a little bit of an inside joke over here. And, well, Fixes, try not making any eye contact with me just yet.
I mean, we are having fun, right? We were having fun. We went over to the terrace, and
yes, sir.
It's a pleasant weather here in Hyderabad, for sure. I'm pretty sure, hoping that it's going to be the same case today. And for now, again, Team EXO, they've been a little caught off guard while they've been trying to rotate around. And this is where they would want to, of course, fix their mistakes, the ones they made in Erangels. However, it was Group A back then. It's going to be Group B, so different variables into the picture. They still are going to be contested by 7C right beside them, so timing is going to be of absolute essence.
You know, I agree, but the thing is, now Team EXO and 7C, they've got a bit of a predicament, right? Now, basically, I'm just talking about the circle at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Normally, what they would do is loot up as soon as they can, as much as they can, and try and move to greener pastures. But now a little thought is going to be coming to their minds that, wait a second, do we need to blockade the bridge? Are we going to set up north or south of the bridge? Because, again,
It's
the second
north.
circle, it's going to be south, buddy. It's going to be south. Well, we're going to have to wait with bated breath because for now, we are going to have a look at Blind Esports, but something on my map is catching my eye and looks like FS and OR could be heading for a bit of a collision course. I do believe only 2, maybe 300 meters separate two of the members. There you have it. This is beautiful. If you have a look just east of Rozhok, we might just hear a few bullets being let loose. And, well, the question is, are any bodies going to hit the floor?
Now, this is where, if you talk about the first game and draw comparisons with the second, right? The place where OR has dropped off, it is ideally taken over by GE. And again, OR Esports, they have themselves up and running. They've been having those good times. And so have the players of FS, right? Now, FS is one of those teams that did manage to get the second position in the first game. So they're going to be looking to have a better outing even in Erangel again. But it's going to be a lot more difficult with, you know, teams like OR, you've got Blind, even Kinetic. Everyone sort of rotating at the same time. And they've got to deal with it a lot. Now, what's really changing is, of course, Enigma's absence in prison shelter area. So it's going to be a little bit of a breather for players of Kinetic and Nigma Galaxy to have a safe and sound rotation. But for now, of course, the hotspot areas would be around those bridges, right? The fuel stations that we have, the radio towers that we have, where already the players of Team MG have gotten themselves stationed at.
Team MG, of course, on the western bridge leading to the military island, and our esports are going to be making camp on the one that leads to Nova Ripnoi. Now, the thing is...
Are they crossing over?
They are crossing over. So, again, the thing is, you know that little dip just north of the bridge near the gas station? That is where I'm pretty sure they are going to set up because, A, they can have a little bit of an idea as to what is happening in Milta or what is coming out of Milta. And, of course, 7C are going to be in and around the gas station and that infamous blue building, as I like calling it. But for now, ACBC down at the military island, well, they have all the time in the world to loot to their heart's content because the circle is definitely shifting down south.
No, ACBC as a team has really impressed me so far. Again, coming in, playing against such huge organizations who have all the luxurious facilities, and despite that, you know, they have gotten themselves into the top 8 of things, still in contention. And you know, I mean, they're young lads. Yes,
I agree with you. You know, of course, most of these top teams, they have all the facilities, they have you know, the best of the devices out there. But something is, you know, there's a driving factor, right? There's the hunger, there's that grit, there's that determination, which I'm sure, you know, you and I have felt as well because we did play BGMI when it first came out. And, well, although we did choose a different career path as the boys on our, as compared to the boys on our screens, again, it's that grit and that hunger to make a name for themselves that, you know, propels them forward. Again, not just in the game, boys and girls, this is basically life lessons over here as well. And
talking
3x.
about hunger, XP, of course, you know, this is something that we can really talk about, apart from the literal hunger. But, you know, again, talking in this particular aspect, has it kind of died out for the other teams, right? Because,
the thing is,
you know, the point was about making a name. Now, they've already entered into the Pro Series. It was the iQOO BMOC where we really saw it coming out, right? Everyone was just taking those risks, engaging themselves in warfare, in taking those fights where we never thought they would and still emerge out as the victor. But heading into the PS, do you think they're going to taking a little bit more lighter because they feel, you know, it's a long stage? Teams like especially UP50, GOG, Hydra officials, as a matter of fact.
I'm gonna come back to this because, of course, you know, you are speaking professionally as far as the tournament goes, but, you know, it all comes down to what motivates their hunger. Now, if you just want to make a name for themselves, if you want that little bit of fame, then, you know, you have a lot of opportunities. If you are good at the game, you start streaming. That is where the platform like Loco is the best thing for them. You know, they can make a name for themselves. However, like you said, they have made it to the Pro Series. If they think they've made it, and if they think that this is it, that is not the right way of thinking about it.
You know, I've got the perfect example. Esports Wala WSF. They were not signed under an org, right? They were a bunch of brothers playing together.
We're going to hold on to that for just 1 second.
All right. You're waiting for the moment of truth?
We're not going to say anything.
You're waiting for the moment of truth? All right.
Let's see
simmer down.
Where the circle goes.
Go up. Go up.
Oh yeah! There you have it.
It's
it
really
is. Hey, buddy, I'm telling you, we are going to be heading down south. I am still on fire over here, but now what is going to happen is shots are going to be fired. In fact, it is going to be Shadow who is going to get the first blood, and, well, there you have it. Action finally breaking out at the 9-minute mark.
You know, this is what we love about this circle. But again, coming back to the conversation we were having, right? Now, WSF was one of the most talked about teams, right? Especially transitioning into BMPS. And ever since, you know, they've been acquired by an org, they've got the facilities, haven't really made the most out of it. Still trying to settle in their new boot camps or to their new devices, but whatever the case is, these boys are so well settled, right at the tippity top, enjoying themselves, you know, the fruits of their labor so far. And they had been under the radar, right? They have been under multiple criticisms, but we're gonna get to them a little bit later. Instant replay coming up on our screens as Jelly just getting taken down by Shadow. He's usually the scout, eventually takes the brunt of things.
Well, I love that, you know, he was kind of lurking in the shadows, and Jelly had no idea that someone could be watching his every single move. And, well, when the shots were fired, He did try to turn around. Hold on, because looks like Shadow's coming under fire right now. With Aditya is going to make sure that KSR has some backing up. Now it is going to be a mini 2v2 situation over here. While UP50 actually could be in a good position. Williams, he's got to be careful because, well, he is going to be burned to a crisp. Unfortunately, the Molotovs were flung a bit too hard. Zaddy does go down, but now here comes Aditya. He knows someone else is lurking inside. He's seen him. He shoots. There you have it. The connections are going to be made. I thought he almost jumped out the window there.
Oh yeah, of course. And at this particular point, this is what I love about UP50 right now, considering the fact that this is what they were lacking in the previous earlier games. That, you know, the reluctancy in trying to avoid fights during the rotations, always getting caught off guard. UP50 always was one of those teams that love to take those fights. And now that they're taking it, now that they're starting to win, I think they're going to start having a positive game in this one.
Well, they might have a positive game, but for now, it looks like Hyderabad Hydras are trying to dish out some damage Team MG's way. Now, again, this particular area, this particular compounds, you know, we've seen them time and time out. Dionysus, the god, has been spotted. Striker almost getting knocked out as well. However, looks like there's no trade-off coming yet. But Ace Black, the Capitan himself, is going to make sure he puts him down onto his bloody knees. Now, even though smoke screens are going to be set up, shots are going to be fired, Carry's going right in. Wait a second, we might switch to his perspective. In fact, the fact that he went in, they assume that, you know, the whole team is going to be coming. And let me tell you one thing, Star made the right choice by backing off. Otherwise, chances are he might have gone down as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, Hyderabad Hydras, it was sort of happening, right? Again, Team MG looking all lost inside the jungle area. They wanted to try and focus on the 12-pack buildings, but considering a lot of teams are rotating around, this is where Hyderabad Hydras capitalized on the situation, found that little opening, got the better of it, but it's just one finish, right? Now again, it's quite evident that this time Hyderabad Hydras have been playing around the coastlines of the central island, and which is quite different to how they usually approach. They kind of tend to rotate in from the northern side.
Well, as shots are going to be fired on Scream's position, the circle is going to be closing down in about 5 seconds, and well, there you have it. And thing I want to point out is have a look at how RE is spread up, and yes, we get it.
Daddy.
Oh my goodness, Fixes. Get over yourself, boy. I'm just kidding. Of course, it has shifted up. Hey, man, I made one prediction at the beginning. I was right. Basically, that is all that matters. But now, the circle has gone up to the farm, which means, again, it is going to be that kind of terrain that, you know, all these teams are well versed with. So basically, you got to check every single corner. You got to check every single ridge, every single rooftop, because shots keep coming in from any side. Now, ACBC have done something interesting. They were on the bridge near Nova of Noy, but looks like they're going to take the long route, head towards the west side, and then come back in, while Ayush has spotted UP50.
You know, I'm loving it from Hyderabad Hydras. If we could have the map feed, but it's going to eventually come down later. Yeah, I mean, they're taking that northern route, right? They're taking that northern side. They always tend to rotate late into the circle, let all the teams pass, and that is where they get in. But this is one of those situations we've been in previous days, of course. It was Enigma and Global Esports in a similar sort of situation with FS from the sidelines. Yeah, the one match where Hyderabad Hydras did manage to lose out on that chicken dinner. It went to Retribution RT.
Yes,
but now I'm really liking how Team MG been playing, but we've got a little bit of a fight here.
Alrighty, it's going to be Team EXO who are going to be thwarting an attack from 7C, but looks like Spray God is going to get better of Sensei. He goes down, Fierce goes down, and well, elsewhere, Goblin is going down as well. Snacks hasn't worked that out. It is going to be a 2-on-3 situation as Aladdin is going to be blown to smithereens, and now the push is going to come in. Punk, unfortunately, is going to be taken down as well between Snacks. Well, he is the last man standing for his team, and now the opponents are going to be pushing in. There you have it. This could be it for Team EXO, but against all odds, he is still holding on. Wait a second. Shots being fired from outside. He's going to go back in. He tries to dip down, but now he can't do too much. He did get the better of one, but of course, Spray God and Savitar were on hand to make sure they are still going to be a 4-man roster. But have a look at that, Fixes. No way to hide, because from the distance, well, it looks like it was the god himself, Apollo, laying down shots on his position.
So clumsy for Team EXO, especially considering they're one of those
They
teams
could have
that
let them come in?
Yeah, I mean, they could have done a lot of things, but ideally they never take this squad house, right? This is, again, Team EXO is one of those teams that plays a lot on the peripheries, right? And them being in this situation, again being caught off guard, that is not how Team EXO likes to play. Again, Sensei, he's gonna rack up all the victory sales and make sure he gets something better, but Goblin, He ain't stopping. Did try to go on with the spray. Did want to rattle out a few bullets. Could not get the knock though. But now they've got to get inside the circle and have opted for the certain path.
Well, they are going to go down south because, we have a lot of teams to the north. Now, like you mentioned, Hyderabad Hydras, they came in late. Then, of course, ACBC were following suit. They've taken that little northern trajectory as well. Now, the thing is, the circle has shifted down south. And, well, Team Seoul are going to be rejoicing for a while. But the thing is, they still have a little bit of an obstacle lying in wait for them. Let's see how they're going to deal with that. Elsewhere, Big Brothers Esports, they do have a compound for themselves, but the problem is, wait a second, let me just find them on the map. Ah, there they are. They are going to have to move, but speaking of Team Seoul, we did see Big Brothers, in fact, right next to them. So this is what's interesting. Have a look at what Seoul is doing. They are going to be taking that beachhead. They're going to be going down to the water and trying to do something from over there, but looks like their position has been given away. I did see them lose just a little bit of their HP, which means BB might just be aware of that little rotation.
Oh, of course they are, right? Especially when you are making those maneuvers with your vehicles, you're bound to be hurt. But this is one of those circuits where you've seen the shift go a little bit towards the western side of the park. And look at what Aladdin is trying to do.
I am sorry to cut you off. Something amazing is happening. Hyderabad Hydras, again, they have given up on the north. They're going to come in behind BB. They're going to come in behind Seoul sooner or later. In fact, they're going to be hitting them head on. It is going to be a bit of a Mexican standoff, a trifecta taking place. There you have it. They're coming in. They did not expect that the beachhead was already taken, and this is where Team Seoul can capitalize on a few more finishes. Catching Hyderabad Hydra, I beg your pardon, off guard as Carry. Well, he has been sent to the depths of hell, and now, oh boy, they are looking in a precarious situation, not looking too good.
Two big minds thinking alike. Goes into the favor of one as Hyderabad Hydras. Pretty sure they are in tatters right now. How on earth are they going to get inside the circle? It was understandable why they wanted to take the southern route, right? Because you had Team Blind already holding on to the compound. There is Team Esports over there. So that northern aspect was kind of off the charts. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras, they have to do whatever it takes to survive till the very end.
I disagree because, maybe they should have thought about it a bit better because this is a massive wide rotation, right? I mean, even if suppose Team Seoul wasn't there, BB could have laid down some shots on their position. And you got to keep one thing in mind. Since the circle did take a southern shift, oh my goodness, Striker is still alive and kicking only by a sliver of HP, not 2 pixels, as Maxi's going to be taken down, which means, well, as predicted, Hyderabad Hydras are falling like dominoes. And looks like they are going to be reduced to a 2-man squad. Now, Seoul, again, they were the first ones here, and now they can actually dictate the terms from this position.
Now, Hyderabad Hydras wanted to be the first one there, especially where Team Seoul are currently right now. This is where they did not figure it out, and, well, they got themselves from another situation, landed them in trouble yet again. Now, they have those smokes deployed, just trying to hinder the vision of the players of Team BB, at least trying to avoid all those grenades coming in, and now the only silver lining for Team Hyderabad Hydras will be the fact that Team Seoul takes a fight with Team Big Brothers.
Because the thing is, even if they lob grenades, if Big Brother, they start dropping on this side of their house, well, this is where Goblin is going to be capitalizing, but looks like Striker is going to be a little shaky as well. He is out of here. But a grenade does all the talking. That means Ace Black is the last man standing. Stream is going to go in. He knows where the enemy is. He shoots. He connects. And, well, that is going to be the end for Hyderabad Hydras as the Big Brothers are going to get another finish to their name. Elsewhere, Seoul capitalizing on a few, making sure that they have 3 for themselves. Now, this is where the problem is. The circle has taken a bit of a drastic shift due north, which means, well, I feel a little bit wary for Akshat. I don't want to be on the back of that buggy.
Now, this is a similar circle in which the iQOO BMPS round 4 walk out, secure a chicken dinner and earn their golden ticket into the iQOO BMPS, right? And they are in the exact perfect position where they wanted to be, but Seoul, they are playing with fire in the middle of things.
You don't want to stop there.
I'm just waiting for all the shots to be fired at, but a little bit of an ambush coming in from the players of UP50 as KSR gets taken down by Deadpool.
Well, he has been taken down. Remember, Deadpool is going to be the last man standing for his team, and he has an idea of who's going to go. In fact, he does spot Sarkar's head through the grass over there. Of course, so you got to make sure you are all the way in cover, and now all he's going to do is make sure he capitalizes and racks up those finish points. Now, smoke screens are going to be deployed because, well, his position is given away and he definitely wants to get out of there as quickly as possible. Keep in mind, the circle is still far away from them and, well, only one of these teams is going to make it out of here. Again, for UP50, it could be problematic later on, but for now, it's problematic for Team Kinetic.
The biggest issue for UP50 at this point is to disengage, but now there you have it. Maybe pushing out on Team Soul and just in a blink of an eye, get eradicated from the server.
Yes, sir. That is exactly how it went down. Again, you know, Team Soul finally getting the last laugh as far as Big Brothers are concerned because, you know, they had that little standoff for quite some time. But for now, it is going to be Goblin. It is going to be Omega. It is going to be their top fraggers. And boy, oh boy, we know both of them can pack quite a punch. You better get that revive coming in because, well, grenades are going to be coming down. Ayush moving in. He gets out of the vehicle. Unfortunately, he walks in trap. In fact, both those angles were cut off. Ghosty on one end and Star on the other. And IE, again, realized they have to cut their losses and move out and live to fight another day.
All right. I mean, this is a good decision that they decided not to engage it, but that was a wrong push. Right now, IE, they thought that they could make it inside the zone, eventually came into the jaws of another team with Kinetic also having a really good spot. But finally, Aditya and Sarkar, two survivors out of the they've got to do whatever it takes. And so far, I've been liking them. They've been looking confident. 6 finishes already to their names. And Sarkar has snuffed someone out.
I like the canaries in a little nest up top.
Oh, yeah. Quite symbolic, though.
And maybe as a kid, you might have thrown a few rocks, and that's exactly what it feels like because their car is trying to blow them up. I can imagine you doing that, Faces.
No, not me. If you did so, I'm going to take a word. But now, again, Ghosty lobbing the grenade onto its Goblin. Cooked well into perfection as Omega. I mean, he's got to make some hard choices, right? Of course, they did see that buggy coming in. One more grenade and Team Soul might just be done for.
But the thing is, you know, they actually have some distance between them because the ones who were lobbing grenades were being shot at themselves, which means they are going to have to be on the back foot. Elsewhere, Enigma Galaxy's MJ is taking the fight to Aditya. However, Aditya gets better of them, and now he is going to be laying down lead indiscriminately towards their position. And there we have it. We have the layup, we have the throw, we have the jump. Question is it going to be a good one?
Oh, yeah.
It is going to be a good one. There you have it. Dreams are going to be shattered as another one is going to bite the dust. OR Esports, again, on a little bit of a tear. 6 finishes to their name, but keep an eye out on Soul. 2 members, like we said, the hardest hitting in the game so far, are making sure they do what they do best.
And they still look unfazed, right? Every single time they hit themselves into the scene. But there you have it. Spray God really not whiffing up that spray. Has managed to get 1 knock, but can he get a few more? Sarkar, his position has been compromised. He's getting shot from the backline. He needs to bob and weave somehow dodge the bullets. It's not going to happen. As UP50 also falls as Spray God instantly tried to redirect his attention elsewhere, but gets a taste of his own medicine.
He does get a taste of his own medicine. Fortunately for him, he has 4 finishes for himself. Now Omega is going to fall down again, and this time around, Goblin is not going to be there to save him. He is going around in a dangerously close to destroy Buggy, and it does go boom. And well, we kind of saw that coming a mile away, but it wasn't the explosion that took him out. It was Bale's bullet with his M4. But for now, Savitar dangerously close to the enemy, knows that the Canary has come down to the ground, and well, Spraygon is going to be taken down from elsewhere as OR versus 7C is still a talking point in this game. Question is, who is going to come out on top? Oh, what? Did he get him?
No, he did not. He did not, at least for now.
Oh, that was Canary's Molotov.
Oh, yes. Canary from the backlines dishing out all that damage. And despite all odds, somehow he's still making it. Made it to top 4. And this is exactly how RE really rack up points, right? There is someone from their side who always tends to get into the final circles and gets the job done. As OR Esports, they're rushing inside the zone. Let's see what they do.
Have you noticed one thing? FS, now they are finally going to make some noise because they've been quiet so far, and now they're going to be racking up those finishes. They just added 1 more to their tally, and now Well, and then there were 3 because it's going to be a 3-way between OR Esports, FS Esports, and, well, a lone surviving man from 7C Esports. Now, for him, it's all going to be about, trying to grab that right opportunity, trying to make sure that, well, he doesn't give his position away because, oh boy, he doesn't really have a lot on him. And again, that buggy, I'm not a big fan, but it smokes so much. But again, he can't make any commotion. He can't make a single sound because no one really expects anyone to be in that position. But now, FS, they do have that wizard tower for themselves. In fact, they are going to have to move just a little bit. This is where OR can set up camp and basically wait for them to move into their lair.
I really like what OR Esports are doing at this point. Look at the spread XP. Now, are the players of FS aware? They have a little bit of a ridge to play around. They are spotting out every single move, but the screen of smokes is hindering their vision. Now, OR have to resort to a bait-and-switch strategy as Aladdin is resorted to healing battles at this point, and FS completely oblivious of his presence here.
Well, let's see if he can get up right now, take a few shots. No, he does have the puck. Ooh, that is but it is going to be too little too late as the sound was given away. And, well, Clutch is going to make sure that he is going to be going out this team, which means now we have the final 2 teams. FS Esports looking for another chicken dinner, or is it going to be OR who are going to add 1 to their tally? Now, of course, on paper, FS Esports, they do have that man advantage. However, OR have that experience. They have the fact that, they can handle their own individually, which could come into play. But if they get a couple of knocks, there you have it. This is going to be the end for them because Aditya's gone out, and now a Molotov is going to be chucked in Athanki's direction. They saw him go down as we did. There you have it. OR Esports on the back foot. Just one man in the smoke over there. Aru, as Aditya is going to lay down, well, on the ground now. Aru is coming in. Aru shoots. Aru connects, but before he can do anything, FS Esports buddy, winner, chicken dinner. It's about time we saw them do this.
Oh, yeah, of course. And they did miss out on the first Erangel chicken dinner to Hyderabad. Hydras made sure the second one does not go out of cards. But OR Esports, I mean, the tipping point was, of course, Aditya getting knocked. And as we transition into the post-match segment powered by Loco, it is going to be OR Esports, despite everything, still at the TBD top.
Well, looks like Arca is going to like those figures because 12 plus 12 equals 24. And they are going to be at the TBD top, just 2 points ahead of FS Esports, who did finally manage to get another chicken dinner for themselves. 7C, not the best of days so far, but again, getting that 3rd position, largely due to their position points, are going to be a happy bunch of people. Team Soul out in 5th with 13, and, well, they definitely have that firepower to back them up, if not the position points.
Oh yeah, I mean, this has been a constant with Team Soul, despite the fact that even if they get out a little bit early, they make sure they make up for it in terms of their finish points that they acquire, right? And this is something that the other teams also need to take a page out of Team Soul's strategies, their books, and figure out what to do over here. As Team EXO, cause for concern, right, has been falling down.
Well, now the thing is, the iQOO MVP is coming up, and oh boy, talk about getting back-to-back iQOO MVP titles. It is going to be the man himself, Athanki, from OR with 5 finishes, and again, almost 1,000 points of damage.
Statement to prove, right? Considering Athanki's past, had to leave his old former roster.
Just look at him. No one's going to mess with that dude right now.
No one. Just the gaze, right? He's in a serious mode, has his
Yes,
game
sir.
face up. As top 5 leaders again, Spray God did a lot of damage inside the lobby. But talking about Athanki, there was a phase, right? There was a fall. He had to be removed from his roster. Did not have a lot of teams prying around. Eventually got signed into OR when Daljeet left, and that is where it has all been, right? His grind finally paying off.
Buddy, we all have ups and downs. Now, whenever you fall, the question is, how do you get back up? I mean, you either just give up, or like Athanki, you go forth and basically conquer the world. Now, of course, you have seen...
Or you cry on social media.
I see what you did that.
Or you cry on social media.
Or you could do that, but again, let's look at the positives because I'm not a big fan of all of that. I like your hard work, doing all the talking for you. Now, the thing is, we can have a look at the match summary. Of course, it's going to be on your screens, and we don't really need to explain anything. Only 3 grenade finishes because, well, the bullets were doing all the talking.
There were 3 vehicle finishes as well in this game. Now, that is something we haven't been privy to for quite some times, right? There have been 1, there have been 2. We've witnessed some really big grenade finishes, but yeah, I think the only thing that stands out is well, trampling over the vehicles. But yeah, it's been a standard game of Erangel so far, right? Of course, the circle shifting around the farm area. We've seen the teams resorting for the northern rotations have a better result. I kind of expected a little bit more out of Walkouts, but it's fine.
It is fine indeed, and of course what else is fine is the FD graph on your screens right now, and I like how it is kind of tapering at one end and then, you know, it goes back up at the other. Again, you know, a lot of teams did do a lot of damage in this game. However, Walkouts, no finish for them, as well as ACBC, who were kind of caught off guard, not in the best of positions. Maybe they should have moved out of that Wizard Tower earlier, but again, you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda. But we do have our winners who are going to be a bit on the left over there, on the right, I beg your pardon. But OR, man, again, 12 finishes, making sure that they had that tippity top spot, which means, well, the overall standings might just have a little bit of a shuffle.
Oh, indeed it is. At least for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position, we're going to witness some massive changes. Hyderabad Hydras are going to be slipping a few spots down, but it is OR Esports now diminishing the gap they had.
7 points.
Just 7 points with Team Soul, and you know, they've been consistently grinding it out, and this is where we see that little bit of a segregation, right? The top 2 completely above the rest as Hyderabad Hydras in the 3rd spot with 111, and now it has become about Team Soul and OR Esports dominating, but I kind of have to be a little inclined towards the consistency that OR has been showing us for the past couple of days.
You know, before this game, we did see that FS Esports, I do believe, was on the 9th position, and we did say, you know, one game they were somewhere around 83-84 points. One game is going to propel them to the 100-point mark, and there you have it. 4th position, 104 for them. Big Brothers in 5th with 103. Now, of course, we are going to have a look at the next page coming up, and well, do you expect a little bit of a shuffle over there?
I mean, I can just see teams falling down. Blind Esports did manage to get a little bit up. It's all right. You know, Enigma is going to recover in due time. They still have one more game playing.
7C Esports, buddy.
Oh, all right. Finally making it to the 2nd page. And this is something that I really loved about them, right? Haven't really shied away from any of those fights. Had been really confident against Team EXO when they wiped them out. Got eventually inside the circle. They've been making some hard decisions. Now we've got to give it to these lads. They're pretty young. They've had a few roster changes coming into the BMPS this time from the BGIS, and well, they are living up to their lives.
Oh, absolutely. They are enjoying it as well. And now let's have a look at the 3rd page and see what's happening over there. Of course, a few constants, but looks like UP50 are going to etch out WSF by 1 mere point. But again, like we love saying, there's always a beginning. And again, we have 3 weeks of league stage gameplay in store for all of you lovely viewers, which means, you know, all your favorite teams on this page can still make it to the top. I'm just going to give you an example. Initiative Academy. For the first day and a half, I mean, they just have 5 finish points, not a single point from position, and now they're almost 32 and, well, 30 finish points. So, you know, anything can happen as long as you put your mind to it.
You know, they've always been the sort of late bloomers inside every evening that we have, right? In those final few games, they kind of take up the charge, get those good position points. They haven't still gotten a chicken dinner, though, but they've been always too close, right? In that one Miramar game, the first Miramar game of the evening, they look really confident. We do have a Miramar also coming up, but I've been really liking this push coming in from Initiative Academy because they are the proper definition of being underdogs transitioning into professional players, and it's going to be a little nervy weather outside, but still they've held on to their horses.
Well, the weather might be murky, but again, you know, things over here are crystal clear, and that is largely due to the fact that, you know, we love the fact we have such amazing sponsors. I'm, of course, talking about iQOO and Loco. Once again, let's have a look at that jazzy, snazzy video.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, while Fixes tries to get a nice little picture of himself, I wonder if you guys can spot a difference. But while you're doing that, remember, you can still win yourselves the phone that he has in his hands. Of course, it is the iQOO Neo 6, and all you have to do is follow Fixes' steps.
Yeah, head over to its Amazon on the search bar, type iQOO Neo 6, click on Please Notify Me, partake in the little quiz out there, and 3 lucky winners, XP. They're going to have their hands on this beautiful phone. And talking about selfies, someone till last night did not know that you do have a flash on your front camera. But you know, you're not going to need any of that here, right? Because the camera is catered even for the night mode photography, right? It is going to ensure you have your beautiful face even without the flashlight.
And you know, now the best thing is, if you do win yourself this bad boy, what you got to do is make a name for yourself. So to do that, all you have to do is download Loco, India's largest live game streaming and esports platform, where you can watch your favorite BGMI teams and gamers live stream their gameplay. And you know what? Maybe one day we might see you on the big screen like the name's up right now. But again, action starting at the 9-minute mark. And again, I like the fact that, you know, it was pretty much non-stop.
Oh yeah, of course. And this has been the telltale story throughout the entire day, right? Teams are not shying away from getting into early battles. There have been a lot of fights to talk about. It hasn't been those clumsy clustered up circles, and it's gonna keep constantly changing. Now this is one of those big fights that we witnessed, right? 2 big dogs colliding, and look at EXO. Everyone just congregated to one particular angle. They were outside the fence. They kind of looked lost, right? 2 players inside the compound, 2 players outside of it. They did not really know what to do in that situation. It was heather and tether, and eventually they had to fall.
I think what happened was, what they kind of anticipated was that they trying to stop the little attack coming in before it happened. So, boy, I mean, that is basically something out of a Rohit Shetty movie over there, because boy, oh boy, was that man flying. But you know, just coming back to that little skirmish that we saw, Team EXO thought they're going to thwart the attack at the wall itself. However, 7C, they had pushed in too quick, and well, they couldn't do anything at that stage.
You know, I really felt that it was all about trying and sandwich the players of 7C, right? Try to have them in between clustered, but this is where really 7C stepped up. They kind of isolated the players, went after them, dealt with Sensei and the other one outside, and eventually had to put Snacks 6 foot under. But again, Team Big Brother Esports making some big bold moves. It just got wiped out of the lobby in a jiffy. They could not really figure out what was going on. But again, Deadpool, I really feel that considering the circumstances he was under, did a lot of digging into the UP50 department.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, again, it's only going to get better from there. Oh, Goblin, that was a little bit of a big blast over there. But again, I liked how Soul, you know, kept picking each other up. And up until the end, they still gave up quite a fight. But now, of course, you know what they say, all good things must come to an end. And that is exactly what happened. Now, this grenade, again, you know, you see one smoke, chances are if you did knock someone out, you know, the medic himself is going to be over there dropping rolls, Sarkar, that is going to burn you to a crisp. So, you know, you got to be ever moving, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, at least, you know, the moment where you get knocked, you need to ensure that the smoke has been laid out, get some time for your teammate to come in, and do not just revive then and there, right? Those few rookie mistakes that these players make, just like this one. Goblin was certainly out of options, right? And went into the mid something. Could have been better just go outside the circle and not give your finish point away.
Well, I mean, you don't want to do that, you know, you don't want to tuck your tail and run away, but
that's
again,
not Goblin style.
Well, that is not Goblin style. He's going to go out with a bang, and that is exactly what he did. Now, Aladdin over here, had he just maybe crawled his way into the blue zone and done something instead of giving that sound cue, it could have been a different story. However, you know, that is how the cookie crumbled over here as K47 was moving in on OR's position, almost, you know, getting the job done, which they of course did. OR again, we thought that they had the upper hand over here, right, because they were spread out far and thin, but that man advantage comes in, and the aggression on display by FS Esports, because they were going for it. We thought maybe they were going to take a back foot, but the moment they saw that they were pinned down, they went in for the charge.
You know, for OR Esports, one little point I had to pick up was Aditya needed to destroy his vehicle fast, right? He had to do that because that is how he got knocked. Understanding it was already on fumes, you need to make those little changes, right? You need to build it as a cover for yourself that you're going to use, because that is how FS Esports decided to push at them, right? OR still had that little higher ground to themselves, and FS got that one knock, and then eventually through that right side, Atanki was trying to, you know, get those trades. He did, but gave his position away, and that is where K47 just pushed in, got that knock. The last player was surviving, did not have anything to really do, and that is how FS won the chicken dinner.
And also there was just that one lonesome tree in the midst over there, so you know, chances are if there's anyone hiding, it is going to be behind that. And you know, FS, yes, KSR did go forth, but you know, the flanks were secure as well. So you know, again, as long as you have enough faith in your teammates, you know, you can make these bold movements and these bold statements, and that is exactly what was on display on our screens just moments ago. Again, a wonderful Erangel, a few ups and downs. Hyderabad Hydras, maybe they're not going to do that southern rotation ever again.
Oh, they're going to take twice and thrice. But yeah, the timings. Like I've been emphasizing a lot on the timings, and it was certainly off over there. Now, they wanted to go from the northern side eventually, but they realized, you know, the compounds that they ideally take was already taken over by Team Blind. So they did not want to fight it out because they're going to be sandwiched in that situation. So they went for the plan B, which was try to go from the southern coastlines, but it was already Team Soul Station just waiting for them. The moment they landed, they went out.
Now here's my criticism, just a minor thing about that. Now, because they took so much time coming down south, and because the circle was in the south initially, and because, you know, for the couple of times, you know, all the military-based teams would have been somewhere on the southern aspect of the main island, maybe that kind of slipped their mind, right? Because one would have already thought that someone could already be over there. But, you know, we love playing on the cliffs. So from the 12-pack house, when teams were moving in, it's easiest to move onto that beachhead. So again, you know, this is something to consider. Again, maybe the analytical team is going to be making these notes, and, you know, that just might be the case.
Analysis. But again, you know, like I said, it is plan B for Team Hyderabad Hydras, right? They eventually resorted out on the northern sides. Like I said, they found out a lot of traffic around down below, and they did not want to take those fights, right? And that is where they kind of went down south, did not really figure that Team Soul would be resorting to such measures, because again, ideally if you put Soul over here in this manner, this is not one of those teams to play like that, right? Especially when they're under the radar. That is where we have seen Team Soul trying to pry for the center. They were not really anticipating them, and not even anticipating Big Brother Esports, as a matter of fact, in that situation. Just got caught in the crossfire, and well, did lose out on a lot of numbers just to eventually get wiped out from the server.
Well, they did indeed, but again, you know, I mean, a lot of other teams also did put up the pressure this time around, and you know, it just goes to show that it's never too late. Especially, it's just week one, right? We go a bit hard when we talk about all of this, but anything else that kind of stood out for you? Something out of the blue?
I think the consistency of FS Esports, right? Especially in a map like Erangel, when you've got 3 to play in a day, and you are performing the best to your best in this particular
Just
map.
remind me, what was the position in the first Erangel?
Second.
There you go. I was just testing him.
You know, all right, XP, you're gonna try doing that.
I'm gonna try taking jabs at this fella as much as I can, because he does the same. But you know, I mean, again,
how did that leg break?
Oh, we'll talk about that some other day.
He's
towards
very shy.
The end.
He
we
does
can
not want to
do
accept
that.
it, but
Yeah.
it is.
We'll do that. I mean, you just saw the little tags down below. If you do follow us on Instagram, you can do so, and maybe you might just have that discussion there late tonight. After all, it is the weekend, and well, we can take things just a little bit easy. But you know, teams that cannot take it easy are the ones on the third page right now, especially UP50. 30 points. WSF, you know, they did show glimpses of greatness at certain times. I mean, you know, they can hold their own, but is it nerves? Or is it just the fact that, you know, I mean,
kind of very settled down, it feels like that, you know. Especially, this was one of those discussions we did bring up, right? You were just WSF before in iQOO BMOC, now transitioning into BMPS. They did step on the guns early. They did enter into contract, and now they've gotten all the luxuries, you know, that they needed, the best devices in the market, a boot camp, everything. But this is where, you know, the two players are kind of like, yeah, we have it all. We have the invites for the next few tournaments. We can just rest easy. Is that what is going on? Because
I don't think so. I mean, of course, you know, that's going to be like a blessing in disguise. I mean, they have worked to this point to basically get all that. And right now, they haven't really made it, right? This is the beginning. This is where they can go out.
Started counting chickens too early.
Well, I mean, we're going to have to talk about that later because, you know what, the pre-match segment powered by Loco is going to be coming up, which means, well, I'm going to say bye-bye, and Arca is going to be taking my spot. And again, I apologize for fixes and, well, his little squeaky voice. Have a good time, buddy.
All right, so right now we do have teams from Group B taking a little bit of a break. Of course, now we do have Group A coming in over here. Global Esports, INS, Hydra Officials, Autobotz, RTR, Retribution, GOG, Enigma, and Esports Wala WSF. Now, again, they are under the hammer. They have been, you know, going through a tough time. And what could be, Arca, what could be the sunshine for them at this point?
Keep composure inside the boot camps. You know, when you and XP was speaking about things like what is going on, are they too overconfident that, you know, the next invitation is already there and things like that. Somewhere I feel that, you know, these new pros wouldn't have undergone one thing, that is when you're performing in a big stage and something goes wrong and you kind of fight with your IGL. It's like you were the person who did it, you know, in the assault, you were the person. So I think that thing, if it's not happening in the boot camp, or if that stops in the boot camp, it's going to be much better.
I don't know what's happening in their boot camps, but I certainly know that this one is a banger. And our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Like it suggests, power to win, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, quite literally, you do have the power to win an iQOO Neo 6 for yourself, which Arca is going to explain about.
Guys, it's simple, alright? I'm going to keep it as... I'm going to say it as slow as possible so that you guys can understand this. Make sure that you have a Gmail account first, okay?
Alright.
And log in to Amazon. Go to the search bar, search for Neo 6. Especially, don't forget to type of iQOO Neo 6, iQOO Neo 6, and then you go in over there. And then something special over there is you're going to be searching for this device, especially there. You're going to say no more first. And then you're going to answer a few questions which are going to be asked them out. If you're watching the stream, you'll know all the specs. So you're going to answer those questions. And then eventually at last, they're going to ask you your number, your email ID, your name, fill in all those things properly. And at the end, you're going to say notify me. And that's the most important thing.
Arca, you know what? You're going to make a really good father. You certainly will.
Whoa.
But for now, you know, of course...
I wasn't expecting that.
But certainly, you know, for all you viewers out there, there's also another giveaway going in. But we do have also the substitutes being made for Hydra Officials. We're going to talk about that a little later because I know you want the giveaways, you want the t-shirts, you want the sipper. How do you do that? Of course, support your favorite teams. That one team that you think is going to get on top at the end of today's evening. OR Esports, they're in a hot blistering form.
Yep.
And hashtag OR should be going on in the chats. And you have to head over to its BGMI official Esports channel. On the description, there's a small link. They've got to go fill in the details, and you never know, you might be the ones winning it all.
And I would want one, you know, It's a little bit of a bragging rights which you get for yourself. But let's look at the substitution as of now. It's gonna be Art or oh, Dotty. This thing seems to be happening every single time, and let's see whether that's gonna be the case. 3 different substitution did happen, so you guys, you know where to find it, right? It was right below the screens. If you've not, if you were keenly listening to what we were saying regarding the instructions, all you have to do is go skip back. Yeah, skip back 10 seconds and find out who the substitutions are. But coming back to the game itself, this time it's fair for us to say that the top of the table and the bottom of the table are going to fight it out, where the bottom of the table are going to make sure they come to the mid, whereas the top of the table will be fighting to retain that opposition. Now let's see whether that's going to be the case, because ultimately we all know that this is the time they wake up, or else it's going to be a little hard, not very hard, a little hard for them to climb up the ladder.
Now teams that are making the substitutions are pretty much not confident about their playing for. That is what I can perceive, because look at the teams that did resort for that. We had Hydra officials, we had Esports, Walla WSF, and yeah, I mean, I sometimes tend to get a little too critical about these new boys out there, and I can't really help it, because the kind of expectations that they built up in the iQOO BMPS
and the stage they are in.
Yeah, and the stage they're in, performing there and not being able to perform over here, that kind of hurts me a little bit, since I'm such an advocate for all these new talents out there. But again, this could all change. This could all change in the desert of Miramar as we take a quick gander at the churches. So, of course, we are heading into the boss land, right? We do have the House of the Boss, the Hacienda del Patron. We do have teams from groups A and C playing it out. So we do have global esports, INS, Hydra official, like we said, and Autobotz. Out of group A, which team do you really think Arca can do wonders, at least in this game?
See, this is gonna be something which don't think that I'm biased, but just in case GOG.
Oh, I knew it.
I'll tell you why. I strongly feel there's gonna be a clash between GOG and Hydras. Hyderabad Hydras towards the side of Campo, towards the northeastern side. In case that does happen, and GOG, in case they overcome them, I believe they're gonna have a very good game.
Because
previous game they played really well. That's why.
We've seen that happen in the past, right? They kind of go their own ways to the extremities of the circle. We've seen Hyderabad Hydras drop off at Campo Militar, and somewhere down the line, GOG have been submissive a little bit. They get down towards Minas del Sur, Los Hicos, right at the southwestern corners. So I do not know if GOG locking head against Hyderabad Hydras, one of the most consistent teams, the team that is on the number 3 spot at this point, is a wise idea. But hey, we're not gonna rule it out of the table, right? And this could happen. We would all love to see, because GOG, they've been trying to showcase a different style of play, engage in a lot of battles. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, as the big bird is up the skies, as we have the flight path trajectory all the way from Junkyard towards El Pozo.
Now, this is where I'm going to keep my eyes on who's going to be jumping off first, as we can see one direction. There's going to be 2 arrow marks going towards the side of Campo at this point of time. One is going to be HH. I can see that, they're leading it all together. But at the same time, those teams going towards the side of Minas or probably towards the side of Prison will have a great time altogether. Somewhere I feel the zone is going to be starting to favor the side of Chumacera, Los Leones, a little to the central southern side, or probably towards the side of Ladrillera, towards the southern western side.
I mean, so far, we haven't really seen any ridiculous circles, right? Any notorious ones. In Miramar, at least. It's been all pleasant and warm. It's been around those central areas, and teams have sort of figured that one out. But as we take a look, where does GOG head? At least it's 100% confirmed. Hyderabad Hydras, they're going off to Campo Militar. And other players of GOG going towards Torre Hamuda, maybe that could be a stark possibility. But for now, alright, they are going over there. But
the zone.
It is one of those zones that we haven't really witnessed in the past, right? An El Azhar circle is on the cards right now. We do have maybe a circle could transition a little bit towards the northern side, something around the Cruz de Valle. But whatever it is, it's going to be a fun game.
Yep. The skirmish which we expected towards the side of Campo might take place as soon as the rotation starts, but ultimately we can see it's going to be Seoul taking on the fight against UP50. UP50 have been placing themselves in such positions The drop locations have been compromised not once, twice, but several times. And
no
at this
way.
point of time, SK12 Goblin, he's so confident that he knows that the opponent doesn't have a gun. He's like, even though I have a shotgun, I'm not going to stop myself. He's going to be rushing in towards him, Aditya, and both of them are going to stick together. But they have to be very, very careful because the shotgun on the other side. Aditya can actually strike at this point of time. Go in and make sure he strikes Goblin, or else stories can be much more worse for them. Hector was pretty much far away, doesn't capitalize when required. UP50 yet again making the same mistake. Textbook mistakes.
This is where I really felt, Aditya is going to give away the weapons, one of those weapons to at least KSR, who did not have any till now. But Goblin, look at the cojones on this man. Had to pay that hefty price. So much out in the open. This cocky behavior had to be punished as he gets down on his knees, bleeding. And this is where Team Soul, they are starting to wither. They are starting to feel the nerves as now KSR is going to be charging in. Hector trying to provide a cover fire, but it is going to be Akshat who delivers the blow as it is a 3v3 situation as Ranveer, he's going to be cooking this grenade into perfection.
I mean, I think so. They were inside the compound, if I'm not wrong. No, they were not. And eventually had to pay the price. I know the diversion is coming in towards the side of Ranveer. This is going to be a cross. Oh my god, Akshat's one grenade is going to be turning the tail completely. This is a new book altogether where Team Soul is writing it. They have the pen in the hand. They have the ball in the rack, in the court. And I believe they're going to smash one right into the faces of UP50.
Give this man a raise, a hefty raise. Akshat, the star so far in this particular fight. And Hector spotting out Sarkar, who's made it to the walls over here as UP50 resorting to the revives. Goblin will find himself back up. Now can deal with the threat looming right from the backlines. But Hector, he's the one on charge. He's the one leading the pack as few Molotovs are being knocked over. As we somehow had managed to escape the bullets over there. But Goblin getting that AKM to his hands is finally unleashing hell and wrath on the players of UP50 as they tend to crumble.
I mean, two finishes already gone away. Sarkar has got to tuck its tails and just run away. I mean, there was a time where I really felt that UP50 are now going to make them pay. Now going to make Team Soul pay for the big mistakes they do. But we have to give it up to the confidence, right? So the way he was able to come in with that, he knew that the teammates are going to bringing in the guns. He didn't have to go back and loot, and that was the best part. They bought the gun, they gave it in his hands, and they were like, it's okay, you can carry on, continue that. And at the same time, one good grenade, and we all know what that is capable of.
Akshat was just furious in that moment, right? Especially having his star player knocked out. He had to do whatever it takes to hold on to the boat, and Team Soul now absolutely fuming, want to take out all that anger out of Sarkar, who eventually succumbs as Omega does have the final laugh. And Team Soul, despite all odds, have managed to get those good 4 points, and they're going to be like, thank you, sire, as they still haven't gone towards Picard.
And now what they're going to do? They're going to chill. They're going to be like rotating all around the places, finding the best spot for themselves, because that cushion of 4 finishes is going to lay them down on the throne so well. Like, they're going to brag about this throughout the game, according to me. And I do understand that, right now they've faced the toughest challenge. The upcoming channels are not going to be as tough as what this was, but I'm looking forward for that skirmish in the northern side of the map, right? So I know that, we are able to see that FS is going to be coming in towards the side of water treatment. They want to continue their domination like how they did in the previous game. But let's not forget Team EXO, right? So they need this rotation, right? They need to prove themselves that, they're worthy of another winner chicken dinner, or probably they'll be dropping down yet again.
I think the Eastern Highway would be the right way that
Impala?
be approaching. Yeah, from Impala, take over to it, from get down from that El Azhar southern mountain, maybe climb over it and do. But eventually, Sensei, he's got it all figured out. Few hiccups they've had and had to lose that footing, right? Because by yesterday they were sitting at the second spot, eventually just falling down and down. And not really out of the mix though, right? Because if EXO get a chicken dinner over here, they're going to do good anyways. But Team Kinetic, this has been one of those teams that I think did play really well in the map of Sanhok, right? Again, they've been surviving, and even in this map, in the previous map, as a matter of fact, well, they somehow know what they're doing. Part 7C, I think they've been quite impressive. haven't they? Because
I mean,
they've been
I
engaging
expected.
against the right fights. Now, Spray God, he's getting online. It's all about the other players also stepping on board.
I expected this, right? I did inform you that, 7 Seas is going to be one of the squads to watch out for as they're going to go in for a climb. And I do believe that probably this is their last match of the day. So they want to capitalize and make sure they hit a winner-winner chicken dinner and come up into the top 10 at least by the end of the day and make sure, they leave a mark. Because this is one of the squads to be feared of, because I have been seeing the way, especially in the previous game, we saw what Spray God is actually capable of. I've seen him do wonders with the 4x, but this is the first time I saw him come a little down. Probably his recoil was something which he was not able to control.
It's the aim assist switched off. I'm pretty sure the players are quite adept to that. But again, more than the recoils, the spray transfers, I think what has been really instrumental and what is really needed, the need of this hour is learning how to lob your grenades, right? And the teams that are really successful at that are the ones excelling at this point, right? Especially the biggest name, Team Soul. Every single player never misses their mark. I believe they kind of spend an hour or even more just trying to get their grenades absolutely right, because there have been rare occasions where I could say that they've not made anything out of their utilities. Now comparing the Indian teams to the other regions of the other titles that they've played in, if you talk about the Chinese players, they are the ones who were the master of grenades, right? They were the ones who invented the meta of lobbing grenades, which was later on picked up by Mavi, was quite iconic for a while. But I think now this is one of the basic skill every tier 1 player needs to have in his arsenal to really stand out, as we are in pursuit for the next circle shift. Where will it be?
Northern side above Al-Azhar is somewhere I can say, oh yeah, towards the side of Al-Azhar it is at this point of time, and let's see what's going to happen.
On northern.
Yeah, a little northern side, yeah. Oh yeah, you mean to say that Campo side? I'm so sorry. I was about to say.
Around, mate.
Yeah. Al-Azhar is where we're gonna be going in towards, but at the same time, EXO is gonna be so happy with that rotation which came in just now towards the side of Impala, as you said. They did not take the highway, but rather through those dunes, they're able to, traverse through and make sure they'll be getting a very, very good spot in the Minas crater itself. Now, let's not forget to see the northern side of the map, where we are able to see that Hyderabad Hydras have finally come in, and they're going in towards right into the dead center of Al-Azhar. Let's see what the next zone is going to be coming up with. But somewhere I feel it's going to be going towards the side of Junkyard or San Martin, and that is when all these teams will have a wake-up call.
I'm starting to doubt Hyderabad Hydra's rotation at this point, right? You're resorting to El-Azhar. I mean, of course, you're going to find some concrete cover. You're going to have some good areas to play around with. But at the same time, you cannot really step out, especially when you've got teams like our Esports, INS, looking after you. Because the moment you stepped out in those final few circles, eventually it's just going to be sprayed upon. And we know, these players know how to get the damage done. And with all these luxurious vehicles, do not really offer a lot of mileage. You're going to carry a gas canister or two.
Yep, agree. But at the same time, look at how GE is rotating in this game, and that's something which is catching my eyes. They know that the northern side of the map, who is going to be coming in, will try to go in for an early rotation, probably get into the right to the center of the map, because nobody's going to be coming in and challenging them over there. So they're going to traverse to the complete northern side and then try to come in slow towards the side of Cruz de Valle and take that position at the mountains, the small ridges and mountains they have over there, and slowly strike when the time is right. But at the same time, I really want to look towards the east, as who's going to be going towards the side of the drop and picking up those level 3 helmets. And sometimes I feel that this AWM in this terrain is going to help a lot.
I mean, of course, AWM is always going to be a blessing in disguise, right, for all these teams. And not just about getting headshots, because of the amount of damage it can do to your vest. One shot, it's completely gone. And that has always been the wrath of the Arctic Warfare Magnum, and wherever it is right now, at this point, it's been like an eerie silence, right? Especially after that Soul and UP50 fight, we haven't seen a lot of action brewing in front of us, which eventually will happen, right? 60 teams still in the mix, just one squad wiped out, and so much of those open areas, so much of those ridges to play around, that teams aren't really resorting into any fights.
Now, one thing which I love the most about Team Soul is their persistency to clear off a squad when given a chance, you know. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have probably gone behind that one last finish. They would have been like, just let go of him, you know. Let's concentrate on getting the farming for ourselves. Team Soul is like, you know what? That 1 point is more important for us to retain the top spot. Let's just head on towards him, make sure that we take him down, and then, you know, leave a statement that wherever we get down, you dare not come towards our area.
Oh yeah, I mean, Team Soul, that has been how they've been hardwired, right? Especially Omega, a very good IGL, and he's been doing the job. And this, I was having a little bit of a feeling it's gonna go towards that junkyard area. And EXO, this is the perfect time to rotate it. Now INS, they're gonna be under heavy fire. A lot of teams trying to contest for the area that they're holding on to. Hyderabad Hydras have finally managed to get out of the city. I thought it's gonna be a rather hard shot, but the timing has been perfect, right? Because RV Sports, they're also on the move now. Their second airdrop, the Mark 14. Now, I've been talking all praises for this gun. You know, it is one of those weapons that has been crafted by the devil himself.
Close range battles with this, the proper extended. Yeah, close range battle for the proper extended, I believe, you know. I couldn't have asked for a better gun, but ultimately we know Goblin, right? He gives that initial grenade lofting, and then he wants to finish it off, and he wants to use the best of the gun so that, you know, he can immediately shift his
the ranges, right?
Yeah. And one thing which I love about him is that the scoot and shoot game. But on the other side, Autobotz versus EXO is something which I was expecting to take place, and eventually has, as Mr. IGL knows that they have struck the iron when it's hot. They want to capitalize on it, but I know it's going to be hard as well, right? A good 1 or 2 grenades is going to be something which is important for them rather than trying to push in. But they're persistent, just like Team Soul. Let's see whether they're going to pay the price for that.
Fierce already knocked out. Now, Autobotz, one of those teams that primarily focuses on getting the center to themselves. But Punk, he's gotten their flank secured, right? The only avenue that Autobotz can resort to is if they have Hell trying to push it from the eastern side, because Snacks would not have any idea of that happening. But so much util deployed just to try and get one of their players alive as we transition into yet another fight. Of course, is gonna infiltrate the compounds that INS are holding on to, and Joker, he's been taken down.
And this is when Team Soul is gonna, you know, come up with a new strategy of just scoot and shoot, I believe, or shoot and scoot, I believe, you know. Whatever immediately take a person down and then, you know, traverse around and make sure you take the other person down. It's going to be Snacks who's going to be grabbing all the attention and paying the price for it. But ultimately, one good thing for us to see is Autobots sticking together, making sure that they're a pack of wolves rather than one big elephant on charge. And on the other side, Goblin is going to be lofting grenades. He exactly knows where the players are going to be coming in from. This second one, if it's going to be landing in the right spot, it's going to be giving a lot of impact, but it doesn't. As Goblin's next thing is going to be pushing in, making sure he pushes the enemies back, uses MK14, finally sprays them down.
Yeah, and he's going to keep unleashing all that mag right into their opponents' hearts, right? Or maybe their skulls. It is going to crack you up. And of course, definitely has been the case. M14 so far has got the Autobots fighting it out against a very crippled EXO as Pong, the last player surviving, somehow still trying to keep himself alive, is gonna get diminished from the lobby as EXO taking the wrong fights, having to play the hefty price as now Team Soul, they're after the players of INS.
Now I really want to see how things are going to turn out for most of these teams, because ultimately the strongest of them all have gone down, and it's going to be Team Soul, one of the biggest, still taking advantage of the opponents, still taking advantage of what all they're capable of. Look at this Goblin. Just wait for it. He knows that half a mag of that gun is more than enough for them to rake up more finishes for themselves. It's going to be one last player. Joker at this point of time down on his knees is going to be cleared off, and his teammate who's going to be retreating from all these fights as he has nothing else to do but play for placement points. I don't know whether he's going to be escaping this wrath, but I know it's going to be possible for the side of INS to actually eat a little at least. But no, the grenades clinching is going to be more than enough for them to come in and make sure they finish them off.
Oh, Hector, the absolute MVP in this fight. Every single player of Soul has gotten themselves online. 8 finishes to their name, and they knew exactly how to approach it. Hector gave them that opening in that particular fight, and I mean, Billion was certainly lost, right? Especially when he just went out, wanted to go after the other players. But Team Hydra, what are they up to? As Spar, he's been left right out in the open. Dynamite realizing he needs to park his vehicle a little ahead. As Esports Wala, WSF, they wanted to charge at the players of Hydra Official, but eventually got knocked out from the sidelines by the players of GOG.
Now, at the same time, we did see GE try to pass by towards the side of, Hydras, and they made it safe. They're like, let's not take this fight at all. Let's just move away. And it's going to be on the other side, ABZ versus the side of Enigma, which we have to see at this point of a pitch war. Look at that jiggle spray coming in from his side. He's going to land two players down on their feet. The last man standing for the side of Hydras. No, two more men are standing for the side of Hydras, but they look a little more vulnerable as the side of EW is also looking vulnerable at this point of time. And it's important for them to regroup, re-strategize, have that man advantage because Hydras are on a hunt.
Oh, they certainly are, and this is where Hydra officials have found players of WSF at the most vulnerable position. But still, Bajwa, the player alive as GOG get themselves into the party. As Hydra official, they are going to be resorting to those revives, trying to provide a little cover fire as Sparv. He is having his HP depleted as WSF finding a little bit of cover, finding a little bit of a breathing space, courtesy to Hyderabad Hydras, and GOG gets some time to get their players back up.
At the same time, the most important thing for us to see is how can they retaliate from this. I know GOG is still going to be the blessing in disguise, and Hydras cannot come off their hiding. So they're kind of sandwiched or cornered in one corner, and one good grenade coming in from the side of WSF can do the job. But it looks like they're going to be doing the same as one grenade is being cooked. If it's lofted in the right corner, then it's going to be goodbye. Will this grenade do the job? No, it hasn't done much of a damage. It's a chip damage, I would like to say, but not as much as what they expected. Oh, look at what happened. Two grenades colliding is something which you can never see before.
It's all happening here, ladies and gentlemen, in the iQOO BMPS, and we would not really want to resort to the physics behind it, but for now, Hydra official, they know this is their moment to shine, but seem to have burnt their own teammates alive, but have managed to do the job pretty well. They need to get those revives. What are they going in for the lobbing grenades? I do not understand the squad wipe. Do they even realize that?
Oh, I want to see that instant replay of the grenades. I mean, that grenade was not timed to perfection, but bounced to perfection at the nth moment. It was the lady luck kissing their forehead and saying that, don't worry, this one is yours.
Our Esports, infiltration coming in from Retribution, RTR as Chonu is going to be trying to go in, but the crouch toggles coming out of Jadu does get the knock, but the trades are also here. Retro S24, he is going to try and patch himself up and would want to get into the mix of things. Evo is getting shot from the back lines as S24 finds his tail and plucks it away.
Now, RTR Esports are looking actually strong at this point of time. We know Eros and Chono had to play together, and for the first time I'm able to see that Eros and Kinetic both are there, right? They were always getting substituted, and I feel that RTR's strongest lineup is this, but it's just that they had to stick together, due to which, they're going to pay a very, very hefty price. Kinetic will have to do a lot of job from here on. He sees Kinetic over there. They're going to get a little bit of a support from somewhere far away, and due to which they can capitalize on this as Kinetic gets stuck with no bullets for himself. And it's going to be Eros coming in for backup, and this is why I say both of them have to stick together and they can do wonders, and that's going to be possible just like this.
Oh yes, Retribution RTR suddenly have some energy manifested inside of them as S24. He's going to try and just lob that grenade. Ross getting the job done, but Enigma there on the prowl. Evo needing to charge for a very low HP as Eggy takes that flank, but Evo eventually has to fall as now he's going to try and protect him as Harvey from the right flank executes a perfect push, but they are not out of harm's way. Hyderabad Hydras, they still have to deal with them, but Harvey finding the perfect opportunity, but will get taken down by Maxi eventually.
Now Maxi is also on the brawl, I would like to say. I mean, look at that! That spray is so persistent, and it's gonna be priced with a one good finish and a vehicle blast finish as well. Now we have to see which are the teams inside the circle who have a very good opportunity. 7Cs were holding a very good spot, but eventually they're gonna get tagged off as Team Soul's eyes are gonna be set on them, and we all know what happens when the Eagle is gonna set its eyes on the snake lurking around.
they have really, down the tempo, not making any moves. They know that a chicken dinner is what they're in pursuit for. As Kinetic, they can start losing out on players outside the circle. I think they're pretty much out of the game. As yes, it's confirmed, just 5 teams remain. Team Soul, they're just gonna back out on where the next circle is gonna be, and GOG might be the happiest because they have the easiest access inside the circle.
This is
but
what happened.
not like this, not like when you know it's the most important time. You're not supposed to show your heads.
Absolutely, and that was an unwanted one coming in from the side of Bullet. Like GOG are not prioritizing the zone, they're not respecting the zone, and due to which they have to play a hefty price because Team Soul's crosshairs are towards them, and it's important for the IGL to make them realize that go take some vehicle covers, or at least create some covers up front, because in the open is where the circle has formed up and nothing is over there. And Hydras are going to be thinking the same. They're going to be really happy, and the last vehicle you want to use for traverse at this time is going to be that one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice!
But Ace Black finding Soul having their attention diverted elsewhere. They're going to capitalize on this situation. But the big question is, Hyderabad Hydras also need to get themselves inside the circle. And I believe Ace Black does have an idea of where the other IGL is. Omega, of course, on that flank. As Striker is going to be coming in. As Hector becomes the hero yet again for Team Soul. Will unleash that mag and get him down on his knees. And Ace Black trying to rotate around. Hyderabad Hydras did walk on those eggshells and have to pay a hefty price.
Now GOG, they're putting up a trial with so much of differences with one another. They might get taken down over here. Team Soul was so vulnerable at one point of time. If Hyderabad Hydras has traversed a little more slower, relied on throwables rather than rushing in straight, it would have been much more easier. But 7C Sarang is going to be keen to take up all those finish points which are going to be coming in towards them because they have control of the zone. They have Soul right in front of him. The reversion comes in against the side of 7Cs, and now GOG have got a very good opportunity to make it inside the circle. Let's see whether they're going to do so.
Oh, well pointed out, because this is the perfect time for GOG to station their mini vans over there. But the grenade going in from Goblin, that's going to annihilate the players of 7C out of here. But for now, it's still 4 teams in the mix of things. As Akshat, he's going to pace himself up inside the circle. Has he made it? He's going to be hoping, he's going to be dreaming of having the circle take a magical shift down south favor them, because the next circle shift, if it goes away from there, that has to be such a monumental task for Team Soul to try and win this one out. 14 finishes already to their names.
Absolutely. Now, one thing which I was trying to say that a lot was GOG have lost a player, and I don't know how. They had all 4 men standing.
Yeah.
They had a good cover for themselves. They had a chance to rotate, but still they didn't rely on coming out. And for that, I think they're going to be paying a very hefty price as they are in the open at this point of time, taunting out the big dogs. Will Bullet pay the price with no helmet? It's going to be the next big question.
Still making those bold moves in day. And one shot is all it's going to take. But Ace Black resorting to the final medkit, which he did administer just now. Spotting out Bullet, gets the knock. Oh, as Ace Black goes down, but make sure that GOG, they are crippled.
Now, this is what happens when you're not conscious. When you know that you're playing on the horizon without a helmet, how dumb can you turn out to be? I mean, I know that sometimes, it's important for us to understand the basics and stick to the textbook, but this is not how it is. And we were speaking about this, right? When there was an opportunity, they did not go for the rotation, due to which they're going to be paying a very hefty price. Probably they've given all the medkits to Nick OP and told him that you go in for a heal battle. Rather, that is going to be the case with just 2 medkits. He dares to come out and had to pay the price for it. They could have got a second position if he had continued to do so, but ultimately Hydras are going to be so happy about this, as one last man standing is going to be Fur, and I know what's going to happen after this, as the scavengers are going to be concentrating the firepower towards him, and this is a winner-winner chicken dinner coming in for the side.
Oh, no wonder. How on earth did they do this, right? And look at Goblin. Wow, 9 finishes to his name, as ladies and gentlemen, we head into the post-game segment powered by Loco. 18 finishes for Team Soul, as they were all over the place in this match. 33 points collected just when they realized Team OR was on their tails. They did further solidify their lead up top.
How many times did Hyderabad Hydras have an opportunity to take away this game? away from the hands of Team Soul, but still did not capitalize on it, and due to which they had to be happy with the 4th position they've got, right? But let's not forget that the few teams have had a good game. Position points finally going in the favor of GOG, as I told you, in case they had resorted on taking those fights and surviving, and they here they are. Hyderabad Hydras yet again coming in. Hydra officials on the other side. 7 finishes. If the last one, eventually those two knew that, we have to play for placement points, and they did play for it.
Oh yeah, Hydra officials, I mean, could have been the luckiest team inside the lobby. Every single time those fights they engaged in, especially that one iconic fight against Esports Wala WSF,
Yep.
the nades colliding each other, Hyderabad Hydras, GOG coming from the higher altitude positions, taking down the players of WSF. It was all aligned for them up until this point, but still, 7 finish points, not too shabby, and this could be the game that Hydra officials were really eyeing out for. But GOG Esports, considering the situation that they were in, they could have done a lot better, but it's something, again, you have to search for the silver linings, right? And GOG, again, 14 points, they've been consistent, they are picking up the pace. As we take a look at the iQOO MVP, no doubts whatsoever, Goblin getting those 9 finishes, but for me personally, I would say Hector and Akshat had a very important role to play.
Absolutely. Clinical it is. I mean, less than 100 damage is given in getting those finishes, right? And that's the best part about this guy. And through those grenades, oh my goodness, this man was unstoppable. But let's look at the top 5 and try to understand that how many teams are over here. It's just 3 teams, with the first 3 taken off by the side of Soul themselves. 9, 5 and 3, a total of 17 already coming in, and they're going to be so happy about it. And 2 people were clinical. I'm not shocked.
I mean, at this point, the damage numbers on Team Soul, that's going to be absurd, right? It's going to cross over the maps and whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, credits where it's due to Par from Hydra. Did manage to get those 3 finishes. It's a little bit of instilling that confidence inside the players of Hydra officials, which they were severely lacking. As we take a look at the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, and anything out of ordinary do we witness? Arca 5 grenade finishes, it's all fine. No vehicle finishes, 7.2 points of healing. I mean, I could have expected a little bit more, but yeah, a standard stat out coming out of Miramar.
Agreed on this point. 37 assists, that's also pretty less comparatively. But longest distance finish, again, not even reaching the 300 pointers, shows that, most of them were, probably looking out, more than looking out, were forced to go in for a close range battle, and that is what everything turned out to be. And 5 grenade finishes, I think most of it will be going to Team Soul, and as you said, that's going to be rocketing numbers coming in. 3203 damage coming in from the side of Team Soul for 18 finishes. They were doing the damage from every look in corner. If there was any other team doing so much of hard work but was not reaping benefits out of it, it's going to be at the side of GOG. 1602 damage for just 4 finishes, whereas the others had done a much better job than them.
Oh yeah, and now is the moment of truth, right? Now is the moment of truth where we know how much of a lead has Team Soul got for themselves.
Goodness.
Just when it was getting a little threatening, just when it was getting a little challenging, they wanted to be away from the rest of the pack, showing that they, this tournament, well, is not for them. They're made for bigger things, and here they are proving their mettle in front of the world. A lot of criticisms in the past, the haters, everyone has their mouth shut up. But for Team Soul, of course, I mean, this was a perfect game, right? It all started with that recovery against Team UP50, where we thought they could be the first team to get eliminated, and the journey to win the chicken dinner. Boy, oh boy, do they surprise us.
I mean, just 2 points and 5 points away from hitting the 3-digit marker with finish points and placement points. This is what you can expect from them. But let's look at down. Its Walkouts are going to be dipping down. They have one more game. 7Cs are slowly coming up. They were in the top 16. I know they're going to be suppressed yet again, probably getting even more down, just in case the other teams will perform like Blind, ACBC, Walkouts and Enigma. And let's not forget that Enigma's climb from here on has been pretty impressive, whereas the drop of Team EXO is also pretty shocking.
Oh yeah, that is something that I really did not expect, because that is not how Team EXO likes to play, right? That is where, you know, Sensei is having those doubts creeping in his mind. Is he doing fine enough? Are they playing the fights properly? Because it's all a big, bold no. As we take a look at the third place, there you have it, you know, GOG, a few points for them, still have to, you know, catch up on Hydra Official, who did manage to get a second position finish in this one. But yeah, of course, I mean, it's a good climb for them, at least for GOG, considering where they were before the start of today's evening. But UP50 Esports, they really need to step up.
I think they need to learn that not every fight is an important fight, you know. I somewhere feel that, you know, every time they go in for a fight, they feel that, you know, we can capitalize on it. As soon as they get a knock, they're going to be like, we'll send one person for a rotation, he can come in from an off angle. But least do they realize that, you know, in the current meta, you need to have at least 2 knocks before you push in against a squad. And even though you had 2 knocks and you have teams like Team Soul with those grenades lofting in, and
Akshat,
you know, it's just deflecting right in mid-air. It's going to be hard for you, right? Team Hydras, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I mean, not just Team Hydras there. Of course, that's a different thing altogether. But Team Soul, what a display from their side. A thunderous game, and so is this phone, you know, delivering you that cool you need in those heated situations. As our friends from iQOO have a really special message for you guys just after this.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Watch it, earn it.
But it does get crazy out there in Loco, especially, you know, all those dance moves, you know, break a leg is what we've been doing. And yeah, I mean, my brothers have already broken theirs. You certainly can stay away, just stream on Loco. But now, of course, talking about this beautiful phone, iQOO Neo 6, well, this could be yours, and Arca is going to tell you how.
Yeah, this time I'm going to be fast so that, you know, it's going to be easier for us to speak more about the match. Get on to Amazon, make sure you search for iQOO Neo 6. You're going to see there, you know, there's a no more button, click on it, and then you have a small quiz. Finish that quiz, put your name, address, phone number, and then after that you're going to click no more. And after that you're going to be receiving an email from their site telling that, you know, you have subscribed for this. But at the same time, if you're lucky, you're going to get a call.
You know, you're going to also make a very good teacher, Arca. So maybe if you're talking about finding other career options, that is also
oh no, I'm so happy over here. I'm completely happy over here.
The highlights of this game, and this is where it all went awry for UP50, right? Especially how they could have messed up, right? Whatever could go wrong did go. Eventually, you know, from Ranveer, we did witness those little sparks, those little glimmer of hope, but till then, the ship had already set sail for Team Soul. There was no stopping them. Sarkar did manage to somehow elope, but not for long. But EXO, man, EXO. The fall of EXO has been today's topic to discuss about. You know, it's been the hot gossip. Tell me something more about it.
It's snacks, you know. Somewhere when I felt that, you know, they had Sensei down on his. I'm so sorry. They had one of the teammates down on their knees. That was Fierce, right? So that is when they had to just fall back. It was an unnecessary fight for them. But still, you know, they went in for the revival, thinking that the opponents have just backed off, and eventually they had to pay a very, very hefty price. And I have been telling this, right? You need to stick together, or else it's going to be an easy case for you. But Ekta on the other side with those grenades, and Soul coming in from the side of Goblin, and over here, as soon as he hears that grenade, just imagine, okay, he hears that grenade, immediately rushes in, boom, goes down the man.
Yeah, presence of mind even in the toughest of situations where when the players kind of tend to lose their cool, there Hector was cool as a cucumber. But for GOG, I mean, the way they've been playing, I really love those holdings that they were up to. I'm liking how they've been playing, but we're going to pretty much witness, you know, the collision of these two grenades in just a wee while. And this is where, you know, Hyderabad Hydras from the back lines, it was GOG from the other side. They were getting the better out of all these players.
Yep, agreed, completely agreed. Oh, we couldn't witness that grenade and I'm feeling a little bad about it. But it's okay, we're gonna be witnessing yet again, probably on our streams, and we can explain and laugh about it. Yeah, here it is, a grenade coming in. Oh my goodness, where we all thought it was the collision of the courts. It was just, you know, it's the windows probably, you know, if the window rim which came in at the timing.
It's alright. I mean, we just consider this, you know, the collisions of two grenades. It tends to happen in the heat of situations over there. But it felt like that, right? As long as it did,
one angle
we're fine with it. But again, Retribution R2R, Eros 24 did all he could there in that particular situation. But Enigma were a little bit smarter with Avi taking that little right flank over there. Even 7C had their attention focused on the players of Team FS, and yeah, I mean, FS, they're going to be happy about how they've been performing. We're definitely one of the top 3 performing teams today in the evening. But Retribution RTR, a little bit of a resurgence from their side as well, getting those finishes, getting those numbers on board.
7Cs on the other side, where it really felt, you know, from here on they can actually go in and dominate, which they're doing. And eventually had to pay a hefty price for holding just one corner where they were sandwiched between two players. Was a little sad for me to see. But FS on the other side, I think that, you know, that was again an unwanted fight which they took against the side of 7Cs.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we really can't question them. Because, again, the circle kind of tends to rotate. If you find someone at a vulnerable position, you kind of tend to get into it, right? And it's alright, you know, you made it to the 6th circle, 7th circle. This is where they could engage themselves in those fights. But Hyderabad, Hydras, right? Just rushing in through that smoke. Did not really end well. But GOG, the intentions were clear, but look at those smokes. Had those smokes not been deployed, they could have provided that cover fire on Savitar. And these are those small little mistakes that you know, cause a hefty price. Because had they gotten down there safely and successfully, you never know. This chicken dinner could have been theirs, because eventually the circle shifted right at that spot.
Yep, and GOG on the other side, 3 men standing, even though we were wondering how the one man got taken down, but we saw it very, very clearly. But at the same time, yeah, sometimes you need to be very, very careful with the throwables you use. And after that, Team Soul was like, it was like a bird eye view, right? We did say it was just an eagle looking at a snake which is slithering around. All it had to do was swoop down and pick that winner chicken rhythm for themselves. And that is what Team Soul did.
Oh yeah, I think they have been having everything synchronized just the way they want. Finally, Omega is going to be a happy man, and so are the players, right? Of course, Goblin did rack up those 9 finishes to his name, but you know, the desk unanimously believes it could have been Akshat or Hector also. The kind of contributions they made, especially in those fights, because had it not been Akshat's grenade, right, they could have never gotten this far, right? They could have been eliminated right from the very start by the players of UP50. And in certain situations, we got to see a lot out of Hector. Also, in a lot of other fights as well. The one against Team INS, he was the one who made the big, bold moves. And this is something that I love about Team Soul. You just can't pick a single player, right? Or one single favorite with all the other teams. They have one good player that absolutely shines. It's more like protect the precedent. But for Team Souls, it's every single player who's as good as an army. And, well, their performance is speaking for themselves.
Very rarely do you find a combination like this, right? Where there is a perfect supporter, there's a perfect assaulter, there's a perfect IGL, and the fourth person is a perfect, probably a medic or a sniper or whatever you may call him, right? But still, you know, there are several moments where we have to say that, you know, Hyderabad Hydras just let go of the opportunity of taking this winner chicken dinner for themselves. And let's not forget, Hydra officials, again, being the slithering snake in the map of Miramar itself, had to always do one thing: hide themselves. They knew that the ridge to their right or the mountain to the right, GOG can never ever, take shots against them. But at the same time, on the left, they had a big boulder, they had a vehicle which was blasted, so they're just hiding right behind it, making everything cozy for themselves. But yeah, one question which I want to throw to you is going to be the side of FS getting taken down by the side of 7 Seas. What do you have to say about that? Like, FS rotation was wrong, or it's just that, they went right into the faces of 7 Seas itself?
In those final few circles, right, once the circle starts imploding, and this is where panic strikes, right? It's call-outs everywhere, Heather and Tether. The IGL must have made a call and eventually just sort of rammed in, and they really, messed up. So that is what went wrong for them. But again, FS Esports, it's not going to bug them a lot, right? I think it was the final game coming in, and the way they've been playing have been pretty much impressive, at least by their standards. After BGIS being acquired by an organization and not playing in a lot of the third-party events, and this is where we were all speculating: have they fizzled out? Have they not been delivering? But ever since Grind, we haven't seen the best of their performances. But yeah, I mean, the boys have really stepped up where it all matters, at the biggest stage of it all, the biggest tournament with the highest prize pool, and they're certainly one of my favorites to head into the top 16 finals of the iQOO BMPS.
Very rarely have I seen a Russian coming with the vehicle as soon as a knock is complete and successfully capitalized on it, right? Let's take, for example, Hyderabad Hydras. The way they've crashed into us the side of Team Soul, and least did they realize they were heading right into a stone rather than the players itself. And as soon as they're jumping out, rather than sitting inside and going in for firing, they usually jump out, right? That's a reflex which has been built up, and due to which they're all playing a hefty price. As ladies and gentlemen, this is the time Fixes is going to be leaving the desk, and we're going to be bringing back the legend himself. It's going to be XP, and he's going to be so happy finally to come over here and listen to this one line that Soul dominated the previous game, with one person going with 9 finishes and a 3,000 plus damage coming in with the winner chicken dinner, and the 40 points difference they put in between the first and the second position.
I mean, again, it's like somebody went, grabbed that wick over there at the boot camp and were like, hey boys, listen. All right, here's the thing. Only 7 points now separate us and position 2. You got to make sure you do something over here. And well, they added a few more for themselves. And well, let's see what happens next, because for now, they have played their number of games for the day. The next round is going to be between groups A and B, as we did see up on our screens just moments ago. And again, I loved it. Again, the thing with Team Soul is, I don't know whether I want to call it luck, because of course, let's not take anything away from the skills, right? I mean, we saw Akshat at the beginning, we saw Hector put up quite a fight over there. But the fact that, the zone also kind of helped them out was something that they really capitalized on, where some people, they might just lose their edging. But the thing is, in a tournament like this, you can't really do that if you are the best of the best. Of course, I'm talking about the iQOO BMPS. And you know what? For one last time, let's actually have a listen from our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. See you after this short video.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
Power to win, that is what the iQOO Neo 6 is all about. And well, I guess we can't tell them, if you want to grab yourselves one of these bad boys, Arca has just the right words for you.
Now, Amazon, you have to head on to Amazon right away. Make sure you search for iQOO Neo 6 in the bar, and then you'll be going into a specific page which they've created. Over there, you can click on No More, and then after that, there's going to be a small quiz. How do you answer this quiz? How do you want to, the answers for everything? Watch us on the stream. From the get-go itself, we start speaking about the specs of this mobile. And if you're on stream, you'll know all the answers. So all you're going to do is answer all those questions properly. And at the end, they're going to ask your name, email ID, and phone number. Put all those things and click on No More. And you'll be all set and ready.
Well, they might know more whether they win an iQOO Neo 6 in the hand, or you can still do something else. You can grab some merchandise for yourselves, and well, all you have to do is head over to BGMI's esports page. Check the description. There's going to be a little form you have to fill. Make sure you have a valid ID so we know exactly who to send it to, and you might just be walking away with some nice little BGMI t-shirts and, well, bottles to beat the heat this summer. But, you know, speaking of the heat, boy, Miramar, a hot map as it is, the action was even hotter. Now, of course, Team Seoul, they went in and did what they do best, right? But they came so close to being decimated early on. Boy, oh boy, were they saved by the skin of their teeth.
2 times, not even once. The first time, from as soon as they got down, and they were hit really hard, and one grenade saved them. You know, UP50.
That was when Akshat, I believe.
Yeah, Akshat coming in with that. And the second time is when Hyderabad Hydras were also doing the same thing, but somehow, you know, they survived that as well. And after that, there was no stopping them. You can't allow you can't hit the gods just 1 or 2 punches and expect them not to, hit you back, right?
But, you pointed something out brilliantly. Now, of course, we're going to be saying bye-bye from the studio because the map is going to be underway sooner or later. But you mentioned this clearly. It's that reflex that whenever the vehicle comes to a standstill, everyone jumps out. Now, in those milliseconds, in that split second, the fraction of a second, that is when, you just get bombarded by bullets, by throwables or whatever, and you can't really do anything about it. As you mentioned, maybe just stick your head out the window and lay down some lead in the opposite direction.
Or else don't even think of going so close, right? Just get to a certain position where you have the resources with you and get to a point where your projectile is more than enough for the grenade, or you have enough information to rely on the assaulter who's cooking a grenade a little far away from you. So these are the few possibilities which you can think of.
Do you think at the point, because of course I was on the sidelines over there and you guys were in the nitty-gritty of all the action, did Hyderabad Hydras have an idea that the compound was already taken, or were they caught by surprise?
It was not exactly a compound, but you can call it a compound because of the dunes and a rock right into the center of it, right? So
well, that's a compound in Miramar, mate.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm just kidding with you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
So eventually they were over there. 3 players were over there. One person was already knocked out, and they lofted a grenade, and they got another knock probably by the bullets itself, and then they had to push in. They did not push in immediately, and that was the biggest mistake for them. They took around 5 to 10 seconds to decide whether to push or not. You know how many seconds it takes for somebody to get revived. So as soon as he got revived and the vehicle was coming, they heard it, but still they were composed. They didn't let go of that revival. They're like, just let's complete it and then come in with 2 different directions, and then eventually it was just a pour of lead against the player who just rushed it.
Well, of course, that is exactly what happened, and what's going to happen now is that, well, you had a look at Erangel. Now we're going to take the skies for one last time on Day 3, League Stage, Week 1. And the Big Bird is going to be in the sky. And the best thing is this time, Marka, it's not a southern plane path anymore, because every single Erangel you see it down south. This time we're going to be heading over from Zarki all the way in between Lipovka and Milta Power. And any idea what the first circle is going to form?
Either Quarry or Zarki.
All right, so you wanted to be on that side. Alrighty, let's see if that's going to be the case, because for now, Team Seoul once again are going to be holding on to that little lead that they have as far as the overall points in Erangel is concerned, with 81 to their names, but OR are catching up pretty fast.
Now look at that, 17, 16, 14, 13 and 12 finishes, right? They're pretty close to one another, and these are the assaulters to watch out for. So let's see whether Spray God will be able to mimic what he did previously with that 3x, like immediately shifting and taking players down. We have been saying that, he has to be one of the persons to watch out for, but FS47, that long hair buddy, is been coming on the screens regularly, and that is why he's almost challenged Goblin. Just imagine, he's challenged the big dog himself in becoming one of the top fraggers in the map of Erangel.
Speaking of long hair, I'm sure you miss your long locks,
man,
because, oh boy, I mean, this guy could give K47 a run for his money, but there you have it. The circle is going to be a little bit towards the north. Zarki isn't going to be in play, but you know what? We might see something happening around the shooting range or Severny towards the very end. But for now, as the teams are going to be dropping down from the heavens above, question is, are we going to see some clashes? Are we going to see some early collisions? Are we going to see someone get run over with a vehicle?
And when you said that, you could have given a run to 47 Est, looking at the length of his hair, he should have grown it 3 times just to be thinking of coming close to me.
Oh boy, that is long. I mean, wow.
That was literally,
Just try
yeah,
and picture
I
that
do
right
miss
now.
it a lot, right? Thinking about it, I do miss it a lot. But ultimately, it's gonna be OR at this point of time, trying to push the luck. You know, they're just checking. Okay, we have done a lot of job with the grenades. We have done job with the ARs. We have done the job with many. Let's try to push it out with this pistol, probably.
Well, let's see if the pistols are working, or maybe he's just a bit too lazy to open the door. He's like, I'm just going to shoot this down right now. But Aditya, on the other hand, is not going to be doing that. He's going to be conserving ammunition.
You know, somewhere what I feel he was doing, they might have had a fight, you know, who's going to be looting which floor. It's like, whichever door has bullet holes, that's yours. Whichever don't is going to be mine.
Mine. That's what they're doing right now, just making sure they etch their own little terrain. Now, of course, they are going to be looting at the school and those apartments towards the southeast. And the thing is, you know, global esports are going to be in this game, which means they're going to be just a bit to the north there and in and around Rozhok. But for now, we're going to have a look at ACBC heading towards their favorite spot. And, well, my favorite spot as well. I love the military island. I love the military base, and I'm good at that. But wait a second, Karan. Ooh, he's got to hold his ground right now. He can't make a sound because although he does have that Uzi, there are 4 members of Blind right in front of him, and I think this is the right decision on his part. He is gathering information.
And a clever one, you know. Usually when you go in for a sitting position in this place, look at that. When he sits straight, the head is kind of visible, the cap is visible. But still, what he does do, he goes to the corner and goes in for a peek sitting down and hides himself completely. I mean, that's a lot of IQ. We got to give it to that guy.
Absolutely. Hats off to him because, well, his hat was not blown off. And all of you watching at home can take pointers because this, after all, is the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series. And, well, who better to learn from than the pros themselves? For now, Blind again, you know, Pochinki, we like saying this, right? Pochinki is their city, and whoever dares enter, well, they better be ready for one heck of a fight, because for now, no one is going to come even close. And unfortunately this time, Marka, no early clashes, no drive-bys, nobody's heads going crunch under any wheels.
But this is which is concerning me, right? Look to the center of the map. Let's draw a line right to the dead center and see how many teams are there waiting for the teams for coming below. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 teams are over there. And if in case ACBC and ABCs are not taking for those rotations earlier, or probably they come in late into the circle, just imagine what's going to happen to them. But still, if they come in late, one thing is going to happen. These teams are going to be selecting the northern side of the map, where always 7E shooting range and Starboy have been abandoned.
You know, the thing is, normally when you learn your ABCs, you always go ABCD, right? And looking at ACBC, they're going to mess up my alphabet a little bit. I might just start saying C before B, and then we have ABZ as well. That's quite a mouthful. But again, that's
something which I'm
this.
undergoing is ACBC and ACDC. I'm like,
of course,
being a fan of the
Australian band. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and whenever I tend to see ACBC, I'll be like I'm so sorry, ACBC. Yeah, and that's the kind of names you need to have, right? Some rhyming, something which sits in your mind from the get-go itself, and that does half of the job. The marketing is done.
Oh, it's done, because that is, of course, a name you are not going to forget. And speaking of names that you are not going to forget, Global Esports. Now, you know, they didn't have the best start on day one, but boy, oh boy, did they pack quite a punch. Knuckle, I think your vehicle is just a bit too low for that. Of course, losing your front wheel might help. Nope. That is a roadster, that is a sports car, and it is not going to get into that warehouse from that point. He might go the other way, but again, they have the same problem.
I don't think so. Like, it's so much of, you know, low level.
This is where I like my SUVs, right? You got to have that ground clearance, mate.
Exactly. I still have this thing. I just hope that, you know, those people who own Mercedes-Benz sedans don't have anything grudges against me. But according to me, if you own a Mercedes, own an SUV and try to get the feel of that power as well as the luxury.
Oh, you're taking me back. You're making me miss home. But anyway, coming back to the game, Team INS. Now, you know, we were talking about them early on. We did use words like loose cannons, and they like taking risks. But do you think perhaps maybe now they want to stick to some game plan and, you know, start thinking a bit tactically? Although I'm not saying they're not doing that so far. But, you know, if they see anything, if they hear anything around them, it's like they are drawn to that commotion like a fly to a light.
only one thing I would like to suggest, not only this team but any team over here, do not engage in unwanted fights. Only and only when you feel that it's important for me to go ahead and tag out people or probably rake some finishes for yourself, that is when you want to go in. Rather, don't do it. No, it's unnecessary. You're getting finish points. Like as many spots go down, it's going to be better for you, right?
Ooh, interesting thing that I just noticed, because if you have a look at the minimap on the top right, boys and girls, you'll see there's a little bit of a purple dot which did come to a halt. That person did alight from his vehicle, which means Walkout's position could be given away and they might have an idea that someone's nearby. And of course, that team is Team MG. And by the look of things, buddy, looks like they might just be getting ready for a bit of an assault over here. Now, Mr. Spray, on the other hand, is trying to make sure that his flank from the south is secure. But again, we're going to come back to that in a few moments if any skirmishes do break out elsewhere. Big Brothers Esports. They've had a good day. They've had a good time in the tournament so far. However, they were caught off guard in a few games. I wonder if this Erangel is going to be a bit different this time around.
I mean, from day 1 in 10th position to day 2 5th position, I strongly believe they've done an amazing job. But when it comes to the third day, this is where I feel that the graph has gone in like a pulse. They've gone up, they've come down, they've gone up and gone down, and they can actually leave a mark by the end of the day. And these are the teams which I love the most. You do the heavy lifting in the first few days, and the rest of the days you can actually play in for those averages and try to retain yourself in the top 16.
Now, the funny thing is, ATZ and ACBC are still out in the blue. In fact, the boys from the Autobotz, they're still in Primorsk where they dropped down. And, it doesn't really matter at this stage, right? Because it is the first circle and the blue is just going to chip away at your health ever so lightly. But the question is, where is this circle going to take us? Any predictions? To the north or to the south?
To the south, right in between the school.
Maybe? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
I wanted to be near the ruins. Oh, buddy. I guess the prediction game is going to be a bit off. Ruins is still in it, but like we predicted earlier, shooting range and Severny.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm on fire with my predictions today. It's going to be the epicenter for all the action to come. And have a look at all those vehicles moving in. It's like the Great Migration.
I'm looking at Daddy at this point of time, so-called Daddy, and like yesterday he was on fire and he was trying to pull your leg, but today it seems like you're going to be giving him some looks in between.
Don't dampen my mood right now with bringing him up. I just kid. I joke.
Now let's get back and see what's going to happen, as nobody's come up to 70, especially towards the northern side of Zarki is where we want to be. But INS is not going to stop themselves. They're going to shoot and scoot and pick up as many finishes as possible, as the first blood is going to be drawn by them. And this time it's going to be Joker having the final laugh.
Oh, they know that one of the other members is going to be driving past and the chase is on. This is what you call a hot pursuit, ladies and gentlemen. We called it. I mean, they do have crazy in the name, and well, Joker wants to have the last laugh as they are going to try and hunt down each and every member of ACBC, but looks like they aren't going to overextend that much. I think they might have, assumed that he might go and stop ahead and, try and regroup with his teammates. But again, this time around, looks like Team INS, they're not doing the loose cannon stuff right now. They are going to be playing as a tight-knit unit.
I just hope that... Oh, that sound.
Did you hear that sound?
Yeah, exactly. As soon as that came in, I just went blank. And in any given point of time, even if I sleep, in my sleep, if some sound comes in, that can put a smile on my face. Yeah, so let's head back and see what's happening on the screens right now. As we can see, nobody's going towards the side of Zarki, right? The northern western side of the map completely empty. If you're playing for placement points, rather go in over there and take your time and then come back into the fight.
Funny how Severny is empty as well, but what's not going to be empty is Aditya right now, because he did lay down some shots and, well, he gets a finish for himself as Evil Sky is going to be sent packing, and OR Esports are going to get the first finish for themselves. Now, I like how everyone is trying to be in the open because they want to keep their options open. Now, the thing is, Severny still unoccupied. Not a single team, even in the vicinity, which goes to show that, if teams do go to such places, right, they don't want to be holed in. They don't want to be in a position that once they have to come out, the enemy could have it. Shots, Enigma Evo laying down some legs.
Now GOG is heading right to the place you were just speaking about, towards the side of 70, where they also have a drop over there. So we can expect the zone to be happening towards the side of shooting range-ish, and let's see whether that's going to be the case. But let's not forget that no skirmishes so far. It's calm before the storm, and let's see when the storm hits, whether we'll be able to wrap and quickly catch up to it, because a lot of bodies are going to be falling with the next circle forming in.
the bodies hit the floor. That is exactly what's going to happen. And have a look at Autobotz. They're going to make a transition all the way from the west, coming in via the bridge less taken, the road less taken over there, coming through North Georgepol. Now they are going to be in a good position because you see that massive mountain that seems to be around shooting range towards its left. That is where they are going to have a good position, and chances are the circle might in fact head a bit to the west as well.
Now look at ABZ's coming in, right? They're so late, but they did the right choice, right? They know that after this, the zone is going to eat them up a lot. I know they burned most of the resources when it comes to the healing, but I just hope that they resort it well as the zone is going to be shifting away. A little bit of shooting range-ish is where we're going to be looking at, but the best spot in the house, obviously, right now is going to be going in towards the side of GOG. I like his costume, you know, it's on fire.
It is on fire. I mean, boy, let's just take a moment and just appreciate that right now. The flames are going to be burning. Lucky for him, it is fireproof as well, which means his skin is going to be intact. Now, GOG, they were going to, you know, they were trying to head up north. Oh, I love this. Thank you so much. Have a look at the map. Now, most of the teams in the center of the circle, they want to make sure they have the highest ground possible because, A, they have all these vehicles for cover, right, which can be destroyed as and when needed. But again, now, AB's, or Autobotz, I beg your pardon, they're going to be in a precarious situation because every single place in front of them is going to be occupied, as Scream just found out that, wait a second, that house has already been taken over.
Now, BBs, if they just have a vague idea that it's just two men standing inside that compound, just imagine how they're going to rush in as a pack of wolves and make sure that they tear this team apart. But let's not forget, the throwables are still in the game. Level 3 helmet. Shot gets connected. I strongly believe that would have been a sniper coming in from the other side, or else I don't think so that much of damage would have been dealt.
Well, I do believe it did take out half his HP. Maybe a couple of shots connected over there from BB and the boys over here. Scream and the boys, I beg your pardon. Because, you know, they do have an idea that someone is lying in wait. But for now, the market is going to be theirs for the taking. And I'll be honest, I do not mind being in this position as well. I like that gas station. You have a lay of the land as far as the north is concerned. And, you know, you have your backs against a wall as far as ACBC's position is concerned. So, you know, I think they're still in good spirits right now with GOG Esports. MJ, he definitely heard some vehicle in the distance. He's trying to jump and see if he can spot anything. Well, he does spot someone in the other direction. It's Coops, and Coops is oblivious that he is actually in someone's crosshairs.
No, obviously, and immediately shifted the scope. We heard that sound, right? Immediate switch in scope is also something really important. They need to understand that you have the right kind of resources to take the fight. Look at that. Coops on the other side is going to lay low because he knows that if you have to control the recoil of 4x to the perfection, you need to play flat on your belly. But on the other side, it's going to be Walkouts versus the side of INS. Yua knows exactly when to drop down on his belly as he takes on a player. He has the location of the other one, but still is not going to do anything but rather heal himself up so that it's going to be easier for him to take another fight. The grenade cannot be lofted towards him because there is an opponent right in front of him, so they might also be erased. But at this point of time, Walkouts. Oh, one good grenade coming in from the side of INS. Could be an opening they were looking out for, but it's not going to be doing much of a damage as an exchange comes in against the side of Joker. The third one is going to be connecting in as well. Who's going to be standing tall amongst all these things?
Well, we're going to find out because looks like INS have lost 2 members so far on their knees, and Autobots are going to be doing down elsewhere. But for now, Yuva, the warrior himself, is going to be flinging some fire at the enemy, and someone is going to be sent to the fiery depths of hell. Elsewhere, we have a few fights breaking out. There you have it. Billion, I beg your pardon, is going to be taken down, which means only one man stands for INS. That man is a bit cray-cray. It is Crazy Soul. He is shrouded by some smoke right now, still alive and kicking as shrapnel is going to be flying overhead all around him. But now the Walkouts, they're trying to walk in, and well, that is all she wrote, because from the other end, it's Karan from WSF who puts the final nail in his coffin.
Now abroad, they have to be, this squad has to be careful as there's a push coming in. Look at Eki, he's being as clever as possible. He does the damage. Now he's going to be rushing in with that AK, trying to do the best because he knows the opponents are going to be vulnerable at this point of time. A grenade's going to be lost in, but not in the favor of him. And eventually duck shots are also going to be coming in. He's going to get into cover, reload, come back and try to do his best. No, nothing is working out for him so far, apart from a little bit of a damage done. No! Finally it does, as the other man right next to him is going to be pushing in. He's going to take advantage of it, come back and strike again. And that is how Eki plays when he's on the right man. The third one comes in. The final person, he knows his location with the scar already geared up. Let's see where this is going to be pushing and finishing things off. He tries to do it with the 4x coming in, who does most of the damage, but ultimately Steam Metal steals the limelight.
Hey, man, he did his job. This is a team game after all. Oh, my goodness. Eggy, against all odds, went for one, for the second, gets the third, almost gets the fourth. But the question is, how was he allowed to do that? Because that flag should have been secured. That we will come back to that later because the Autobotz are going to be laying down lead on IE's position. And it looks like one of them is going to be taken down. And ooh, although he has an AK on him, he has the chance to pick up a Grotza, which means he can get even more firepower. Mr. IGL, let's see what decision you make. We might just see a little bit of a switcheroo coming on now. Hydra official not having the best of days, but they are going up against the big boys in the form of OR Esports. And well, looks like Parv spotted something else moving the distance. Do you want to show your back in a window like that? I don't think that's the best thing. He's got to make sure he's a little aware of his surroundings.
Now we have to see the northern side of the map where most of these teams are, coming in together. Walkouts are going to be passing by the side of GOG. We have RTR also making it inside the circle. IE, the last man standing, Loki, wants to do something special. Shows that he's the mischievous one when it comes to the lobby itself. But on the other side, Hydras are taunting the side of BB. Is this a necessary one according to you?
Well, I guess, they're just trying to let people know that, hey, we are here or someone is here. They don't want anyone pushing their position because even though OR are in the circle, they're going to make sure they readjust their vehicles in case they need to make a quick getaway later on. Because have a look at the minimap, right? There's another team, the Autobotz, who are not really overlooking them, but could be a thorn in their side at some point. Elsewhere, GOG, they have taken a few knocks, but looks like they might just get back up on their feet again. And Walkouts Cuba is going to be brought down in a magnificent glass. And Avi, boy, he is not done. He is going to get the better of him. And with that, another one bites the dust.
Now, Walkouts versus Enigma. This is when GOG can actually capitalize, right? Because we know that Enigma was trying to tag off the side of GOG. This divided attention is what they'll be looking out for. And hopefully they might be able to come in. But they all know that, Eki and Rex, until now they were looking at GOG, now turn their attention towards the side of Walkouts. Now again, look back on this side, and that's the best part about Enigma. They watch out in all four directions, make sure that they tag enemies so that they strike fear and don't allow them to come a bit more closer.
And the thing is, although Enigma do have to move, they only have 122 meters or so to go into the next circle. But the question is, are they leaving it a bit too late because they've spotted some rocks? They're like, that is exactly where we could go with Eggy. Being a bit optimistic over here, does lob a grenade. Unfortunately, it is going to bounce off that little wall over there. And, well, it is going to be kind of wasted. But now he's going to switch to his M4. He does have the 4 times. He's anticipating them moving in through the smoke, which, again, is going to be position away. But Craniacs, on the other hand, is trying to get the better of GOG. And have a look at that. He's providing some cover from behind. Wait a second, is that a grenade that he just threw? That's a preemptive strike over there. And that might actually be huge. The vehicle does go boom. Nick is going to be taken down, and Craniacs is definitely going to be on the upper hand right now. But Chonu is still going in for the revive. And looks like GOG are oblivious to that fact.
I mean, Bullet is the last man standing. He needs to understand, no more. That was an unwanted fight. What do you say about GOG? They had to make it inside the circle, but rather wants to clear off the right side, which is probably an unnecessary one, and due to which they had to pay an FT price. Now, Enigma is going to be so happy that they have just one side to concentrate on. Let's not forget that RTR will have a very open space to get inside the circle as well, and there are OR already inside waiting for them to come in and so that they can take them down. Athanki, we can see that already put down Craniac at this point of time. With the key player out of this game, Chono will be the last man standing, and it's easy for a 1v4.
Well, it is going to be easy. Let's see if a 1v4 is coming, because for now the Walkouts are going to walk their way in towards Enigma's position, and Eggy knows exactly what's happening. Oh, I thought that grenade almost took Evo off his feet, but no. They're going to get back up, and Eggy is going to stay behind, making sure he secures the phone. Oh, that Molotov could have been a bit dangerous, but Hellgard is still going to be surviving on his bloody knees. Elsewhere, Williams from Blind, he knows that he's in a precarious situation. Look at how many teams are close to one another. We have BB, we have Blind, and we have a couple of members from ACBC, but it's going to be Zaddy who gets taken down, courtesy of Zen OP. Now, of course, he wants to make sure he gets that finish, and, well, looks like he just might do that. But like, he's not being overbearing, because if he exposes himself a bit too much, BB is going to be coming in. Beos is going to go in. He finishes Blind Esports, but unfortunately, from the distance, he gets taken down by Enigma.
Oh, Enigma, look at the amount of people they're tagging at this point of time, and we can get to know when it comes to that FT graph where they're going to be standing, right? Because not 1, not 2, but I've already counted 5 teams is what they've tagged out so far. The next circle forming in, where do you think is going to be favoring out?
Well, I'll tell you one thing that I did pick out on the last 6 teams. We have 18 players remaining, and one of them are the boys from Esports Walla WSF. This is going to be their best game so far as position points is concerned. Let's see if they can rack up a few finishes, just as Parv is trying to do exactly the same on one of their members. RTR Chonu looks like he could be in trouble. We're going to have to wait and find out if the Blue's going to take his life or one of the members from Enigma. But right now, I like what they're doing here. They're being a bit careful. They know that, even though there's higher terrain around, they still have a little bit of a vantage point.
No, the important thing for Hydras is going to be concentrating on the side of OR rather than anybody else. Because obviously OR would want to push in and take that only, hard cover inside the circle, take advantage of it, everything else done. But ultimately, watching out the projectile is going to be one thing for you. And on the other side, it's going to be shots getting connected. Look at that Russian coming in. You have to grab attention where the others are going to be dominating against it. A feint flag is not something which I would like to say, but still, bait and cover is what we'll be looking at.
Now this could be a bit of an issue over here. Well, they do have a few rocks for cover, but Invader, you got to get out of your vehicle quick and move away from all those burning vehicles. But it's not going to be OR, but Enigma Rex from the other end, who is going to be laying down some hot lead in his belly, and well, he is going to be taken down. Now this is when OR are going to move in on the position of Hydra and take the fight right to their doorstep. There you have the shots are going to be fired. The AK goes, what the fuck? And with that, Athunki is going to get another one to his name. But wait a second, a buggy comes in right outside, and in all this commotion and all this smoke, a grenade goes off as Legend is going to get the better of the opponents, but Aditya unfortunately blew himself to smithereens.
Now this is the most important point. What Jackson is going to do, he has to look out for that finish speed and try to understand that there's another fight breaking out on the other corner. There's a man down on his knees also giving out information, but Aru on the other side is busy cooking up grenade. He wants to use it as a defensive maneuver rather than taking a fight against the player, because he knows the revival has to be completed behind his back, and once that is done, that is when he's going to be pushing in with that FPP rather than a TPP. Now, when required, you're going to be shifting it. This is perfect gameplay.
It is going to be perfect, and the thing is, 2 guns are always better than 1. There you have it. Jelly and Aru are going to be teaming up against the opposition, getting the better of them, which means we are now down to the final 3 teams, and OR Esports, they are looking good. They want another chicken dinner as current Abadwa, I beg your pardon, is going to be brought down, and his days are over. And even though WSF have been in the top 3, it has been a good outing for them.
Oh, look at the amount of lead which was just poured over there. I wouldn't say that, it was an unwanted one, but it's just that avoiding that person to come out of that stone. Now, 2 big bulls are locking horns at this point of time. Enigma and OR. Who's going to be taking it home is going to be the next big question.
Well, right now, if you have a look at that, OR definitely have the zone advantage because they can stay in that compound, have that little bit of a height advantage as compared to Enigma. Even they also have that 1-man number, but looks like Jelly's getting a bit impatient. I like this. They're trying to block them off right at the beginning, but now Evo does see him, and that is a bit of a mistake over there. Evo making sure the right flank is a bit secure, but again, the information was given out, and see, from the first floor of that building, Aditya is going to make sure that the numbers are going to dwindle even further. Rex's position could be given away, but keep in mind, there still is 1 man standing from WSF.
Now, the most important thing is this. We have to watch out for how things are turning out when 2 big bulls lock horns. There's a lot for us to learn, right? Every single time a person got taken down, it was the cover fire which kept coming in. Now, Eggy is pretty much closer, and this could be the turning point for the side of Team Enigma, because they can go in together and take them down. Karan on the other side, at this point of time, taking advantage of all the situation, putting up some smoke trail to make sure that he makes it inside the circle as well. Aru is going to be cooking up the grenade, giving up the location, but it's going to be Evo getting taken down. Eggy is still there, is laying flat on the belly, waiting it out. He knows Aro's information at this point of time, strikes when it's right, and eventually it's going to be Jelly far away. Now we all know that Oro will be trying to give away the locations, but he's going to be put an end as Aditya put down Eggy. This could be the turning point as Esports Walla could take the 2nd position.
Aditya again staying in that little vantage point, that little bird's nest, making sure he sees what anybody else doesn't, and well, they are going to get the better of the opposition. Now Karan is going to be surviving, and just as I say his name, looks like I did put the Costas curse on him, but what an outing for WSF, making it the top 3, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Orange Rock Esports with yet another chicken dinner to their names, and well, Athunki once again on fire. Is he going to get his 3rd MVP? We're going to have to wait and find out as the post-match segment powered by Loco is going to be popping up on our screens right about now. Wow.
I mean, I think you just told that, the MVP is already there, right? I wanted to place my bets, but you've already placed it. I'm just going to cash in on it and make sure that, it does happen.
I think it's a hat trick tonight. I definitely think it's going to be a hat trick because I do believe he had 7 or 8 finishes to himself. And I guess we are going to just lower our voices just a little bit. OR Esports, 28 points with the chicken dinner.
Yep, I think we are back to an extent at this point of time. But yeah, let's look at how Enigma have placed it, right? 14 to 12 finishes, 26 total points coming in. Esports while on the other side, 18 points in total. Hydras official, we have to give it to the patience with their head come up, right? But just in case that concentrated towards the side of Team OR, the story would have been so different, The OR were coming in, that is the, prowl which we keep speaking about, slowly coming in and striking when the time is right.
You know what this tournament's about, right? The pros are on the prowl, and well,
Yep.
OR Esports are showcasing that with some finesse. Now, again, what stands out for me is Esports Wala WSF, 3rd position finish, 10 points for the position, 8 for the finishes, 18. Let me tell you one thing. Looks like they, this moment, these are the moments that'll tell them, hey, we still have it in us. We can actually do wonders, and perhaps next day on day 4, they're going to come back even stronger.
Now, for me, the disappointment is going to be at the end. MG, Initiative Academy, INS, and GOG, as well as Nigma Galaxy. Now, GOG, the kind of circle they were holding in the northeastern side where everything was going fine, one small mistake, and they go down in the 13th position with just 1 finish point for themselves. So, iQOO MVP is... Somebody just stole the limelight, and it's going to be Enigma Rex. Even though we had strong contenders, let's not forget, Eggy came in, Atanki came in, and Rex, but 1,330 damage.
I understand. So on paper, look, I mean, Atanki finished with 8 finishes. However, look at Rex's assists. So if you talk about it, he is going to be helping his team out, and the damage is just tremendous. But now, let's have a look and see who's going to be joining him as far as the top 5 leaders are concerned. And there you have it. It is pretty much Enigma OR, with Karan finally making an appearance on the top 5 leaderboards. Well done, boys. And you know what? I think we just might see them come back stronger tomorrow.
Absolutely agreed on this point, but at the same time, Rex, 1,330 damage. Wow. Eggy on the other side, clinical. We saw him, right? His crosshairs was only set when he knew that, he could take them down.
Beautiful gameplay coming in, and of course, you do have all these facts and figures, all the stats that speak for themselves. But again, Enigma, I kind of believe they should... Eggy, when he was trying to do that flank, when he had 2 members of the opposition in front of him, it was a bit that, wait a second, what are these guys doing? Aren't they listening? Aren't they trying to hear him? But he just goes in, knocks 1, knocks 2, knocks the 3rd, almost gets the 4th, but Evo kind of just, like you said, stole the limelight away.
Yeah, and I would say that, we have to give it to
60
him.
knocks, 60 finishes.
Yeah, 16 knocks, 16 finishes. Before I used to feel that, if you get knocked, you're going to get finished off. But when you look at the assists, it shows it's good. But look at the skyscrapers coming in with just 2 teams. One is going to be OR, who did the final moments of the game. It started off with the side of Hydras. Before that also, they got into a fight. But then it was the Hydras where they actually struck when it was right. And Enigma, from right to the center of the zone with the high ground advantage, striking from every look and corner, did the best of the best.
As far as Hydras are concerned, look, I mean, they were in a stalemate with OR for quite some time. They were trading knocks and whatnot. But again, I guess now they need to start pushing out of their comfort zone and actually going in for the finishes. But now, let's have a look and see at the overall standings. And well, the little bit of a lead that Team Soul had is going to come down just a wee bit. 12 points separating Team Soul and OR Esports.
Now, somewhere I feel that Team Soul is now going to pick up the pace, right? They're going to, it's enough, right? We have been trying to play the corners. They go to the dead center, start doing what we did on the first day.
Best.
Yeah, that's what they do best, and that's what they'll keep doing as well. Hyderabad Hydras are not far away with 124 points. OR has already set the standards, right? Now, Enigma, Global, all of these people are just climbing up the ladder. And we can see that all these new pros who are coming down are slowly getting suppressed. And we have to see who's going to be fighting from the 10th position and below. Because above that, everything is kind of already cemented.
You know what they say, right? Slow and steady wins the race. And that is something that the bigger teams, the more experienced teams, are usually capitulating on, because they know that they have a lot of time, and they know that they go back and they work on their mistakes, they do their homework, they basically have those teams around them. Because look, yes, on paper this everything looks flashy, right? You're a pro gamer, but you got to keep performing, you got to keep delivering every single day, otherwise, buddy, the dream is going to be over. So they're playing for their livelihood, and well, they are showcasing why they are some of the best teams here in India. But as we are going to move over to the second page, we are going to see a little bit of a shuffle coming up as well, and there you have it. A few teams are going to drop. Well, everyone else is going to be stable.
Now, Enigma, by the end of first day, was in 22nd position. Second day, 15th position.
Wow.
Third day, 6th position.
Fourth day?
Yeah.
What's happening with the fourth day?
I think third position.
Could be top
without winner chicken dinner, by the way. And they have been doing wonderful so far. But yeah, looking at the second page, we have almost 10 teams hitting the third digit markers. And we have Kinetic, EXO, Blind, ACBC, 7C slowly coming up. Good to see them finally coming into the top 16. But the next slide is the point of concern. We still have the bottoms. All these teams which were having a very good capability of showcasing their talent are kind of getting surprised, as Hydras are also climbing up the fray. It's going to be UP50, Esports Wala, GOG, Autobotz, Retribution and Team INS, who have to watch out. As we all know, Team MG all of a sudden will wake up at the right side of the bed and eventually start dominating.
I mean, that is, of course, what might just happen. But again, you've got to keep one thing in mind. 66 points, even Esports Wala 49, right? I mean, it's not too much of a divide over here. Just 17 for these lads. And the teams in the top 16 are also around that same mark, which means, again, one good game. We keep saying this time in and time out. One good game can either make it or break it for these teams. So, again, if you are supporting your favorite teams, maybe drop in a couple of messages of, good faith. And I'll tell you one thing. Whenever you receive some message of hope or motivation from someone, you feel good and you want to give back. And that might just be that little bit that might just, give them a little bit of an advantage. What do you think?
With great powers come great responsibilities, and at this point of time, this great power has got some responsibilities to be in the right hands, because the pro players are going to be using it. iQOO smartphones have a video for you just to explain what this is capable of. So guys, please go ahead and enjoy that and be a participant of the Amazon giveaway, which is also going on.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win. I've got the power.
Watch it, earn it.
I just have one question for all of you watching. What are you waiting for? Now that we are coming to an end of all the action today, head over to Loco in a bit, and of course go and watch your favorite BGMI teams and streamers, because they're going to be live in about a few minutes, and the discussions are going to be taking place. And I know we all love that little tarka, we all love that little masala, and well, we all love some gossip and all that, right? But again, it is also a way to learn new things.
Yes, and the underdog teams or the new pros who have come into this tournament.
Oh, they better be watching.
Yeah, they better be watching for two things, right? One is that, the previous meta, they had understood the zone so well that, they were challenging the pros in making sure that they get into the zone first. Prediction was absolutely right. As the meta changed, they're not able to do it. And that is when experience comes into play, right? You have to come up and evolve with the meta itself and as quickly as possible. And that's why we're able to see most of those experienced teams are actually on the top of the table.
Just a random question talking about experience. At this stage, even the teams at the bottom, now again, you got to keep one thing in mind. A lot of these teams have made it through the BMOC, like Fixes likes calling it the trial by fire, right?
Yeah.
And they are here in the Pro Series. They are pros in their own right. do we still have jitters at times? The hands just shake just a little bit because, the adrenaline is coursing through your veins. The thing is, how do you got to be mentally strong as well, right?
Somewhere I feel that, it's not the jitters. Rather, it's that, now it's the pro level, right? Once they make a mistake, until now they were not making mistake because they knew the meta. Now the meta changed. Now they're making mistakes. And what happens in a boot camp when there are mistakes been coming up regularly? Blame game starts. And somewhere I feel that, that is not something they've experienced before, where the blame game has already started to take over. It's just a speculation. Probably there are some experienced players over there who are saying that, no, Chal, it's just a bad game. We're very coming back. Yes, but the pressure is also going to be building up slowly. So let's see. They're going to be coping up as soon as they start to learn the meta.
It is because, like for a lot of these teams, this is the first big stage, the first grand pedestal of sorts that's been provided by BGMI Crofton and, of course, our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And the thing is, you win some, you lose some. And, well, speaking of winning some, looks like we do have our giveaway winners who are going to be popping up on our screen. So if you see your name on your screen and read out loud, well, first of all, congratulations. And, well, let us see you in all your wonderful gear.
I mean, I'm just waiting because I just hope I can read a name which whom I know, or probably read a name from my family, because I've been seeing that most of them are actually getting involved, watching us, and trying to guide us as well. As the winners list are going to be coming on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a motivation for you, and I let the big man do the talking.
Wow, you're going to let me butcher all the names right now. All right, Vivek Parmar, congratulations, and Sean Herrera. You guys are going to be getting these amazing BGMI t-shirts and that bottle, but of course we are going to have a few more joining the fray with Mati Surya and Amjad Sheikh. Congratulations once again, boys.
Yeah, the bottles, exactly when the heat wave was hit India so hard, as well as the good, cool-looking t-shirts. I would want to wear it one day on stream. Hopefully we get it. But yeah, the next two names are going to be coming on our screens. It's going to be Saurabh, Saha. I mean, this is so big. I'm going to let you do it again.
Sahara Buddhe. I think that is as close as I can get. And
Buddhi.
of course,
Saurabh Sahasra Buddhi.
Sahasra Buddhi. I am so sorry. I mean, it's a bit of a tongue
twister.
Vaibhav,
yeah.
But congratulations, and I hope those t-shirts look as good as they do over there, because I've got to work out a bit to make sure, they fit exactly right. But again, congratulations to Tashi, Tamang, and Saurav. You are getting some goodies headed your way.
I know there could be some more names coming up, but as you said, a lot of these people need to understand how our lives go in when it comes to casting. So guys, you got to follow us on our Instagram handles, but there's going to be two more names coming up. One is going to be Harsh, and another one is going to be Rishikesh Shalar.
And we'll have our handles down below in some time before we do bid you adieu. But, again, congratulations to all of you guys. And looks like that is going to be it for our lovely giveaway winners. And, well, Instagram is where you are going to be posting your pictures, so we might just see you at some point. But again, let me just say one thing. Day 3 had its ups, had its downs. Everyone was questioning, wait a second, Seoul performed so well on day 1. Day 2, not so good, but day 3 they came in, and, well, the last match before this, they went out with a bang and a chicken dinner.
Before that as well, right? They've been performing consistently.
Oh, yeah.
And today was the day where we saw that all the experienced teams have come up and lived up to the fan base they have. And I do understand from here on it's going to be the case. And it's a wake-up call for the teams in the bottom.
Well, the best thing is, this, of course, is the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. And we still have one more day of fun-filled action waiting for you. Of course, I'm talking about day 4 of the first week. But again, Arka, I think it's been a wonderful journey so far. And day 4 is going to be even better. So what we're going to do right now is, of course, we are going to bid you adieu. But keep in mind, we're going to be back here tomorrow at the same time. So, well, all you guys, you better mark your calendar. We will see you then. Good night.
you.